world.
Good morning, Japan.
We are here, final day of the 2016 ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. Sunday morning here at Shidasta in the Chiba Prefecture, and it is our final day of competition. My name is Caleb Warren. I'm joined by my boy Matt Pitts, and we are going to rock your socks with 8 heats today.
Yeah, we got a short schedule ahead of us today compared to what we've had in the past few days. We got a beautiful sunny Sunday morning here. We've got some nice clean conditions. The swell has dropped a bit though, but the man-on-man heats, we should still see plenty of sets come through within the 25-minute duration of that. Leonardo Favanti against Santiago Muniz is our first quarter-final of the day. And we're yet to see a wave ridden. The boys were out there this morning having a little scrap on the peak. Looks like we've got that little left rip bowl bank again this morning with the little right running off it. And it looks like the rights are going to be the money today out here.
And while we've got no surfing, no real bumps on the horizon, we're going to go through a quick weather forecast for this local region. And it is a beautiful day.
おはようございます。波伝説気象予報士の宮光です。QS6000 一宮千葉オープンが釣ヶ崎海岸通称しだしたポイントで行われています。大会6日目の昨日は東南東うねりが若干落ち着きつつ続きセットで形近いサイズが続きました。大会7日目となる今日の29日波予報をお伝えします。現在風は弱く東南東よりのうねりが、昨日よりもやや落ち着きセットで胸サイズのまとまったコンディションのスタートとなっています。今後は東海上の低気圧はさらに遠ざかり本州付近を覆っている移動性高気圧も徐々に中心を東に移す見込みとなっています。東海上の低気圧やはるか東海上の高気圧の吹き出しなどによる東南東うねりは潮回りで若干の変化がある程度でおおむね同程度で続く見込みとなっています。風は朝のうちは弱いものの日中は高気圧の吹き出しや気温の上昇などによって東南東よりが吹きやすくやや強まる時間帯もありそうです。また夕方は風が南寄りに回って吹く予想となっています。以上、波伝説の気象予報士の宮がお送りしました。
So, well, to be completely honest, my Japanese isn't the best, Matty, but that weather forecast told us that it's a beautiful day. And live on screen right now is the first movement we have seen in the water. Bit of jockeying here between Fioravanti and Muniz. And boys out of position for the biggest set so far this heat. 25-minute quarterfinals. And the start of them, no priority. As soon as a wave is ridden, we go into that priority cycle. So right now, 5 minutes has elapsed. No waves ridden just yet. No priority has been established. And we have an equal first in this quarterfinal, Matty.
Yeah, it's. I went for a little paddle before the contest started, and there are some nice, clean little waves coming through, but there's just not a lot of guts in them at the moment. We're right on the dead high tide. So the plan was to start just a little bit later today and run throughout that outgoing tide, and hopefully the waves will get a little bit more bottom on them. We've had a good run, and it's sort of come to a bit of an end here on Sunday morning, but as Cale just mentioned, it is a beautiful day, and there's nothing better than hanging around the beach and running a surf comp when the weather's like this and the conditions like this. Japanese fans, the maniac Japanese surf fans have showed up, so yeah, the stage is set for a fantastic day of surfing.
There were some really good waves ridden in the free surfs. I saw Tanner Getauskas get a really good one, and another competitor who's been eliminated already, Griffin Colapinto, jammed one. Victor Bernardo, the Brazilian, got what I would deem a 9-point wave for today. So there's not a heap of waves, but they're still pretty good when they come, and I think once we get past this high tide, it will get a little bit more shape. But if we were to wait to get to that, that more premium tide, we'd be finishing and it would be a bit low.
Yeah.
So we've had to start maybe not in completely ideal tide, but we'd rather run too high than too low.
Yeah, so you were saying earlier that now that the priority system, well, at the moment there isn't any priority, but during the priority system everyone's become more friendly on the tour. We've got Santiago and Leonardo just sitting there. It's been a 7-minute wait for them. They're sitting very close to each other. So I guess all the people who watch events, do they actually sit there and talk to each other, or are they just listening to each other breathe?
No, they won't be talking. The only real time you see talking is if you've got a veteran who's trying to play with a younger surfer. Both these guys are pretty young. You'll also see talking if the heat's sort of a done deal. If they're sitting there and someone's comboed, we'll have a little yip-yap at the end. But for now, it's interesting. I know Fioravanti is going to hunt these lefts, and it looks like Muniz wants the rights. So if we see a set of lefts, Leo's on the inside. We see a set of rights, Santiago. But the chances are, and we saw it a lot in the free surf, we're going to see peaks come in, and we could see a pretty wild paddle battle to get this one started, because there aren't heaps of waves. When they come, they are quite good, quite rippable. So that battle for the first one, you don't want to be the guy whose opponent gets an 8 and you get nothing in that first exchange, especially considering we're 8 minutes in and we yet to see a ride.
No, that's a very valid point you just made there. There's nothing worse than, as you said, with inconsistent conditions here. Your opponent posts an 8 and now he's sitting back beside you and probably breathes a little bit louder just to rub it in. But both of these guys, with the waves that we've got, there's very difficult to predict a winner in any of these heats probably today, just because wave choice is going to become all that more important.
The funny one is, though, once you have a lead, personally I sing. If I'm in a man-on-man heat with the lead or a good score locked in, I'll sit behind a guy, so out of his sight, but directly behind him, and sing. Just to remind him I'm there. Just to, let them know that you're there. So here we got a bit of movement on screen. We got Fioravanti in the blue, Santiago Muniz in the red. Both boys are paddling for this one. And there's that frantic paddle battle. And Fioravanti gets the better of that. So the Italian stallion. 3 big snaps there, Matty. And, well, Santiago Muniz yielding in that situation.
And that was a good wave. That was a really good wave, because he took off fairly deep in relation to this left bank, and the wave held up and allowed him 3 solid backside snaps there. So, as you said, the guy that gets the first wave is going to go close to an 8, and he's going to sit out there next to his opponent, who's sitting there with a 0.
Now you start talking, Matty. Leo will be paddling out, "Oh, Sandy, thanks for that, man. That was a real fun one."
Yeah.
And then you'll hear the beach announcer go, "Yeah, last score of blue." Look, I'm not sure where this will go.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of airs in the free surf. That was a bit more of your generic bread and butter, but that's how Leonardo's been building his heats, building his pair of 7s, and then taking to the sky to go beyond that 7 mark. So interesting start. We're down to 14.5 minutes. Blue with the best wave, the only wave of the heat. And we've got more movement. The boys have gone a long way north, Matty.
Is he going to drag him too deep? Is Leo going to drag Santiago too deep for the left? He looks like he's eyeing off the right now. Leo's going to have another crack at the left on this.
So split peak, Santiago down the line right-hander, and that wave running off a little bit quickly. So Fioravanti had a sniff on the left, nothing really eventuating there. So now Leo has priority. He's back in the lineup. So Leonardo Fioravanti has priority, and an absolute banger of a first score. There it is, first of blue, 8.17.
Now watch him turn around and paddle straight back down to the left and go, crikeys, I get one more of those, and I'll be looking good. But I'm surprised he's continuing to paddle deep towards the rights and right off this left-hand bank where he's just dropped an 8.17. What do you think of that one, Kale?
Yeah, I can see the merit in, maybe being slightly off the peak if it means he's in reach of Santiago. I know it's really early to be playing defense. With 13 minutes remaining, Santiago could sit to the north and get a pair of sixes and put the pressure back on Leo. So from where he is now, I'd say he's maybe a touch deep for the lefts, but if a big left set comes, there's a little bit of texture on the surface, unlike yesterday morning. So the boys will be able to see what's coming nice and early. Yesterday there was a lot of feedback. It was so clean and glassy and still that the boys couldn't see sets coming. They had trouble identifying, if a wave was going to be a closeout or it had a corner because it was dead glassy. So this little texture, they'll see him coming from a long way out, and he's in reach of paddling to that left, I'd say. But I can definitely see the merit in, being within reach of Santiago just in case one does slip north. And from where he is now, they're not as far north as they were for that last split peak.
Yeah.
So I think from there, if he sees a big set, I think he's within a hard, 10 or 12 hard strokes of being on the peak of the left. So I can see merit in,
Yeah, I was thinking this at this stage of the game with 12 minutes and an 8 on the board, he just play his own heat and paddle back to the left and go, right, I'll get one more of those, and then Santiago's got a better of 16, which is a pretty tall order in any of these heats that we've had throughout this week. So once again, there's Santiago starting to lure Leo back down the beach there.
So both boys, so this is Leo just, keeping Santiago in reach. And Leo too far out for this one, so the Argentinian Santiago Muniz not able to get into that wave. And looking at it live, the benefit we have over the viewers at home, that wave was not a whole lot of chop in either direction. It was pretty average. So you can see Leonardo Fioravanti moving his way back to the peak, as is Santiago Muniz. And there's a little cheeky little run up off that peak right now. That'll you can just see the right move into frame there. So there's still a good 30 metres from where Leonardo got that first wave. But it is Fioravanti with priority and this single best score of the heat so far. Santiago Muniz's first wave, a 2.83. So he can take the lead with one ride right now. A 6.02 from Santiago will put him into the lead. But that being said, Leo sitting on a 0.67 as his low second counting score. So we've got a lot of action remaining, I dare say, in this one. We're just on 10 and change remaining. And, well, what do you make of the week, and what do you think of the merit of having a QS6000 here at Shidasta?
I think it's been a fantastic boost for Japanese surfing. I think the government who got right behind this event, here's Leo on his second wave. Another left. Not quite as good as the first.
I like this from Fioravanti though. So not only did he stop Santiago getting his first okay ride, this is going to sit nicely with his 8. There's a nice little friend sitting next to that snowman. But outside right now, you can see live action. Santiago Muniz on a beautiful looking right-hander here at Shidasta.
Wow.
2 jabbing, squatting snaps from Muniz. And a third, and he kicks out.
And there's his comeback wave right into this heat. Santiago in red. awesome big first snap, massive spray off that, second big power snap, and here is the judges where they're going to have to decide between the two contrasts of waves there, where you've got the two big turns on a deeper, steeper right-hander as opposed to the cleaner, longer left. And here's Leo's replay of his second wave.
So a strong second wave for Fioravanti. Yeah, I don't know if it quite had the wave had the energy and it didn't really offer as much as his first ride did on the outside. Some really nice connection work from the Italian.
I counted 6 turns on that wave for Leo.
Well, a point a turn, not that it works like that.
Yeah.
A point a turn, 6-point ride.
3 solid ones and 3 mediocre smaller ones. So let's see what happens when that all gets thrown into the blender and what they come out the other end with. But Santiago is definitely going to go, I think, pretty close to that high score that Leo's got sitting up there of the 8. So I think it's game on.
We do have heat in this heat. You know, it started cool. You know, it built, got pretty warm. Leo dropped an 8. Simmered a little bit longer. Sprinkle in a little bit of Japanese spices. And put all that in the pot. Mix it around. And we've had a really exciting feed of scores. So it looks like Fioravanti's going to get a pretty good second score, as will Santiago Muniz for his third ride. 7.5 minutes. Really important numbers. So that wave of blue, 7.07 for that long connected left-hander. Early indications are that Santiago Muniz is going to be around that number as well. So as it stands, with 7 minutes remaining, Santiago Muniz is comboed, but we need this score to drop, and it will be quite a substantial number for that 2-turn right with a third to finish for red.
It's going to add the heat back to the heat.
Yeah, this is going to set us up for a really exciting finish.
Santiago out there with priority and a very comparable score, no doubt. Just as Carl just said, early indications is going to go very close to Leo's scores. So he's going to be out there with priority and the opportunity to strike with 6 minutes. So a very dangerous competitor. Santiago Muniz with a 7.83 there. So
Wow. Heat is on, Matty.
the heat is on. 6 minutes to go. Santiago with priority, and he's just got to do what he just did one more time, and all of a sudden it's going to come down to the wire.
So the beauty of Santiago's shorter right meant that he could get back to the peak first. So he has priority with just under 6 to go. Red needs 7.42. His last ride, that right-hander, a 7.83. So it means Leonardo Fioravanti is out in the lead with a 2-wave total of 15.24. And he is looking to improve on his low number of a 7.07. So while Fioravanti does have the added bonus of the best individual score, the best score of Santiago Muniz isn't that far short. So we're seeing a really exciting heat here. 15.24 2-wave total. That would win you pretty much every other heat for the rest of the contest. We're in the quarterfinals now, Pitsy.
Yeah, no, I can tell things have got very serious. And these two boys not prepared to give an inch out here. And Santiago, I'm really impressed with his comeback wave there and right back into the heat. There seemed to be the vibe that Leo was in an opportunity just to really run away with it. But Leo got busy and Santiago went to work as soon as Leo turned his back and just bashed the top out of that right-hander. 7.8's the result. And now he is sitting in a reasonably strong position for this next set, as to a strong position to take this heat out, providing we get a next set.
Yeah, so if priority's such a valuable asset at this stage of the heat, if Fioravanti had priority, he's well and truly in the lead, in the box seat.
Yes.
But with Muniz getting back out quickly and Leo finishing his wave on the sand, Muniz was a water priority, and while he is in second, he is in a really powerful, threatening position, and well, only needs a 7.42. So this is going to be an absolute ripper of a last 3.5 minutes. I'd love to see another exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one thing I was going to mention was unfortunately we've had a fairly quiet heat for waves, and I think we waited for about 8 minutes before we saw our first wave ridden, which was Leo's left. So yeah, as you said, Cale, let's try and wheel a set into the lineup so we can see these two guys go at it again.
The surf fan in me wants to see a set. The surf fan in me is telling me, well, according to me prime tide, high tide is 9:03 here at Chiba. That's local time. Right now it's 8:52, so we're 10 minutes off the high tide, and well, it's sort of an unwritten global phenomenon that everywhere seems to stop on the dead high and the dead low.
Yep.
So yeah, 10 minutes from high tide, and every second will count, I dare say, with this tide. I reckon a little bit of water draws off the bank. We're going to see some steeper faces, and some of these mid-sized waves that maybe are moving through underneath the buoys and not breaking, they could actually become your 6s and 7s, especially if a guy's sitting underneath priority, trying to create opportunities, taking to the air, taking risks. So I think once the tide drops, we'll see bigger wave counts. Both boys just with the 3 waves locked in. And Santiago Muniz, 2 minutes remaining, needing 7.42. And he's just having a little one-arm paddle to the north. And I think this is playing into the hands of Leo right now.
So do we see, is that a bump outside?
Leo knows the drill in this situation. 1.5 minutes remaining, and Fioravanti has finalled at the only 2 other QS 6000s so far this year. One was the Australian Open at Manly in similar conditions to this, a little right-hand rip bowl, and the other one in a variety of conditions at Merriweather at the QS 6000 there. So excellent Australian leg for Fioravanti. He is our current WQS ratings leader. And look, another final here, and you could he'd just about be a shoo-in, barring an absolute nightmare. Actually, I don't want to jinx him, but he's looking good to potentially qualify for the WSL World Tour. He has had a couple wildcard starts this year by way of being the current QS ratings leader, and he's shown us that he can perform at that elite World Tour stage with a quarterfinal at Margaret River, and he looked really good in Rio as well. He's not getting a start in Fiji, the men's event kicking off there in a couple of weeks. So here we go. Call this thing.
Oh.
Santiago Muniz, Matty.
Okay, here he is. A little pump to start. Bang into the lip air. Oh! Well, there's the heat right there.
Muniz needing 7.42, and he had to take a big risk on that first turn.
Yep.
I had the benefit of being able to view that rest of that wave live, and it went nowhere. So Muniz had to throw everything at the first section.
Yep.
Because there wasn't a whole lot on offer on the inside, but we got what we are after, Matty.
We did. We got our last blast, and it was exciting.
So our first semi-finalist has been decided. Leonardo Fioravanti continues his incredible run on the QS, and he's into the semi-finals, and he'll face the winner of this one that has just started right now. In the red, we have Tanner Gedauskis from San Clemente in California, and he's up against the Moroccan prince, Ramzi Boukhaim, and Gedauskis wasting no time. We saw a slow start in the last one, and Tanner boy, the Gedauski brother, getting it done. Electric backhand, and he was owning the free surf here last night. See him just waiting for a little end section. So Very strong way to start that heat, Pitsy.
I love the length of ride the boys are going for today. It's come back into the criteria. No, I watched him surfing this morning in these smaller waves for a big guy, and he was really laying rail into his turns, and I was like, Jesus, for a big bloke, he's really ripping into these little waves. And all week, he surprised, well, me and probably everyone else on the beach as to just how powerful and how committed he is to those big backhand snaps that he does. His surfing is unbelievable, and for just myself, I haven't seen too much of him, and he's really surprised me, and I think I can't understand why he's not rated a lot higher than what he is. So hopefully we'll see Tanner have a fantastic year this year and end up there close to qualifying himself, because he really is a fantastic surfer, and here is
Bookheim. So what, Tanner may lack in power, he makes up for in speed. And strong wave there from Bookheim. Less manoeuvres, bigger, stronger turns from the Moroccan. So that first wave of red, judges wasting no time, locking in a 6.33 for Tanner Gadauskas. And we saw some really strong surfing from the Moroccan. Ramsey Bookheim spends most of his time in France. Travelling partner of Leonardo Fioravanti. They got this really strong European crew. You see Mark Lacamar, Ramsey Bookheim, Leo Fioravanti. And so here's Tanner Gadauskas' 6.33. Excellent down the line snap to open that wave. So 3 strong turns, and this is all just fill-in work, Matty. All the score really comes from out the back, but quarter-final time, not a whole lot of waves out there, and it's still only a short paddle if you beach one, so why not wring the juice out of that one? Ooh, interesting comparison with Ramsey Bookheim. First of blue, 6.3. So this is Bookheim. You be the judge yourself. Strong backside snap up into the foam on the second, and a really nice spray turn.
Was it that emphasis of the last turn that influenced the judges to go?
So they're pretty much the same number there. 6.33 for Gadauskas, 6.3 for Ramsey Bookheim, and all these numbers are about comparison. So the first thing they would have said was, whose is better? And I'm having a look through the judges' spreads. First judge thought Ramsey was better. Second judge thought Tanner was a touch better. Third judge thought Ramsey was better. Fourth thought Tanner. And the fifth thought Tanner. So what we do, 5-man panel, we turf the high, we throw away the low, average the middle 3. And the .03 isn't really saying that either is better. It's just where the average comes out. That just comes down to the mathematics behind. We've got guys dropping 0.5, we've got a 0.2, couple .0s. So when you turf the high and the low and average the middle 3, the 0.3s, the 0.6, even the 0.9 is just purely off the mathematics of the average. So pretty much an even start for both goofy footers. Gadauskas brother Tanner getting the better by 0.03, but that's somewhat negligible in the scheme of things. Plenty of time though. I'm really happy to have seen a quick start for that one, because we saw a real slow start for that last heat, and time actually was kind of the enemy in that last heat. As Mason Ho once said, I don't ever lose, I just run out of time.
Yeah.
So we are, according to my prime tide, we're 3 minutes off the high, and we said every second counts. So we're pretty much bang on high tide. So look to see the mid-size waves start steepening up. Interestingly enough, Tanner and Ramsey's waves were smaller than the major waves in that previous heat. Stood up really nicely on the bank, both right-handers. So that maybe that one wave of Fioravanti, well actually the 2 waves of Fioravanti, the black sheep in the room, the 8 and the 7, both left-handers. Both Santiago Muniz's waves were rights. Both these boys opening with rights. And I like it. I like a bit of variation. I like the potential for a split peak, Matty.
The split peak makes it very exciting, as you said, and at the start of the heat when there is no priority. But let's get back to that conversation. You asked me how this 6,000 event coming back to Japan has influenced the vibe, I guess, with surfing here. And I think because we've had such a successful week as far as waves and weather, we've got a lot of big sponsors here, GoPro, Murasaki Sports, you see Rip Curl, you see everyone come to the event, throw up their booth and create a little festival vibe in the car park behind the contest area here.
We've got Be Wet out there. We've got you can get a Go Hiroto shirt printed by Hurley.
You can get a Go Hiroto. I tried to get a Go Mashi one printed, but there was no H in it, so they said forget it. Actually, there is. So anyway, they wouldn't do that. But getting back to surfing here in Japan and having a 6,000 has been such a positive thing. Once again, we spoke about the potential of the Olympics being run in 2020. And this is to build up the campaign to the Olympic Committee as to why surfing should definitely be an Olympic sport. And
I think it should be, Matty.
Yeah, and the location also, Chiba being very convenient to the Tokyo and the Narita airport. It's got everything going for it.
Yeah, we're just a 2 hours trip out of Tokyo, which is definitely one of the coolest cities in the world, without a doubt. But I think it's my favourite city. You know, I'm from similar distance from Melbourne, the world's most livable city 6 times in a row, according to whoever does those figures.
Yep.
And I reckon Tokyo's way better. I don't know how Melbourne's more livable, but hey, I'm maybe a little bit biased because every time I come to Japan I have a great time. And it's a funny place, Matty, you know, the QS, everyone calls it a bit of a slog, bit of a grind. People lose and go home, but no one goes home early here. They just go to Tokyo. And what we're going to do, we're going to go down to Leo Fioravanti, the winner of that last heat, and just see what's up and what's going on.
All right, I'm here with the winner of our first quarterfinal of the day, Heat 1, Leonardo Fioravanti. Congratulations.
Thanks. Super stoked.
So the waves are a little bit slow, and you guys were basically at the highest tide of the morning. So I saw you guys just sitting. We almost had to call out that we may do a restart, and you got that wave right before we were going to restart. So things started to shape up towards the end there, and man, you just keep racking up the scores, and you were really finding the longest waves and longest connections out there. Did you surf this morning and warm up and kind of figure it out? Because it's a little different today.
Yeah, it's a little different, and well, the restart, I almost wanted the restart, but then there was a good wave that came through right before, so it kind of helped. It kind of went my way better because, you know, I had a score in the first 10 minutes. But the waves are a little hard, but if you wait for the right waves, there's definitely potential to get some scores out there. And I hope with the tide getting lower, it's going to get a little bit more sucky and a little better. So.
Yeah, the last couple days, as that mid-tide goes out, it starts standing up in the sandbar, so your next round's going to be probably pretty good. The first time I saw you surf, it was a Pantene Classic, where you were the youngest champion ever of that Pantene Classic in Galicia, Spain, at 16 years old, right?
Yeah, that was a good contest. That was my first QS victory, and my first and only QS victory. And I had my family down there, and the waves were pumping the whole week, and that was a great day, so I hope I can get my second one here.
And here you are, our WQS leader now, 2 years later. Just keep it going, man. We look forward to seeing you next round.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
The Italian stallion, Leo Fioravanti. You would forget, a lot of people don't realise how young Leo actually is. He's a young pup with a wise head. And when you see the level of ability he has in his surfing, it's quite an intimidating package, really.
Yeah, you look at where he may be sitting in 4 years from now, and
well, he's leading the QS, and he's only going to get better, and he's only going to get smarter. But he's got a veteran head for a young guy, and he's got one of those big, strong frames as far as physically. So he's the kind of guy who's only going to fill out, and he's got one of those really mesomorphic, V-shaped, narrow hips, V-shaped, big through the shoulders, and that's the kind of frame that is I think really suited to the sport. Big and strong, but yet still really not a heavy, thick set build. You know, it's a similar build to you see. You know, Jack Freestone has a really similar build. Someone like Mick Fanning, even though he's shorter, has a similar build. You know, it's real athletic and muscular base. So you combine him growing up and growing as an adult. He's still in his teens.
Yeah, it's interesting, as you said, and the scary thing about, well, the great thing about Leonardo is he's leading the QS rankings, and then, you know, he's looking very good to shoe it in, as you said, if he gets a good result here where he's already in the semis. But if he is to qualify, then it's always everyone will throw the old, oh, yes, but QS, wait till he gets up there with the big boys on the CT. But he's already proved himself on that CT tour, as we saw in Margaret River and even in Brazil. He's knocked, you know, the big boys out in the CT events. So, yeah, it's amazing. It was scary to see how far and how quickly he can go with this because, as you said, he's built, he's physically right, his surfing's there, his approach, maturity, everything's there. So Leonardo Favanti, no doubt, going to be a superstar in this sport.
And it was interesting. We saw, I think it was the round of 16 man-on-man heat he had with Ethan Ewing. Yep. And I would, you know, arguably Ethan's Australia's next version of Leonardo Fioravanti. Another young guy who's got a really similar physical build, got a really good set of head on his shoulders, and he's got the right people in the corner. So it was cool to see the head-to-head matchup between Ewing and Fioravanti in the round of 16. And obviously Fioravanti getting the better of him. But it's there is a bit of a formula behind building athletes. A lot of it, you know, there's somewhat physical element to it, but a lot of it comes down to the head you have on your shoulders and who you have in your corner. Leonardo's got an incredible corner, you know, headlined by Jake Patterson and Stephen Bell. So we're just watching him run past. He's a good kid too. That's the other thing, you know, for all the fame and all the money and you know everything that goes along with that. He's just a bloke. He's just a bloke who loves his mates and loves going surfing. You can see him interacting with the rapidly growing Japanese crowd down here at Shirasta. He's just a kid having a good time.
I tell you, yeah, he's you know, he's going to be a superstar in this sport for sure. And the next minute you'll see him standing beside John as far as reputation in the sport goes. And John, you know, takes out the Eddie at Waimea this year. He's got an amazing air game, and just look forward to seeing him getting some better results and really getting up into that world title conversation. But back here on the beach, Ramsey Buchheim with a second score, 6.20. That went down during the interview that we saw of Leonardo. So Ramsey Buchheim, he got a nice left-hander, 3 solid turns out the back, milked the wave right to the beach with a little stomp onto the sand. So Ramsey in second priority, but with a 2-wave score. So Tanner Gadauskas.
Looking at this one, Matt, you can see the beautiful little onshore ruffle. Very Californian, very San Clemente morning. Yeah. Down at Chi Street before they blackball the back out of the thing. And buttery little rights, buttery little lefts. And I mentioned earlier, I surfed with Tanner and Pat Gadauskas out here last night. And they're going, oh, wow, it's so sick out here. It's just like T Street, high tide. And it is. So Tanner will be feeling at home. He's got Pat down on the beach behind the camera and whistling a bit as well. So, as you said, Matty, Ramsey Buchheim, our heat leader, with a 6.3 and a 6.2. And Tanner Gadauskas still with the best individual score, only slightly, just a 6.33. And Tanner needs a 6.17 with 10 minutes and change on the clock. Tanner has priority, and I think it's moderately fair to assume that he will, you know, get that score with 10 minutes remaining. But what he's doing right now is he's focusing on getting that 8, Matty. It's not the time to be hunting that 6. He gets the 6, Ramsey only needs a 6. So for Tanner, in the big picture of this heat with 10, just under 10 on the clock, really needs to use his priority and get that 7 and 8 point ride to set the next requirement for Ramsey even higher. Because if he just only achieves that 6, it's not really putting it too far out of Ramsey's reach. It's interesting. I love the games. I love what goes on underneath it all. So here's Ramsey looking to bet at 6.2. 2 big snaps for Ramsey underneath priority. And I like that. You know, he's having the benefit of not having priority. He can create opportunities on the mid-size waves that Tanner doesn't want a piece of. So Ramsey, while he's not known for his airs, and airs is sort of your typical way to turn a 6 into an 8, he's got a really strong, powerful approach. So 2 turns on that wave there for Buchheim, and it'll be interesting to see where that wave fits in. He's only looking to better at 6.2. Anything better than the 6.2 will up the requirement for Tanner. Early indications are that those 2 turns won't change the situation. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under priority, Matty. So here it is. This way is a 4.5 for Ramsey. And strong first turn. That second turn was nice and critical. Although judges don't like it when you're late and chasing sections. So I think that's what kept that score down in that mid-4 range. But I like it. I like that he's keeping moving, trying to create an opportunity here in these little peaks at Shidasta, at Shida Beach, here in the Chiba Prefecture, one of the 47 prefectures in Japan, one of the largest, or if not the largest prefecture in Japan. And that's all I know about Japan.
No, you've done it. You very well, because you said you mentioned the tower in Tokyo.
There's Tokyo Skytree.
This Tokyo Skytree. So you've done your homework on the place before you got here, or while you were.
3,000 yen to go into the top of the Skytree.
Right.
Incredible view of what is my favourite city in the world, Tokyo.
So look at this scramble. We've got Tanner Gadauskas. He spotted something with priority paddling, and off he goes on his backhand.
I'm not sure where this wave's going to go. It's either going to fill up or close out. So 3 snaps for Tanner. You can see him, each of those turns, clicking the lip line. The beach like it. They're a very knowledgeable surfing fan, the Japanese surfing fan. They know they're not just here for the song and dance. They actually know what they're looking at. They know who everyone is.
They appreciate everything they see.
And slightly off topic while we wait for that score, Tanner, I was having a chat with Mitch Cruz, and one of the many fans on the beach came up to Mitch. Mitchell, can I get you to sign this? So here's the replay of Tanner Gadauskas. Strong first turn. The second turn is a click, and so's the third. So not really those dynamic big spray throwing turns from Tanner. Just 3, lip line re-entries down the line. I love the flow and I love the speed. So he's looking for a wave just under his first. Red needs a 6.17. But even if he does get the score, I don't think he's going to blow out the requirement for Ramsey. So if Tanner does get what he needs, the 6.17, Ramsey's still only going to need a 6. So we're not over here in any stretch of the imagination, and this score's going to go right on it. Indications are he will get the score. So there it is, last of red, 6.53. So keeping this heat in the 6 family. Tanner Gadauskas is our new heat leader. Ramsey Buchheim only needs a 6.56. And we have heaps of time in effect, really. 5 minutes 45 on the clock. And yeah, Buchheim with priority has actually paddled off the peak. Tanner's doing what we saw Ramsey do. He's going to scrap around, try and create an opportunity without priority. So Tanner's snuck up to that little cheeky little northern left-hander that will show its pretty little face as the tide continues to run out. We are 10 minutes past the high tide here. And every second counts as we see Tanner chasing a left to the north on screen. So building, trying to better that 6.33. Just 2 strong turns from Tanner.
Very similar third ride that we saw from Tanner just now to Ramsey Buchheim, where he snuck away under priority and got 2 backhand snaps in there. So a similar thought train going on between the surfers when they are without the priority. So Ramsey Buchheim now just lingering back towards the peak where we've seen most of the highest scores go down today. 4 minutes on the clock with priority. Now, Ramsey Buchheim, as you said, doesn't have as many tricks up his sleeve, but he does have a very effective backhand snap, front side, very sharp and speedy surf repertoire there. So
This wave of Tanner, that last we saw the two-turn replay, I love the increased intensity in comparison to his last, the 6.53. So on that last right-hander where he did sort of the three, lip line, down the line re-entries, ticking the boxes, had he performed those three with the intensity of his last ride, I think we would have seen that wave go up into the 7. So that score isn't going to change anything, I dare say. So it's still going to be Tanner Gudauskas in the lead, a narrow lead at that. Ramsey Buchheim has priority, is in second position, and only needs a 6.56.
So yeah, it's interesting. You said it would have appeared that without priority and the current heat lead, he's loosened up a little bit and starting to throw a little bit more into his turns.
Well, now's the time to lift. We've talked about totals and the level of safety that comes with a certain two-wave total. Those first round or two, 11 or 12, you're probably going to be right to make a heat, but you're not safe. We get to those 13s in those early few rounds, you're pretty good with a 13. You're going to make the heat, whether it be first or second. As the event progresses, especially now we're seeing less surfers in the water, so more opportunity for each person. We're starting to look at 13s and 14s as being those sort of go-to numbers. 15 plus. We've only seen one man lose with 15, and that was Mikey February. And he got those 15 points in a minute without a word of a lie. 2 rights, 2 full rotation air reverses, and we saw him lose. So once you hit those 15s, 16s, you should be right. But throw all that out the window, and these head-to-head matchups, it's just about beating the other guy. Whether it's 8 points and it's not a pretty affair, or it's 20 points and it's perfect, doesn't matter. You just got to make these heats. Beat your opponent with what's presented in front of you. And I think these guys have really made the most of what's in front of them. Last of red, 6.03. So,
what do you think, Carl? We've got 2 surfers, similar surfing, both goofy footers, and 4 scores on the board. They're all very similar, but there's obviously, in the judges' eyes, there's been a slight difference, and they preferred the way Tanner surfed the heat. So what do you think's been the main difference between these two guys' styles in this particular heat here?
I'd say the speed. Look, we're clutching at a 0.3 split, which is the difference between Gudauskas and Buchheim right now. It's not really doesn't really come down to an opinion. It really comes down to the numbers used. So judges, they start with holes, so a 6 flat. They might move into a half, so 6.5. And then when it comes down to the splits, 0.2, 0.7, 0.8 are kind of the more common numbers used. You don't really see a 0.1 or a 0.9. That's where the maths and the averages come out. And it just comes down to where the high and the low are that get thrown away. To be honest, we could keep all 5 judges' scores and potentially have a different result in this heat. So I dare say it's the speed of Gudauskas that has separated the two. But when neither guy's had a good heat, so if you're losing and not having a good heat, there's nothing you complain about. 45 seconds on the clock. We do have some bumps on their way through. So Buchheim, he's propped up. He's just off screen. He has seen it. He's kicking to the south. Buchheim in blue with priority, needing a 6.56. And, as I said, neither guy's had a good heat. So no one can expect to have won. If you're getting a pair of 8s and losing, that's a bit of a stitch. But we got live action. This is Tanner Gudauskas looking to improve on his low of a 6.33. And this set just shuffled away from Buchheim. Didn't really hold up on the bank. Although it looks like with beach announcer counting down, Buchheim's going to have one more crack at this. So blue is up. This wave will count. Chasing a 6.56. And, well, we don't need a close shot on that one to see that Ramsey's not too happy. So, opportunity potentially gone begging there for Buchheim. But as I said, neither boy having a blinder. they're the ones when you're having a good week, those ones go your way. And, Ramsey a little bit disappointed there, but I think it's more that it was such an attainable result.
Yeah. I guess it's the opportunity that wasn't. He didn't get that last wave to try to fight back through. It's always got to be frustrating if you sit with priority for 5 minutes and you don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, so we see Buchheim unfortunately eliminated in the quarterfinals, and Tana Gadauskas will join Leonardo Fioravanti in semi-final number 1. And what we're going to do right now, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with quarterfinal number 3, Victor Bernardo and Evan Geiselman.
さあ、クォーターファイナルの第3ヒートがねスタートしました。ゼッケンレッドにビクター・ベルナルド選手、そしてブルーにイーバン・ギーズルマン選手の2名の戦い。今ちょっとねモニターの方では先ほど勝ち上がりましたガダスカス選手ね、子供たちに囲まれてこう見るとやっぱりね、サーフィンもだんだんこうなんていうんですかね、すごいスポーツね、スポーツとして
アイドルが生まれるという、いいですね。子供たちに夢を与えるスポーツですね。
今のアメリカの選手ガダスカス選手なんですけど、ものすごくねナイスガイで、昨日一昨日か嵐の時ブースが出してるとこテントが飛びそうな時に一緒になってこう支えてくれてたっていう。
ナイスですね。
さあ、現在第3ヒートですけども、第1ヒート第2ヒートとちょっと各選手やっぱり波がね、セットがまだ潮がこう多すぎて、スウェルは入っていくんですけどちょっとまだ割れない感じがね、
しづらいっていうところで、波がセットが入ってくれば、
はい、
波の形というのは今日かなりいいので、
そうですよね、
はい、高得点は出せるんですけれども、
はい、
はい、波の形というのはね、入ってくればいいんですけど、ただこう波数が少ないという、はい、若干こうスローな展開となっていたんですけど、ただ先ほど浅香さんの会場向けの放送でも言ってたように一発逆転があるっていうので、
そうなんですよね、
はい、
本当にこうシーソーゲームというか、はい、乗って乗って乗っての、はい、
そして波数が少ないので本日マンオンマンでプライオリティがとても重要になってくるんですよね。
そうですね、先ほども第2ヒート、はい、ガダスカ選手が優先権持ってるのに行かれてしまってちょっと前半戦リード取られちゃったんでね、
はい、
だもやっぱ落ち着いてましたよね。
はい、さあ現在このヒートですがすでに4分経過してますが、まだ2人ともノーライドとなっているので優先権の方はまだついていません。どちらかの選手が1本乗ってそして沖に出た時点で、ファーストプライオリティそして、セカンドプライオリティ優先権の方がついてきます。さあ残り時間、20分40秒というところでまだ両選手とも波には乗っていません。さあそれでは先ほどの、第1位でラウンドアップした、選手のガダスカス選手のインタビューの方聞いてみましょう。
So hi, I'm here with Tana Gadauskas, our last heat winner. He's a big guy out there in the smaller surf. He really worked hard and he won a very tight heat, Tana. How do you feel about all that stuff that went down out there in the last 25 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a lot going down. It was definitely a lot of sitting, but it's fun. It's been a great week, and before coming here, everybody who had been here was telling me that it was just like a spot that we have in San Clemente called T Street. And so I was surfing T Street every day, trying to get ready, trying to get my boards ready, and so when I saw it this morning and it's a little smaller, I was just frothing. Just stoked to get out there.
Yeah, I noticed you this morning out in the free surf, and you're a big guy and you got a lot of power and you really bury a lot of rail through your turns, and I noticed that you were doing it even though the waves are like, waist high. How do you do that?
Well, thanks. I think honestly it's just my board. Like, this board it feels really magic, and it gets me stoked to just surf it. So that's a good thing. It just feels really fast, and hopefully I can keep it going. That was, I think, my first heat that I've won this contest, because I've been getting second in every round, so I'm stoked to get a win.
All right, well, Tanner's building momentum as we head towards the sharp end of the event, through to the semi-finals, and it's great to see him here all the way from California in Shida Beach, Japan.
Chiba style.
さあターナー選手のインタビューでした、かなりボードの方が調子がいいみたいで、このシダの、ここの波でとても速く走ると、ストークしてると言ってましたね。
なるほど。
さあそしてインタビューをしている間にイーヴァン・ゲゼルマンを、アメリカですね、アメリカから1本いいライディングバックハンドしてきました。このイーヴァン選手なんですけれども、昨日中村拓海選手と戦って、見せつけられたというか、
試合運びがやっぱもう結構早いうちから抑えにかかってましたからね。
そうですね。もう乗る波エアーを決めてきて、昨日ケンユーさんというカメラマンの方と喋るタイミングがあったんですけど、そのイーヴァンのライディング、その飛んでるこのセクションを写真で見ると、いかに彼の技がすごいかっていうのが分かるそうです。なるほど。さあそのイーヴァン乗っています。
ナイスリップ。エアーだけじゃないですね。
現在彼は22歳ですね。でこのなんですか、映像だけで見てると、そのエアってもかなりスピードもあるので一瞬で終わってしまうんですけど、写真とか動画のスローで見ると、その飛んでる角度だとかボードの向き、縦に回ってるとか、こう斜めの回転を入れてるとか、そういうところが見えてくるらしく。
なるほどね。でやっぱりこう当然ランディング着地をメイクするっていうことは、空中でもボードをコントロールしてるんでしょうね。さあこれ1本目のライディングですね。そしてこれがセカンドです。2本目の。やっ ぱ一発目良かったですね。こうやって見るとね。
さあ残り時間17分というところで、スコアの方がまだちょっと入ってきてないんですけれども、レッドビクター選手はまだノーライドとなっています。現在ファーストプライオリティがレッド、そしてセカンドプライオリティがブルー。優先権第2位の、ブルー、セカンドプライオリティを持っているイーヴァン選手はかなり左の方にポジショニングしています。あれは作戦でしょうかね。
どうなのかな、これちょっとそのプライオリティっていうよりかは、あっちの左の棚の方がスコアメイクできるっていうポジショニングかもしれないですね。
かもしれないですね。最初に入ったポジショニングからかなりもう50メートルほど移動して、ブルーが、シダの左の方のところで波待ちをしているというところです。
ビクター選手がちょっと焦り始めているのかな。
そうですね。
でもそうですよね。もう残り16分ですもんね。
さあこれ見えますか、画面。かなり選手と各選手離れてるんですけれども。
また今日もね、観客もたくさん来てますよね。
そうなんですよ。今日とても天気がいいので、暑いです。もう朝の8時ぐらいから日差しが強く、とても暑いんですけれども、もしビーチに来られる方々、水分補給の方もね、忘れずに行ってください。さあブルーの1本目 6.00、 そして2本目が 3.30、トータルスコアが 9.33。
もう立ち上がりじゃないですか。
いい滑り出しだと思います。
意外とでももう10分ですからね。
そうですね。
今日のちょっとこの波の時間を見ると、ちょっと早めにこう
レッドがまだ、ノーライドなので、さあ奥ではブルー、これウォッチですね、ウォッチだけです。そしてレッドがフルパドルで右の方に波を追いかけてる。
見つけたのかな。
そうですね。セットが来てるんでしょうか。これから潮の方がどんどん引いてきますので、波のブレイクっていう面でいうと割れやすくなってくるんですが、 ただその技が入りやすい波の高さという部分ではちょっとこうどうなんでしょうね。満ちてる時の方がフェースはあるかもしれないんですが、
ちょっと難しい表現だけどちょっとペシャッとした感じなんですよね。
はいはい、パワーのないこの波の、ね、上の部分でこうパワーがないので、そこにどう選手たちがアプローチをかけてくるかっていうところだと思います。
やっぱりちょっと左イーバン選手の方が、はい、棚左の方がなんか良さそうな。
そうですね。
こうやって引きで見てるとね。
これも乗ります。これウォッチですね。潮が引いてきますと波のブレイクが速くなってくるので、いかにこの狭いセクションでどんな、技を入れてくるかっていうところが勝敗となってくると思います。
これ今レッドのビクター選手がフルパドルで、でもちょっと僕らの方からはあんまりうねりが入ってる風には見えないんですけど、やっぱりなんかどっかあれがあんのかな、サインが送られてんのかな。
ビーチの岸からね、もしかすると、仲間からのサインが、右に移動しろというサインが出てるのかもしれないですね。このセットのことを追いかけてるのかな、この裏かな。そして現在、画面上ではブルーの選手が映ってるんですけれども、はい、ブルーの選手もレッドの選手を追いかけている状況ですね。さあ、そしてレッドのところに波が入ってきましたか。これはどうでしょう。シダのこのサーフエリアでいうと、いつものシダのピークにレッドが移動しているという形ですね。
真ん中の今のうねりを追いかけたんじゃなくて、もう完全に右側の堤防横まで行けっていうことなんでしょう、あれ。
かもしれないですね。タイミングよくポンポンと高得点をマークしている選手もいるという状況です。さあ、そしてこちらの、ライブ放送席に、ローカルの地元ヒーロー大原ひろと君が来てくれています。おはようございます。おはようございます。ひろと君、どうですか、今日の波は。昨日と比べるとまずコンディション的にどうでしょうか。
そうですね、まずちょっと小さくはなってはいるけど、でもまだまだスコアできる波が来てるんで、いいんじゃないかなと思います。
今この、ヒートを見てみると、レッドのビクター選手はかなり右の方にポジショニングしたんですけれども、あそこの地形っていうのはどうなってますか、今。
そうですね、今回の試合結構やってる人が少なく見えるんですけど、自分的にはコンスタントに、まあ左と同じぐらいいい波が来てるんじゃないかなってやっぱ思ってたから、まあなかなかいい動きになるんじゃないかなって思ってます。
ちょっとこう確かにそうだよね、毎日見てるローカルとしては、なんであそこ使わねえんだと。
そうですね、ちょっとそうは思いました。自分も試合やった時はあっちで待ったんで、そうですね。
ただ数が少ないのかもね。入ってくればすごいいい波だけど、やっぱりコンスタントに割れるのはみんなが使ってる左側の棚、
それはあると思います。ここで
まあ今ブルーがスピードつけて、ちょっとこのアクション出すフェースがやっぱ開いてこないのかな、このレフトだとね。
そうです、多分上げてる時は右から。
さあ今ね、ブルーが乗っていたところで右の方から、まだ乗っています。レッド、これが1本目となりますね。
ようやくね。でもやっぱりインサイドまでつないでくるんだ。
つないできましたね。ブラジリアンの選手です。
最後まで技を入れてきますね。
ガッツポーズが出てました。さあ今乗ったのはレッド、そしてブルー、ひろと君、イーバン・ゲーゼルマンっていうと、もうかなりこうジュニアの頃から彼のサーフィン見てきてると思うんですけど、どんな選手ですか、彼。
そうですね、やっぱり昨日の匠のヒートなんかはやっぱ最初スタートで2発エア決めて、ちょっとこう気分的にもまあ多分相当エアに多分自信があるような選手だから、やっぱそういう組み立て方が一番多分匠に対してはいいのかなってやっぱ思ってたら、やっぱそういう組み立て方だったから、
先制パンチでプレッシャーをかけていくってやつですね。
やっぱ 匠も多分乗れば出せるってエヴァンも分かってたから、
なるほど
こうどうやってそれを焦らすか多分考えて、そういう
なるほどなるほど。
組み立て方にしたんじゃないかなと思いましたね。
ひろと君はじゃあ、自分のヒートの時その相手によって作戦を変えたりだとか、相手によってじゃあ今日はこういうサーフィンにしようとか、この相手ならこう行こうっていうのは持ってるんですか？
そんなに考えないけど、
はい
でもまあ例えば本当フィリッペみたいな、
はい
あんぐらいエアがやっぱ得意な選手に対してやっぱエアで太刀打ちはできないから、
はい
それならターンで行くとか、例えばこういうまあ日本人なんかだったらやっぱりもう昔から戦ってる選手も多いから、
はい
多分こういう感じで来るだろうなって予想して戦ったりとか
はい
なるほど。
はしますね。
はい、さあそして現在第1位のブルー乗っています。バックハンド。
わあ綺麗ですね。
これだけリズムよく乗られちゃうとやっぱビクターも
そうですよね、
はい
ちょっと焦るという
ス
か。
コアがやっぱり入ってくるからね、放送でね。
ここで右にセットが
どうですかこのバンク、この波、
今
形良さそうですね。
あ、今来ましたね、うち
はい、
やっぱ開いてる波とこう中に囲ってくる波がすげえはっきりしてるから、
はい
やっぱ開いちゃうとああやってなくなって、多分さっきもずっと見てたらやっぱ何本かやっぱこう肩がなくならないで最後まで行く波が来てるから、
はい、
まあさっきの1本目だよね。
はい
それはやっぱうねりの向きなのかな。
そうだと思いますね。
そこはやっぱりもう一発で見分けられる。うねりが入ってきたシフト方向からで。
そうですね、はい、もう志田だったらあそこでしかやらないから
やりたかったね。
やりたかったですね。ここでリプレイ、さっきの1本目ですね、
はい、2マニューバーしたところで、これ1本目ですね。はい、さあこのスコアの方まだ入ってきていません。ここからまだまだ伸びてきましたね、セクション。
最後の最後まで、
はい、
これがこうラップしてくるっていうやつですね。
はい
さすが。
でもこれよりさっきは多分もっと高さのあるやつが
来てた
から、
なるほど。
ここでうまく待てたら乗れるんじゃないですかね。
さあ残り時間8分を切っています。
まあちょっとこれ会場に流れないからライブ向けなんで、じゃあ作戦としてはレッドの方がありみたいな。
そうだと思います、やっぱりこの全然時間の間であっちでやっぱ乗れなかったから、
なるほどね。
多分こうもう本当ガラって作戦をこう変えた方が気分的にもまたあそこでこうずっと待ち続けてやばいって気持ちがこうどんどん積み重なるより、一回吹っ切れてあっちに向けてまた一からやり直した方が多分時間的にもいいんじゃないかなって。
まあリセットってことだね、
はい、
でも見事それで一発目にあのスコアができてだいぶ落ち着いて、もう逆に待ってれば来るっていう自信に変わってるかもしれないよね。
そうですね、しかも多分今のもすげえいいセットが来たって多分思って乗ってないから、
なるほど。
余計もしじゃあさっき見てたセットを乗ったら何点出んだみたいな、そういうのも出たりとか。
なるほど、
はい、
さあそのレッドの1本目が 5.67 というポイント、
追いつきましたね。
はい、でブルーのイーバンまだベスト、トップスコアが 6.00 なので、そこまでこう大差は開いてないですよね。
そうですね、これでもう1本乗れれば全然
そうですね、
はい、
分かんなくなります、ね、
まだまだ分かりませんね。残り時間6分30秒というところで、現在プライオリティの方がレッドなんですが、ここまで離れると実際そこまでこう優先権っていうのは気にしなくてもいいんでしょうかね。
そうだと思いますね。
レッド逆転に必要なスコアは 6.01。現在第1のポジションにイーバン選手です。まだこのヒート飛んでないですよね、彼は。
飛んでないですね、
はい、
俺も2人とも飛ぶかなって思ったんですけど、
レッドのビクター選手も飛ぶのが得意なんですか？
結構得意だと思います。前回の、昨日の試合も1本目から結構高いの決めて9点台出してたから、もしこれで2分とか3分ぐらいで本当全然良くない波だったら多分飛んだりとか可能性はあるんじゃないかなと思います。
一発逆転を狙いながら、
これでもしかしたらエバンがこのまま
右の方にねポジショニング今移してますよね。
かもしれないですね。
だから第1ヒートのサンティアゴ選手がそうでしたよね。最後もうあとこれしかないって言った時にエアねやったんですけど、あれ成功したらきっと
逆転してたかもしれないですよね、あれね。会場沸いてましたからね。
ねまあでも、もしものコーナーで行っちゃうけど、ここに大原選手いたらがぜん有利なんだろうね。この
ローカルノーレッジを使いながら、
だって波選びでさ明らかに、
はい的確なこう持ってますもんね。ダイレクションのこううねりがこう来たらこう乗る、あっちでうねってきたらこっちに移動するみたいな。そこどうでしょう、レッド。そこファースト。
これね、さすが。
ここからです。まだまだフロー流れてます。
素晴らしい。
流れながら。
もう要求通りだね。
今の波多分ターンだけじゃ逆転できないって判断して一発目でセクション来たら。
やっぱりファーストマニューバーでああいう大技を入れてくると高得点につながりますよね。
そうですね。しかも余計最後に2発だけどちょこちょこって入ったのもだいぶプラスになるんじゃないですかね。やっぱり一発だけよりは。
そうですね、点数の方待ってみましょう。さあレッド 6.01 を出すと、第1位のポジションに。これリプレイ見ましょう。ここですね。
さすが組み立てがうまいよね、考え方がね。
もしあそこで思いっきりやってたら一発で終わってたのもそこまで思いっきりやらずに
ちょっとこう抑え気味でもちゃんとしっかり見せてくる。
そうですね。
はい。
でもエアの後にまた演技を続けるっていうことが重要なんですよね。
そうですね。やっぱりあれで終わっちゃうよりは、
そうですね。ジャッジってこの流れフローをしっかり見てるので、技と技のつなぎもすごい重要ということですよね。そしてヒロト君全くサーフィンと関係ないっていうか、今日こうヒートを見てると、さっき画面上にねレッドの選手がなった時沖にこうふわーんってこう黒いのが映ったんですが、あれスナメリですか？
そうですね。はい、スナメリです。
結構いるんですね。
そうですね。この辺は結構多いですね。昨日も、フランスの方を海で話したら、なんかここ変な生き物がいねえかって俺も何それと思って、なんかヒレのないイルカがいるとか言って、ヒレのないイルカがいる、
確かにそういうことだよね。
それでああと思ってスナメリだと思って、
さあラストウェーブ入ってきました。 6.00 で 0.01 届かない。すいません、これはハイエストが全く一緒ですか？これ
多分一緒だから3本目の点数の高い方になるんですよね。
なるほど。
だから多分ニードのところに 3.68 ってなってて、エヴァンの3個目が 3.67 だから
さすが大原選手、
分かりやすい説明をありがとうございます。
僕と前口さんとまごまごしちゃってましたね。
今現在ベスト2ウェーブスコアが両選手とも全く一緒です。 6.00、5.67、2人がこの同じスコアを持っています。さあそこでブルーバックハンド、そこまで波的には張ってないんですが、
でもいいですね。
スナップ入れてきます。
素晴らしい。
どうだと会場の方拍手起こってますね。
ちょっと喜びの表現がおしゃれだよね。ガッツしないもんね。どんなもんですかみたいな。さ
あ現在のちょっとポイントをもう一回おさらいしたいんですけれども、両者ともベスト2ウェーブスコアが全く一緒。通常ですとベスト2スコアのトータルスコアが一緒ですと2本目の、ライディングのスコアで違いますね、ベスト1高い方のポイントが1位になるということですよね。ただ2本とも一緒なので本来ですと、カウントしない3本目のハイエストポイントで順位が決まるっていうところです。でブルーのイーバン選手が3本目のライディングがレッドより高いため、今ポジションでいうとファーストがブルー、そしてセカンドがレッドという風になっています。
僕もこのシチュエーション初めてかもしれない。アナウンスやってて
俺も初めて見ま
した。なかなかないですよね。残り時間1分です。
来るかなね。
最後のライディング、
現在ラストブルーのスコアを待っているところです。かなりいいスコアが入ってきましたね。 7.60。
やった。
さあここでベストトップスコア伸ばしてきて、現在第1のポジションにイーバン、第2
ビクタ
ー乗ってますね。
大きなリップだね。
これで 7.61 を出すと逆転できます。
30秒で今のは、
いや痛いですね。
会場からもちょっと悲鳴のような。
さあラストブルーが 7.60 ということで、現在レッド逆転に必要なスコアが 7.61 っていうところで、もうカウントダウンに入ります。
10秒。
はい、10秒。
ああ、やりましたね。
さあイーバンが勝ち上がってきます。
タイムアップ。
さあクォーターファイナル第3ヒート終了しました。
いやでもいい試合。もう第3ヒートまでずっといい試合だね、やっぱり、まあ当たり前なんだけど、この
見応えありますよね。
やっぱ QS6 戦ってやっぱすごい舞台だよね。
ね。さあ今画面上では、2位で負けてしまったんですけれども、レッドのベルナード選手乗ってましたね。それではクォーターファイナル第4ヒートスタートします。レッドにトーマス・ウッズオーストラリア、ブルービリー・ステーマンドニュージーランド、この2名の戦いとなっています。
これもまたね熱いヒート、
この2人も昨日飛びまくってましたね、ヒートの中で。乗る波乗る波必ず大技飛んでくるという。
特にトーマス・ウッズはハワイのタナー・ヘンドリック選手にもうエアーで競り勝った感じでしたもんね。
あの人2人とも飛んでましたもんね。
すごかったよね。
あれは面白かったですね。見ていてエキサイティングなヒートでした。
あとはこの今日最終日なんですけども、観客がねぐーっと増えて、で日本の皆さんみんな上がってくると拍手をねしたりして
ね、選手嬉しいと思いますよ。
気持ちいいですよね。
さあレッドがテイクオフ1本目です。これ若干インサイドシャクルじゃなくて、これがファーストマニューバーです。そしてこれは早めにプルアウト。
子供たちがもう追っかけてますね。
そうなんですよね。これ地元のキッズたちですか？サーフィンしてる。
他のところから来てる子とかいっぱいいますね。
本当ね、小学生も幼稚園ぐらいの子たちもサインペンと色紙、大会のパンフレットでしょうかね。それを持って選手を追いかけ回しているのがとっても可愛いですね。
僕も地元で見る子たちがちょろちょろいるから、みんないろんなところ来てんじゃないですかね。
じゃあもう浅香さん、久毛沼でしたっけ？はい。じゃあ神奈川と各地から皆さん来てくれてるんですね。
楽しみだも
ん。ねえ。天気もいいし最高ですよね。で演技をしている選手との距離もかなり近いので、かなり迫力のある演技が皆さん見れてると思います。
やっぱライブのインターネット上でやっぱ、見てるのと生で見れるのじゃ
また違いますね。はい。
そういった意味でUS オープンなんてやっぱりすごいんでしょ？
そうですね。人は多いですね。かなり。
US オープンの試合のエリアの中にスケートの大きなランページだとかコンサート場だとか、もういろんなブースも出てると思うんですけど、その中で優勝するって本当もう大変なことですよね。囲まれませんでした？
そうですね。やっぱり、ファイナルデーになるとやっぱ人の量ももう愕然と違くて、なんか歩けるスペースもないぐらいビーチに人がいっぱいいて、
あとピアにもね、もう崩れちゃうんじゃないかってぐらいね。
上がってきたりとかみんなするとやっぱりサイン求める人がいっぱいいて、ファイナルでやっぱなんかもうダメダメダメっていう人がいて、
セキュリティがちゃんとガードマンがつくんですね。
そうですね。自分なんかそんなことないから全員やりたいんですけど、もう早く行けみたいな感じになって。
なるほどね。
なるほど。
やっぱり未だに地元の、じゃあ今からインタビューに入ります。
All right, I'm here with the winner of that last heat against Victor Bernardo, Evan Geiselman. Great surfing.
Yeah, thank you. That was a tough one. I'm stoked to win my way.
So there was quite a bit of tension there. You guys were tied up for a long time there, and then did the little escape, and you were trying to decide if you needed to chase him down and use your priority and sit on him, and you chose to kind of just post up where you were at.
Yeah, that bank's been good to me so far, so I kind of could have played the priority maybe a little better, but it was so far away, and I actually missed a pretty good wave. I went on one, and I didn't better my score, and then there was a wave actually in back of it that I probably could have got a good score on, but I got the 7 in the end, and yeah, it was lucky, but that's what you need kind of in these things. So
yeah, I think that was a smart choice because we've seen that little right trick people, and it's not really on. It's a little bit of a It's a little bit of a farce. You see it and it looks really good, and then you go over there and it doesn't have a lot of guts.
Yeah, it's always nice surfing by yourself. So if I was him too, he didn't have much luck. I got the first wave of the heat too, and kind of got a 6. So he was kind of fighting the whole way. But yeah, he almost got me. I got very fortunate, so I'm stoked.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you surf in your next round. I think we're going to have probably some of the best tides of the day through those semifinals and finals. So you're going to have just improving waves. It should get easier and easier.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll get a little steeper. So it's still today's going to be definitely a wave catching contest. So just got to hopefully got that rhythm and get it done.
And we're waiting for some ramps to see you pop around.
That would be really nice.
Right, thank you very much, Evan.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
イーバン選手のインタビューでした。
彼同じぐらいの年、もうちょっとちょい上ぐらい。
少し上だと思いますね。
22歳ですね。
じゃあ
はい、
2つ上。
そうですね。
フロリダ出身の現在サンクラメンテに住んでいるということでした。
ちょっとゲームの方は動かないかな。
はい、残り時間、20分というところで、まだ両選手ともグッドウェーブも出してないですね。ビリー選手に関してはまだノーライド
ですね。今レッドが行くかな。
でもやっぱりうねりが来始めると全然腹胸ぐらいのうねりはまだあるから、
これからどんどん潮が引いていくと思うんですけど、どうなりそうですか？
もっといい波と多分悪い波がはっきりするんじゃないですかね。
なるほど。
はい。
風は今ちょっとこっち
右から
海の方から吹くの東風。
そうですね、東。これだけでも弱かったら
もうあまり関係ない。
はい。逆に多分面が綺麗なよりちょっとこう風に食らってる方が多分選手としては技はしやすいんじゃないかなと思いますね。
オシャワだともう綺麗に全部一斉のバーンって割れちゃうからね。なるほどなるほど。先ほどちょっとまた US オープンの話聞きたいんですけど、やっぱり僕もうかなり昔なんですけど、見に行った時があって、そのアメリカの選手が出てくるとみんなが橋の上とかのスタンドで足踏みするんだよね。そうするとだんだんだんだんつってそのピアノ横からトム・カレンです当時ズバーンって出てきて、もうわっさーっと鳥肌が
大きなイベントですよね、US オープン。
本当にその晴れ舞台で、
日本人が優勝するなんて思ってもなかったですけど、
思ってなかったです。
はい、ひろと君も思ってなかった。いやーすごいですね。でも自信につながりません？大きな大会で優勝できるっていうことを証明したっていうのは。
そうですね、やっぱりあれが US オープンじゃなくてもやっぱ QS10000の大会で優勝できたっていうのは結構これからもこう世界回ってる中で、もしこれで今とかは全然勝ったりできてないけど、このでもっていうのが、
そうですよね、自信につながるし、またね周りから見られる目っていうのもかなり変わったと思うんですけど、これはレッド乗ってきます。トーマス・ウッズ
小ぶりの波、
そうですね、ミドルの波セットではなかったですよね。これが2本目です。はい、まだ乗ってます。
ライディングとしては2本目だけども、彼のスコアの1本目と考えてもいいんじゃないですか。無理しないでやっぱりエアとかまだ入れないですもんね。つかまずメイクしてからっていう。
これだけやっぱ波数も少ないと、もしこう4点必要で波来なかったとかで、
そうですよね、
波決めとけばって思うんだったら、多分こうやってうまく
確実にね
点を稼いだ方が。
そして今レッドが乗っていた、逆側ではブルーの選手も1本目のライディングを、これですね、はい、ビリー選手、これファーストマニューバーです。若干こうたるそうですよね、ここのセクションが上手につないできて3マニューバー入れてきました。
多分レフトはもう、だんだんなくなってくるんじゃないかなっていう予想は。
やっぱそうなんだ。
それは潮が引いて、
そうですね、やっぱ上げててリフォームしてくるような波だったから、引いてくるとやっぱ昨日もみんなが乗ってたレギュラーが良くなるんじゃないかなって。
なるほど。
結局カレントなんだよね。
そうですね。
深いからちょっと引いてくるとね、
なくなっちゃいますよね。
今、2名の選手が待っているポジションを、シダのエリアの中でいうと本当真ん中中心ぐらいですか？
そうで、今だとやっぱ中心になりますよね。ここのやっぱ真ん中が深くなってカレントが沖に出てるから、もう波は割れなくなってるから、そこが真ん中で、たまに昨日なんかはレオとかが左の奥の方に行ってたのが左側のピークに、
あそこにもこうバンクが今あるんですね。あ
ると思いますね。
普段はあまり行かないんですか、ひろと君は？
ほとんど行かないですね。
ほとんど、このシダってこれどれぐらい、これ先ほどのリプレイですね。
これ2本目。
はい。
まだスコアの方入ってきていません。
でも これだけやっぱちっちゃい波でも、
はい、
海外の選手よくうまく乗りますよね。
うまいですよね。
見せ方がうまいよね。こう板がいかにもこう、上がってますよ感を出すのがね。
それにスプレーがついてくるからやっぱり。
さあスコアの方待ってみましょう。シダのポイントなんですけど、シダ下、正式にはシダ下って言うんですね。
そうですね。
はい。釣ヶ崎海岸。はい。
多分本当の正式名称の名前は、はい、鶴ヶ崎海岸。
鶴ヶ崎海岸ですね。海岸名はね。はい、でまあニックネームというか。
そうですね。みんなが言ってんのはシダ下。
シダ下。
はい。
昔だからなんかシダ商店があってそこの下だからみたいなこと。
あ、そうなんですね。
ね。
由来はそうですね。
由来、はい。こう右のジェッティから左のジェッティの間、ここがシダ下っていうんですよね。これ何メーターぐらいあるんでしょうかね。
どんぐらいあるんですか。
結構ありますよね。
はい。
500メートルはないですか。
ないぐらいじゃないですかね。
500メートルないぐらいでしょうかね。
イクミよりは広いんじゃない。同じぐらいかな。
イクミはね 1.9 1.9キロあるんすよ。結構広い。
刻んできました。
2キロはないんですよ。はい。
じゃあヒロトが後で測っといてください。
はい。
どうします。
教えてくださいまた。その数百メートルの間、ここがすべて会場になっているということですね。QS6000。
そうですね。もうどこでもやっても。
どこでやってもいいんですよね。はい。さあこれ追いかけるのは。
セットが。
これ今日
これセットですね。
一番いいんじゃないですか。
こういうやっぱ高さのあるやつ。
はい。ブルーが優先権持ってます。ちょっと波的には速かったですよね。まあそこをうまい感じで、はい。スピーディーな2マニューバー入れてきました。さあブルーはニュージーランドからビリーさん。
これ厳しいゲーム展開だよね。先ほどレッド 5.10 で、はい、ブルーが逆転してのスコアが 3.33 で今の2マニューバーで、優先権がレッドに入るよね。
残り時間13分30秒です。
そうさっきのUS オープンでね、僕その後たまたま出張で行ったんですよ。そしたらハンティントンのところにあるお店いっぱいあるじゃない。でもやっぱり日本人ってすぐ分かんないね。お前日本人かって。そうだ。ヒロトは知ってるか。いやそれは知ってますよみたいなさ。でそれがハンティントンのお店だったら分かるじゃない。サウショップの店員さんとか全然違うサンクレメントのところに行った時に、まあたまたまその現地の人話した時に奥さんが出てきて。あなたヒロトすごいじゃないってみんなすげえなと思ってさ、
もう日本人サーファーイコール大原ヒロトっていう。
それで後の、
はい、
インタビューが良かったみたいであの子は可愛らしいわねって。
可愛らしいあの時のヒロト君のインタビュー、外人の選手とかみんながこうインスタグラムで回してましたよね。
やりまくってましたね。
はい、
あれはでも受けましたね。
はい、さあブルー乗ってきます。これが3本目の演技です。
ちょっとリズムが出てきたのかな。
波に乗ってきましたね。
さあこれはもうほぼもうビーチ岸まで乗ってきていますね。これラストセクション。
最後のインサイドの一発もやっぱりスコアリングとしては少し有効になってくるのかな。
そうですね。やっぱりあそこでやんないのかジャバジャバって終わっちゃうのかだったらやっぱりああいうクリーンなフィニッシュでスプレーも上がると決めたっていう。
そうですね。まだベスト2スコアがそこまで伸びてないので、やはり1本乗ったらきっちりとっていうところでしょうかね。
これいい波いくんじゃないの。落ち着いてますね。冷静にという間には
しっかりボードコントロールしながらスプレー上げてきましたね。レッドトーマス・ウッズ選手、オーストラリアです。
これで何気に2人でパドルバトルしてるじゃないですか。
そうですね。今2名の選手が波に乗ったためプライオリティがゼロです。フラットな状態になっています。で先に沖に出た選手にファーストプライオリティが与えられるので、両選手とも今フルパドルで沖に出てます。ただどうですか、ここから見てる限り本当同時な感じですか。これは右と左から
でも
ブルーが座りましたね。沖に出たぜ的な。
なるほど。それでやっぱりブルーに入るんだね。
はい、ファーストプライオリティがブルーに入ります。すかさずレッドが乗ってきますね。バックハンド。ここからまたリフォームしてくるんじゃないですか、波が。さあラストセクション。
これ後半すごいですね。
後ろではブルー乗ってます。かなりスピードついてますよ。
やっぱりすごいね。
スムーズですよね。スピードつけてテイクオフからもうあれ狙ってましたよね今。
あれだけやっぱスピードついてたら、
はい、いいですね。
あれか
さあ
ちょっと
はい、
画面には映ってないんですけど、大原ライトが静かに炸裂してたね。
今来てましたね。
まあこういう見方もだから本当は会場に来るとね、こう
全部
全部見るからね
見渡せて。
あーでもこれはゲーム、いやいいゲームになりそうですね。本当にこの最終第4ヒートも。
でもまだやっぱ10分あるから、ここで一発どっちかがこうボンって7点台ぐらい出すとまたゴロって動くんじゃないですか。
シチュエーションが変わりそうですよね。
トーマスも今のところまだ飛んでないから、
はい、
例えばこれでビリーに出されたらもう次どうやって出すか考えて、もしかしたら出してくるかもしれないし、
残り時間が10分というところで各選手がね今多分ヒート組み立ててると思います。さあレイトのトーマス打つ、
乗りまくってますね。
ちょっとここら辺でバリエーション変えていかないとなんかあんまり同じような感じな、
点が伸びなくなっちゃいそうですよね。
なんとなくね、
はい、それは多分あるんじゃないですかね。やっぱりここで何かスペシャルを出さないと、波のコンディション的にもここでバックサイド、
これ先ほどのリプレイですね、レッドのリプレイになります。かなり大きな綺麗なスプレー、セカンドマニューバー出てましたよね。さきっちりと。
でこの後ろブルーに出て、
はい、
まあちょっとスコアが、まああとはあれですよね、ジャッジの目も慣れてきちゃうっていうかね。
そうですね、やっぱ毎回毎回同じ
味付けだとね、
されちゃうと
そろそろ日本食食いたいみたいなね。
なっちゃいますよね。
ジャッジのね、これですね、ブルーからスピードつけて、
もう僕らも見てて、あのライン取りでもうやるなって思うじゃない。それを成功させてくるのがこの完成度がすごいよね。
いや気持ちいいですね、安心感がありますよね。
本当に。
はい。そしてジャッジはね、やはりさっき言ってたみたいにこの目が覚めるようないかにこう難易度の高い技を決めてくるかっていうのを求めているので、やはりこうずっと同じようなマニューバーで来ている中でおっていうライディングをするとエクセレントだとかグッドスコアがついてくると思いますね。さあそして、ブルーラストウェーブスコア 6.83。
やっぱりここで、
はい、
スピードも多分今までの誰のライディングの中でもやっぱ速さもあったし、あそこでやっぱ確実に決めてきて、点も結構バンってついて、これが多分トーマスと今ビリーのこの違いなんじゃないですかね。
はい、そうですね、まあ、トータルで言いますとまだレッドのトーマス選手が、リードしてるんですけれども、ブルー逆転に必要なスコアが 4.51、すぐ出ますよね、4.51 って言いますと、
やっぱりここら辺のこういうことなんだろうね。
そうですね、
スコアがちょっと似てきちゃうというかね。
そこまでやっぱりスペシャルな何かもなく無難にやっぱ決めてこられると、この3本5点がやっぱ続いてるのはそういうことなんじゃないですかね。
まああとはもう本当にマンオンマンのもうクォーターファイナルだからね、それだとちょっとやっぱりこう、
そうですよね。でもそこで多分ここでこれしかできないわけじゃないのがやっぱここら辺の選手だから、
まあそういうことなんですよね。
必要な時ではやるよみたいな
感
じですね。
さあ現在行われているのはメンクォーターファイナル第4ヒートです、残り時間7分です。さあ現在レッドのラストウェーブスコアが入るのを待っているところですね。まあここでレッドの選手が、ベスト2を伸ばしてくるとブルー逆転に必要なスコアがまた少し増える可能性があります。
だから今のこのスコアが非常に重要なんじゃないですか。お互いトップスコアになるのかバックアップを伸ばすのかみたいな、来ましたね。
伸ばしましたね。
さあ若干レッドの選手がリードしてますね。ラストウェーブスコアが 5.90 で、ブルーのビリー逆転に必要なスコアが 4.74 と少しだけ伸びます。
だからやっぱそういうことなんだね。
ですね。
そうなるとやっぱり7に近いこのスコアっていうのがやっぱりかなり有効だね。
ブルーの、ポイントですね。
まだ6分だったら全然焦る点数じゃないから、落ち着いて待てますよね。
そういうことですね。さあワールドサーフリーグジャパンツアーに、QS6000 が帰ってきましたね。もう本当に7年ぶり
7年ぶりですか、
ですよね、
日本での、まあ、昔は6スターって 言ってた
はい
大きな大会ですよね。
やっぱり日本人選手としてはもう嬉しいよね。何戦も
本当ですね。
ねえ
やっぱり今までやっぱ1500とかあっても3000だったから、
はい、
やっぱ日本でやっぱ点稼げるっていうのは一番いいことですからね。
特にホームでもやりたいですよね。
さあブルーこれで 4.74 を出してくると逆転します。
いやー綺麗にいきますね。
ここでまたインサイドまで
つなぐかな。さすがにやっぱり大原選手言うようにあそこがねやっぱりフラットになっちゃうんですね。
さあ残り時間5分です。残り時間5分。
さあ QS6 戦一宮千葉オープンパワードバイ GoPro、ここまでね最終日日曜日順調に進んでまいりました。今大会の特別協賛 GoPro、協賛がリップカールジャパン株式会社、株式会社大塚商会、株式会社紫スポーツ、株式会社ピートガチャ。今乗ってますね。これは一番いいライディング、
トーマスの中ではいいライディングになったっぽいですね。
これでまた分かんないですね、きっと。
今のレッドでね。
はい。かなりシーソーバトルに、残り5分になりそうですね。
レッドのロースコアの方が 5.67 なので最後のこれは1本前のブルーですね。
そうですね。だから
このライディングのスコアはまだ入ってきていません。
5本目ので、これで 4.74 出したらいいよねっていう話で終わってたところでトーマスが
レッドが乗ってきた。はい。レッドの選手が 5.67 以上先ほどのライディングで出してくるとまたブルーの逆転のスコア、逆転に必要なスコアが伸びるんですが、これですね。はい。これで 5.67 以上出るとブルー逆転に必要なスコアが伸びてきます。
いいライディングですね。
はい。後ろでブルーの選手が見てましたね。しっかり。お互いのライディングってあんまり見ないって言ってましたっけ、ひろと君は。
なるべく
フィートの中で。
なるべく自分を焦らす原因になっちゃうんで。
なるほど。
なるほどね。でもやっぱりスコアは聞こえてきちゃうわけでしょ。
そうですね。
残り時間3分です。残り時間3分。さあここでブルーが一度逆転しますね。
5.33。
はい。ラストウェーブスコアが 5.33。現在第1のポジションにブルー。そしてレッド逆転に必要なスコアが 6.27。
バックハンドが 6.27 出ますかっていうことでしょ。
そうですね。まだラストウェーブのレッドが出てません。
このどういくんじゃないの。うわ
拍手ですね。これは拍手と歓声がビーチから湧き起こってます。すかさずレッド来てます。まずはマニューバーで、さあこれスニマニューバー目いいですね。シーソーゲームですね。
2人でいいライディングし合ってるから見てて面白いですね。
これがゲームですよね。ひろと君的にどうですか。今のレッド先ほどのブルーのリバースかなり高さがあったんじゃないですか。
そうですね。やっぱり1本目に 6.83 出たのはやっぱ先にフローターが入ってたけど今の一発だったけどさっきのエアよりかは良かったから、
ということは
なかなかこ
れをしのぐスコアが
バックアップスコアの 5.33 は塗り替えてきてるんじゃないかなって
出てくるかもしれませんね。さあブルーのビリー、5.33 以上を出してくるとまたレッドのトーマス選手との差を開いていきますね。
今トーマスのバックハンドも出てないんで、まだね。
はい。
と
2本入ってきてませんね。
でビリーのやつがエアリアルのポテンシャルの高いやつ。
はい。
残り1分30秒。
どうなんでしょう。これですね。高さ見てみましょう。
さっきより高いもんね。
さっきみたいにやっぱそこまでクリーンに決められちゃうともうこのなんていうんですかね、減点する場所がないから。
そうですよね。対するレッドはマニューバーで勝負ですね。ターンで勝負してきます。
最初の2つは結構いいですよね。
これでやっぱりさっきのビリーの波みたいに最後のエンドセクションがやっぱりこう高さがあって
また入ると
よかったんですけどね。
セット あ、これ
左に動いて
どうかな。
はい現在ファーストプライオリティがブルーです。そしてセカンドプライオリティがレッド。
これはライブじゃないですね、今ね。乗ってないもんね。
いや今
残り時間
そうかそう
40秒
かけ
です。
てますね。
俺ごめん、右の次のヒートの選手見てた。
はいさあ残り時間まもなく30秒というところでまだね
トーマスが波乗りますね。
優先権レッド。これ仕掛けてくんじゃないの？
さあどうでしょ
おー、いかないか、リップか。
さあこれは彼のベスト2には入らなさそうじゃないですか。
ビリーの
先ほどの
そういうことになりますよね、やっぱりね。
ライディングの点数がまだなんです。
もう一回いきますね
さあビリー
ビリーが
乗ります。これがラストウェーブになりますね。
これドキドキしてんじゃないですか、2人とも。
2人ともねスコアがまだ入ってきてないのでお互いどうなってるシチュエーションどうなってるんだと。
だから逆転に必要なスコアが分かってて 7. 点何々って分かっててエアーしたら大体いけたなとかっていうのは分かるけど今もう最後両方出てないからねスコアがね。
さあどうなんでしょうね。
やっぱりそのスコアリングが分かってるシチュエーションでもう向こうも乗ってないしあと自分が必要で波が来た時と今みたいにもうこうやり合うっていうどっちが楽なんだろ
いややっぱ自分が何かこの必要なスコアが分かっててやっぱ乗る方が、
まあそうだね、
これだと多分ビリーもまだドキドキしてるし、
そうかそうか。
さあ出ましたね。先ほどのブルーが 7.50 です。
1本目の AI より良かったですね。
はいやはり予想通りですね平田君の。さあそしてレッド逆転に必要なスコアが 8.43 に伸びて、
さっきのバッ
が
クサイドが 5.9 だった
ね。やっぱりだからもうアクションだとこうなっちゃうのかな。
はい
ですね。
でもトゥーマニューバーの最後
そこがまだ出てませんね。7本目レッドの7本目がまだ出ていませんが逆転に必要なスコアが 8.43 なのでどうでしょう。さあ今画面に映っているのはビリーニュージーランドの選手です。
最後昨日レオ選手残り20秒で逆転
そうですね。
そういうこと
選手ですね。
コーチに、トム・ウィタカーつけてますね。
あれ見事でしたねでもね、
はい、
あれもね。
さあどうなる
How is so far?
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but it wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
Here we go, semi-final action. Here at the ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. In the water right now we have Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy and the Californian Tanner Gudauskas. Leo in red, Tanner in blue. And we had one ride while we were at that break. And Tanner Gudauskas looking spicy. Terminal velocity on the down the line speed on this wave, but unfortunately no real major manoeuvres there from Tanner. So just the spin to win on the end. A 4-point ride for that wave of blue. But if a man is moving that fast down the line and can do a foam climb reverse, he is looking deadly. So official results from the last heat. Billy Stairmont taking that one out over Thomas Woods. So the Kiwi surfer moving through to the semi-finals. This is semi-final number 1. 30-minute heat here. And the winner makes the final. This is the final day of action here at Shirasta in the Chiba Prefecture. And while we've got a little break in the water, we're going to throw down to Matty, and he is with the last heat winner, Billy Stammond.
Ow, I'm here with Billy Stammond. You gotta get a big shout out to all our bros back home. Is that it from you, Billy?
Chirp. Yeah, what's up everyone at home? Grinding it out over here in Japan, having a hell time, and yeah, thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah, awesome to see Billy into the semi-finals here of a 6,000 event, and it's not that often, well, don't get me wrong here, but it's not that often the Kiwi guys get up there and really gave it to Thomas Woods, arguably one of the favourites for the event. You got to be stoked, Billy Stammond.
Yeah, I'm happy. Woods is really deadly in the small stuff, and obviously the Japanese guy yesterday was pretty tough, so yeah, my run's going pretty strong, and hopefully a couple more heats and I'll be happy.
Good on you. Shout out to Joey, Billy Stammond's biggest fan back in Oz, across the ditch, living in Oz and supporting Billy all the way. Good on you, boys. See ya.
Cheers.
Short and sharp there from Matty. I don't know about those accents, Matty. We're going to have a word about them later. So, Billy Stammond, nice quick interview. We are moving really quickly through the rounds here. Final day, so 2 semi-finals, the first of which is in the water right now. And then we will run the women's final, the QS 1000 women's final. That will be an absolute corker if the standard from the earlier rounds is anything to go by as an indicator. So later we're going to see Reika Noro, Natsuki Suda, Ren Hashimoto, and Shino Matsuda. QS 1000 women's final. So a big day of action here at Shirasta in the Chiba Prefecture. And, well, early scores in right now, the best of which, Tanagadauskas has a 4-point ride. And this is his second ride while we were at that interview with Billy Stammond. So a quick up and down there for Tanner. We'll go into his top 2. Won't set the world on fire. And Matty, interesting interview with Billy there, mate. What's going on?
Oh, you know, I thought, you know, Billy being such a great little Kiwi battler. And, you know, the Kiwi guys have been, you know, knocking at the door for quite some time. So this is really going to help Billy, especially Billy. We've seen him in some big heats through the past 3 years, and to be in the semi-final of the 6,000, it's really going to help his qualifying campaign. And I think he surfed an awesome heat, because Thomas Woods in that last heat was a real danger man right throughout this whole event. He's been going to the air really big, and Billy took it to him with 2 big front-side air reverses, which got him the points and the heat win.
Yeah, I watched that heat on the beach with Thomas Whitaker, Billy's coach, and he's also done a bit of work with Woodsy over the years, and we were talking about the fact that Billy hasn't had a good heat yet, and he's just running on, just scraping through, which is good because it's dangerous. You know, he's a dangerous man when he hasn't really peaked. I think with those 2 air reverses in the heat sort of will be the turning point for Billy moving into the semi-finals. And he's going to get a tough draw in the semis. Evan Geiserman from Florida. So a little deadly little good footer is Evan. And Billy the Kiwi, not scared of going left either. His back end would probably be his strength. So it's all happening here. The second wave of Gadauskas, a 3.77. So he's our heat leader. Fioravanti does have priority in red. And he's just scoping the lineup. You've got Tanner to the north, and to the south, to the right of screen from Tanner right now is Fioravanti. Looks like Leo's going to work his way back to the more traditional area of the lineup. What are you thinking, Matty, as the tide drops wave-wise?
I don't know. It's been very unpredictable. Yesterday we saw it very flat and unexciting in the morning on the high tide, and as the tide dropped, the waves seem to have picked up, going against your traditional grain there. So I'm sort of at a bit of a loss for trying to predict what's going to go on out here. But what we have seen is yesterday we saw the size pick up with the outgoing tide. So fingers crossed. Always trying to be optimistic that we'll get to finish the event in some decent sized waves with plenty of action. I mean, considering the conditions, we've had some awesome heats, and a real cat and mouse game, which has added to the interest. And here's Tanner Gadauskas, a big boy and surfing with a lot of power in these really gutless conditions.
Yeah, Tanner embodies style that performs. Really strong, goofy footer. We haven't seen him go left a whole lot today. We saw him get through his first heat with a pair of sixes on his backhand on the right-handers. So really interesting. As you said, there's a lot of cat and mouse. There's a lot going on other than just the surfing in these heats. This is Fioravanti with priority. He's waited for this one. And the Italian, each heat, he just has this incredible ability to start with a strong score. Doesn't have to take a whole lot of risks to generate those scores. And from there, he gets this strong, solid platform of minimum 12 points for him to then build on. So Fioravanti and Gadauskas are engaged in a pretty interesting paddle battle right now for priority. So we got Fioravanti on screen to the north, Gadauskas to the south. And I'm intrigued to see where this priority call goes. So we got Tanner more on the more traditional peak, but Leo potentially further out. So Tanner Gadauskas has been awarded priority, which is a really big deal in these slow conditions, Matty.
Yeah, for sure. Tanner Gadauskas with just those two scores, a 4 and a 3-7. Leo, his last wave is going to be a pretty solid score of 6-3-3. So Leo now raising the bar on the requirements as far as the scores go in this heat with that combination of front side snaps. He timed the wave well. I think he surfed it as well as what you could have done for what that wave offered, which wasn't a great deal. So to squeeze a 6-3-3 out of that, I think Leonardo's done very well. And now Tanner has got that score now to think about how he's going to use his priority and what wave he takes off on next.
So we've seen, this is our fifth heat of the day. Earlier heats, were decided with Leo had a 15-point total. Since then, the two-wave totals that are progressing has slowly declined. So a little peak with Stammen's 14.33 in the last heat. But there was a window there, especially at the top of the tide, and just as it started to drop, where a pair of sixes were enough for a few surfers to get through. Hopefully we see, as you said, Matty, these conditions start to improve on the dropping tide. Because I just want to see, as a fan of the sport, I just want to see consistent good surfing, and heats decided by performance and the guys having the opportunity to perform and take risks and show this huge Japanese crowd, or mainly Japanese crowd. I've seen a good mix down the beach, what they have, rather than catching the only two good ones at break and surfing them pretty well.
No, I think we've had a pretty good day as far as balanced opportunities with the surfers in the heat, and it's come down to, as you said, as close as the mathematics of the numbers.
How's that one heat? I was doing beach commentary for it with Evan Geiserman and Victor Bernardo. They both had a 6 and they both had a 5.67, and at one point both of our servers with 3 minutes remaining were tied, and normally a countback separated by the best one wave. They both had a 6. Then it goes to the best second wave. They both had a 5.67. And at one point with 3 minutes to go, Victor Bernardo needed a 3.68, even though he had a 6 and a 5.67, which is fascinating. And then Evan managed to put him away with a 7 right at the end. And there are some interesting swells, interesting sets, Matty. We've got two peaks. We've seen Victor Bernardo head to the south, to the more traditional area of Shidasta, where the normal right-handers come off the break wall. And we haven't seen anyone else head up there. It's funny, we'll see a set up on the south, a set to the north, set to the south, set to the north. So there are a lot of waves. They're just sort of spreading out over the beach a little bit. And the boys are having a little bit of trouble finding them.
Yeah, I was predicting that Thomas Woods was a real chance to take this event out, and he's been taken out by Billy Stammen. So my other dark horse for the event to take it out was Tanner Gadauskas here. His backside and his commitment to his turns has been second to none throughout this event. So I'm sure that he's going to really ruffle Leo's feathers in this heat. He does have priority. He's easily potentially going to throw down a high 6, 7 point ride out here. So I'm really looking forward to this next exchange. And there has been a few more waves, I think, as the tide started to drop out. And taking a little look at this one.
Tanner Gadauskas with priority. Big backside snap from the Californian. And you can see that the onshore has kicked a bit. So what were zippy clean walls with a little bit of texture in the lip line, those lips are starting to crumble down. So you can see there, Tanner, one nice face snap through a bunch of spray. And that wave just foamed down on him.
Yeah, it's right now the big difference has been the wave quality, and Leo got that nice little green walled open face one that allowed him that 3 turns. Tanner getting in 3 turns, really grinding a score out of, a wave that didn't offer him much at all. Here he is again.
So there's that strong first turn, and this is where that wave crumbled. Prior to the wind coming up, it's still really light. It'd be less than sort of 5 knots max, but prior to the wind coming up, you would have been able to get 2 or 3 more snaps off the face and thrown a bunch of spray out of the top. Whereas now with this slight, really variable onshore breeze, it's sort of crumbling a touch. With the dropping tide, that's also encouraging the waves to be a bit shorter for the surfers. So Gadauskas was looking to better his low score of a 3.77, and it looks like off the merit, really off the back of that first turn where he was able to turn out of the top, throw a bunch of spray. Looks like he will get his best. There it is, a 4.6 for Tanner Gadauskas. So our heat leader has extended his hold on first. Leo Fioravanti does have the single best score of the heat, a 6.33. So Fioravanti only needs a 2.27. 16 minutes remaining. So it's fair to assume that Leo will surpass that too at some point. So we're going to need to see, possibly 2 new scores from Gadauskas. Don't really want to be sitting on a pair of 4s or a 4 in the scoreline at the end of a heat. And it's Fioravanti with the real trump card. 14 minutes into this heat, the 6.33. It's a good platform number for him to build on. And Matty,
little bit of movement in the lineup here. Leo with priority.
Probably wondering why we're wearing shades in the box while the camera's on us. It's really sunny. This morning sun's a bit glary, so we're having to cover it. We're taking the windows out. Here we go. Tanner Gadauskas live. Strong snap and a second. So Brada Gadowski working his way through this one. Desperately trying to get out of that 4 range and into that keeper score. So absolute corker of a day weather-wise here in Chiba.
Yeah, Tanner, big boy, and he's just trying to grind whatever he can out of these waves. But as you can see, he's a big boy. He likes to use his rail. He likes to whack it hard, and the wave's just not quite giving him enough power for him to show the potential of what his backhand out he's really got. I just like him to see him get one nice open green face wall so he can really just dig in off the bottom and just go hard off the top like we've seen him do time and time again here.
So that last wave was an interesting mix. You said that you wanted to see him on a green face. His last wave, a little bit too long of a wall and ran off sort of without him. Didn't really give him opportunities. That one, unfortunately, not enough wall.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a short wall there, so didn't have the energy to allow him to go to work. It looks like he will better his low score with actually it could be his best wave. There it is, last to blue, 4.7. So Tanner Gadauskas chipping away at this one. Probably not in the manner he would want to be improving his scoreline. So Gadauskas, our heat leader, has increased the requirement for Fioravanti ever so slightly. Leo needs a 2.97 under 14 minutes remaining.
So the winner of this heat will be our first finalist. So once again, pressure builds as the event goes on, as you get closer and closer to that final situation. More at stake. We've got Leo with priority, and Tanner keeping busy, as in just chipping away, as you said, at the scores, and slowly improving, little by little, his position in the heat. Now, Leonardo, we've seen him as a flawless competitor right throughout this whole event. Sitting out there, 6.33, he's got to be confident with priority. Will we see Leonardo shut the door on this heat, or will we see him slip up and make his first mistake throughout this event? Only time will tell.
The beauty of the sport, Matty.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going to unfurl Both boys on screen, having a little sniff around the lineup. This little rip has sort of shifted out from the hole in the bank and is sort of running through the middle of the peak. So the boys just repositioning that little outward flow of water, moving them around a touch. Very interesting heat, this one. Big heat in the scheme of the year as far as the WQS is concerned. Fioravanti, our current ratings leader on the WQS, with courtesy of 2 second places this year at the Australian 6,000 events. And, well, another final here. We'll see him probably hold the lead on the QS for quite a while. Interestingly, though, we haven't seen a QS 10,000 event this year. So the next event for these boys is a QS 10,000 at Toledo in South Africa.
Taking a look, paddling. Leonardo using his priority, going hard into this one.
So chippy little right, you can see the chop from the rip, but Fioravanti, that strong face work that we were really wanting to see from Gadauskas.
Out the back. No paddle from the surfer in blue. So Leonardo with his back up to that 6.33, waiting on that score. First turn, pretty strong. The next two slowly went down as far as intensity as the wave petered out on him.
I like that he was able to do a full rail manoeuvre second turn. A really committed head turn carve from Fioravanti. We've seen, all week, a lot of guys having to do checked snaps off the top, so a lot of that sort of surfing. But what I think the judges will like is that one committed rail turn. And as you said, as the wave decreased in quality, as did the manoeuvres, but I think he could be rewarded for the commitment on rail on that second turn. A lot of these guys, all event, have been sort of doing those chasing check top turns, throwing spray, but keeping that nose pointing down the line to ensure that the momentum continues from start to finish. So the fact he was able to open the shoulders and get a rail in the water will be rewarded. It's definitely going to be what he needs to go to second, and it looks like it's going to surpass all of Gadauskas' waves. So last of red, 5.33. We have a new heat leader in semi-final number 1 here at the ICHINOMIYA QS 6000 at Chiba, powered by GoPro. And here's Gadauskas. This is a better looking wave. Little bobble from Tanner, but recovers and likes it. So the warrior of the positive vibes is definitely up and about. Look at the enthusiasm in that paddle. So Tanner Gadauskas getting to work on, look, judging by his body language, I'm not going to preempt any scores. He feels that's his best ride so far. And it was one of those waves that allowed, those strong snaps and really let him turn out of the top rather than him wait for the wave to dictate what he could do.
How critical do you think the judges will be on that bobble after the first turn?
It's not really what you didn't do. At a common mistake for a judge at an amateur and domestic level is to look for the negatives in the surfing.
Yep.
These guys just look for what's performed, although Leo is on an absolute nugget on the outside if he can project around this section. So Fioravanti, as he's done all event long, gets 2 strong scores and then turns up the intensity. So that way finishing for Fioravanti down the beach, and behind him Gadauskas. So this is better, Matty. Action aplenty. Whoa, and Tanner getting all kinds of fruity on that finish.
So there you go. The intensity has just lifted all of a sudden. The Roman candles are going off and the boys are setting this place on fire. Leonardo's wave, how is that going to fit into the equation? We've got Tanner with 2 of his arguably best scores to come in. So this heat is really going to take another a turn with 8 minutes left.
So back to that bobble of Gadauskas. It wasn't ideal, but it didn't really affect what happened next. And what happened next was 2 really strong backside snaps. Had he have, caught rail even more and lost a bunch of speed and almost missed a section, then we're starting to look at it. We can call it a missed opportunity. The judges have just got to reward what was performed. So in their heart, the judges are all elite surfers. So in their heart, they're going to know that, he maybe missed an opportunity, but they're just going to score him for what was performed, not what wasn't or what could have been. Because if we were worried about what could be, we could be expecting Leonardo to do a backflip on this wave, which potentially could happen, but it's not. So we can't worry about what isn't happening. We just got to focus on what is and where the waves sit in comparison. So down the line floater from Leo, and fin release on the second snap, and that's the end of that right-hander. So lots of scores to come through. The previous wave of blue, the one he got up and about for, a 6.37. So Gadauskas, he liked it, got his best wave, a 6.37. Fioravanti's ride with the rotation looks like potentially will go into his top two.
Yeah, I thought Leonardo was a little soft on that first floater. I mean, I've seen him just really grind and just push every bit of speed out of the way he's surfed waves so far. He looked like he was a little bit tentative and to hit a little soft and then into the reverse.
I'm gonna, while we've got the beauty of the discussion, although throw what I'm going to say at the window. Have a look at this wave for Tanner Gadauskas. If he can get around this section and get up into the lip, there it is. First snap from Gadauskas. Second, and in the effects mic we can hear the beach erupting with each snap. So Tanner, a metre too deep. It's amazing what a metre can do in this sport. So back to Leo's defence somewhat.
Yeah.
I think he knew the second section was going to be where the money was.
Yep.
And he couldn't go too hard on that first section because he was focused on the down-the-line momentum into the second for where the real money was. You know, had he really committed, there was a potential for him to overcommit and miss the premium part of that wave. So what you're saying will keep, I 100% agree that he was maybe tentative on the first, but he had to do that to ensure the quality of the second, and I think the second was where the bulk of the score is and will come from. So Leo scores on its way through, and we've got another couple for Gadauskas. So see here, had he have been able to go up into that lip line one snap earlier, we would see a huge score potentially. Although two big turns, can't focus on what he didn't do, just got to focus on what he did. And I really like those two opening turns from Tanner Gadauskas. I'm also liking that the waves are kind of kicked up a notch and the boys are getting more opportunities. So regardless of what happens, we will see some good scores drop. My name is Cale Bell-Warren. I'm sitting with Matt Pitts, Japanese pool surfing professional extraordinaire, stage show surfer. And, well, who would have thought, Matty, all those years ago when you were surfing in pools, that they disappear and now they're coming back in a big way?
Yeah, no, it is. As surfing was always going to head to the pool from Rick Kane. And Japan's Miyazaki's wave pool was unbelievable. There were barrels, and you'll see videos of Owen Wright, Julian Wilson, Matt Wilkinson. They all came over. They all got barreled.
Can I hold this thought for 1 sec?
Sure.
We'll come back to it. That wave of Leo Fioravanti, 7.33, extended his lead. Tanner Gadauskas, that last wave we watched on replay just moments ago, needs a 7.3. We have the benefit of seeing the scores as they're typed.
4 minutes left on the clock.
Needing 7.3. 3 judges have said yes. Oh my. Last score for blue, Tanner Gadauskas needed 7.3, awarded 7.2. So Tanner Gadauskas gets his best score so far, still in second place with 4 minutes remaining. Fioravanti has priority and the lead. Fioravanti looking to better his low of a 6.33. And Tanner Gadauskas needs a 6.47. So another nail-biting heat here.
Yeah.
Sheduster.
And all decided at this stage on averages, as you say. The scores are so close that you probably couldn't pick it from
you just go
impression
by
alone.
Here. It's literally opinion as to who's gotten through this one, and they're that close. So 0.09 separating them. So go back to that wave pool.
Yeah, the wave pool in Japan, there was barrels. Owen Wright, got a proper serious barrel in there. Julian Wilson was boosting airs. Wilco was there. It was a trip, a Young Guns trip prior to them all qualifying. So who would have thought that they would have all gone to the best surfers in the world?
So Tanner Gadauskas desperately chasing a 6.47 under priority. So that trip was a Australian magazine trip, and they called the movie Typhoon Wasabi.
There you go.
And yeah, incredible wave pool. Unfortunately, that one's shut down, hey?
It was shut down
Ocean Dome.
about 5 years ago, and I went to the closing down party, and I was very honoured to be able to ride the very last wave ever pumped through the place.
At Ocean Dome?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I worked there for 6 years and, you know, surfed a lot of times at night with magazine trips and what have you, but it was really cool. Everyone came together after, you know, an awesome 6 years of working together, and when they shut the place down, it was pretty sad.
Yeah, I want to surf that thing. As a girl, I'm watching Typhoon Wasabi. I wanted to go get tubed in a pool. All right, so 2 minutes remaining, 2 and change. Last of Tanner Gadauskas, not enough. Fioravanti has priority, and there is a big set. Probably one of the biggest set we've seen for quite a while coming. You can see the boys on screen. They're about 80 metres north of where they've been getting all their scores. And it looks like Fioravanti utilising priority, looking to better a 6.33 on this one, Pitsy.
Boom.
Beautiful timing from the Italian as he projects down the line. And, well, a little left, rebound, a little right, rebound. So Fioravanti with the lead, using his priority as a potential blocking manoeuvre over Gadauskas, needing to improve on a 6.33.
I like the way Leo just attacked. Got onto. I thought he more chose that wave for the fact that here's another good scoring opportunity rather than a block, and it's great to see his positive approach. So now Tanner out there with priority, and the Ocean just going flat on him.
There's still a little bit of life out there, though. I'm be nervous times for Fioravanti fans because Gadauskas has the lineup to himself. We have 50 seconds, and
look out.
You can see outside, and looks like we're going to go with him just shortly. Tanner Gadauskas on at this wave right now. Doesn't know what he needs, and this wave really fills up through that dead spot on the northern bank. Gets a rebound, and another one. So, really not sure what's going to happen. Fioravanti was trying to improve on a 6.33. Early indications are that his score will go around to that mark. So, Tanner Gadauskas will need a mid-6 on that last ride. Really far north, bit hard to see what was going on screen.
Yeah, the camera just need to zoom in a little bit more on the start of that wave of Gadauskas to give us a clearer indication on what it was worth.
Okay, so last of red, 6.3, doesn't change the situation. And, well, Tanner Gadauskas chasing a 6.47 and really not sure that this is going to be enough. There it is, last of blue. Unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye to Tanner Gadauskas. Blue locking a 3.47. So Leonardo Fioravanti continues his giant run this year, making his third consecutive QS 6000 final. And it's official. Fioravanti defeating Gadauskas by 0.09.
Yeah, I think Tanner was an awesome surfer, and I'm sure he'll be very happy with his result here. But hats off to Leo. Once again, a fantastically first surfed heat as far as his tactics go and as far as his surfing goes. So Leo, once again, earning his position in the final of a 6,000 event here in Japan. Shida Beach. No doubt his first trip to Japan, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at him go. He's going to love the place like everybody else. How could you not? Making a final with the surf we've had this week and the weather we've got here on finals day. And the waves. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, does it seem like it's sort of started to push a bit on this outgoing tide?
Yeah, we've got to look at this paddle battle on screen. Geiserman and Stammen, semi-final number 2 has started. We are a minute in. And the winner of this will join Leonardo Fioravanti in the final of the QS 6000 here at the Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Geiserman, Stammen, Geiserman. Take your pick.
Interesting opening paddle battle for the heat here because it doesn't seem like they're actually paddling for anything, but they're just paddle battling.
They're jockeying for position. I think, we've seen all the scores in that last heat on right-handers. So there's a lot to be said for starting on the southern side of your opponent. So we saw, Stammen was there, then Gosman got it back, and then Stammen got it back. And it's funny, the games that are played early in the heats is the only part of these events without priority. So once a wave is ridden, we'll move into an established priority system, which is pretty much like taking it in turns with your mates, Pitsy. If you paddle for a wave and you miss it, doesn't matter, you lose priority. And yeah, if you ride a wave, you utilise priority. So on screen, Japanese fans giving Leonardo Fioravanti some love. They're a very knowledgeable surf fan, the Japanese. And, they've been clapping winners, been clapping losers. And what I love the most, don't necessarily see it all around the world, but when the last two Japanese surfers were eliminated, the fans still gave just a big of an applause for the heat winner of the international, who'd eliminated one of their own.
Yep.
As they did the Japanese surfer. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's really cool. It's pretty special, actually. I've been to a few events around the world where, the crowd will cheer a falling international surfer.
Yeah.
And
we all know where that happens.
Gets quite hostile.
Yes.
So the Japanese guys, they just want to see good surfing, and of course they want to see their own do well, but they're not all hung up on, almost booing or celebrating the demise of an international when it's in the favour of one of their own. They just want to see good, clean surfing, and being the incredible people they are, they're supporting everybody.
A scary story for you for hostile crowds for poor old Todd Holland back in the day in Brazil, where he got priority. Todd was a tenacious competitor, an awesome big wave surfer and a great guy. And Toddy Holland sat on a surfer with priority, and the crowd went absolutely ballistic. So it got to the stage where Todd sat on the surfer right throughout the whole heat. I think he ended up losing the heat, but because he did that, all of a sudden security had to meet him at the water's edge to get him back to the competitor's area. He was dodging all kinds of flying fists and screams and yells and kicks under the huddle that the security had provided for him. He went back to his room. He shaved off his goatee beard, got into a car and was driven to the airport and flew home straight away.
Well, one man who won't leave straight away, he's just made his third consecutive final this year, and he's expressed a lot of interest to hit up Tokyo. So we're going to have a quick chat with the winner of semi-final number 1, Leonardo Fioravanti.
All right, so I'm here with the winner of that semifinal heat number 1. Once again, Leonardo Fioravanti. Welcome back to the den.
Thanks.
Saw some increasing conditions compared to the earlier heat at the side. We're starting to get a little more stretch out there. And Tanner, he gets acting so fast. Those last 2 heats, he had a wave within 30 seconds. You had kind of a slow start, but things just kept getting heated up, and you guys started answering back to each other.
Oh, it was a great battle. He's such a good surfer in these waves. He's so fast and reactive. So it was a great matchup, and I'm just stoked to come out in the end. As it was super close, back-to-back, we just kept getting scores and scores, and we're stoked to get the edge off him.
Yeah, and he just gave you the good luck for the finals, and you guys have a good relationship, just a friendly battle out there.
Yeah, well, in the water, it's always, there's no friends in the water, but Tanner is such a nice guy. Whether he wins or loses, he's always, nice to me. So I'm sure he'll do great this year, and stoked to make it to the final.
All right, well, we're really looking forward to seeing you. We're going to see the girls' final, and then you guys will be back out in the water in just a bit. It's going to be the best tides of the day, and we look forward to seeing some high-flying action.
Thanks. Ciao, Babbo. Ciao, voglio bene.
All right, thank you, brother.
Fioravanti. He's had a couple interviews this week, Matty.
He certainly has, and he looks like he's really enjoying the occasion.
Wow. How can you not, though? His third consecutive QS 6000 final. And, regardless of the cash he's stacking for making these heats, it's he's in pursuit of a WSL World Tour qualification. We keep talking about it. He's had a couple starts this year by way of wildcard. And look at him posing for photos, even though he's got to surf a final in 30 minutes. He's just a legend of a kid, really.
Good on him. Yeah, Leonardo, as I said, he's a future superstar in the sport. And I'm sure his sponsors are going to be very, very happy with the way he's representing them here in Japan.
First score for Billy Stammond. That one powerful jam. I love that he's shown spice and not taking to the sky. 4.83. So in effect, do that twice and we're looking at excellent surfing from Stammond. So he's on point. He's also looking at this cheeky one underneath priority. So if he can get some speed snaps out of the top, although this wave just went nowhere into the hole. As the tide drops out, we will see a whole lot more waves standing up through that midsection. They might get a bit shorter, but rather than going fat, I think we'll see a ramp or something on the end. So I like the look of this wave to begin with. This is the 4.83.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try and go to the air again and repeat his previous heat performance, but obviously the wave not offering quite enough air potential for him, so he went for the solid frontside snap. 4.83 for one turn. It's a decent score.
Yeah, it just shows he's on point. That last 2.67. We yet to see Geiselman open his account. And, well, to be honest, I'm just really happy to be in Japan for a QS 6000. A few years ago, there was a 4-star, back when they were called 4-stars here at Chiba. There was also a 4-star at Tahara. And we've seen a few quiet years for professional surfing over here. And we're back. And this is Stammond live. Snaps out of the top, projection float. And nice 3-turn combo from Billy Stammond. He's our head leader. And I like that he's trying to create some opportunities underneath priority. Build a bit of a house, as much as you don't really want to use that, such a commonly used term. But he is, building and working his way into this heat. There's no point sitting next to Geiselman without priority.
Yeah, Billy Stammond, the little Kiwi battler in this event, and as cross the ditch rivalries go, here we had a heat draw littered with Australian surfers. There's no Aussies left in the draw. Billy Stammond here in the semi-final. 2 Kiwis in the event. Billy still alive in the event and surfing strong, and potentially, you never know, could end up in a 6,000 final. So it's great for New Zealand surfing and the Kiwi battlers because unless we're talking rugby, we love our Kiwi brothers.
Yeah, so no Aussies left. Kiwi is the next best choice. There's a lot of Australians still here at the event. They were supporting Thomas Woods earlier today. We only have one Australian left even in the quarterfinals, and that was Woodsy. He went down to Billy. But Billy's one of those, he's a great guy, and the Australians will have adopted him, will claim him for the rest of this event. And we've seen, Ricardo Christie in previous years qualifying for the World Tour. And this is Geiselman, his first wave with priority. Big down the line backside snap. And a second, that wave maybe not offering what he was after with priority. So yeah, we've seen Ricardo Christie in more recent times qualifying for the World Tour. He has dropped off after his rookie year. We had Paige Harrop on the WSL Women's World Tour for a number of years there. She's back on the QS. So maybe Billy will be the next Kiwi on the Elite World Tour. And if he can make this final, get a win here, it'll go a long way towards qualifying. Top 10 on the QS at the end of the year do qualify for the World Tour. And it's hard, we've only had 3 6,000s, just being the third. And less 10,000s than last year, event-wise. So the number of points required to qualify will reduce. The cut number, as we call it, will decline because there are less QS 10,000s. So that adds even more importance and more emphasis on big results in 6,000s.
So how do you think some of the competitors that pulled out last minute for this event? Igarashi Kanoa, we saw Sebastian Zietz, Dusty Payne. After seeing the week that's gone past, those 3 guys pulled out last minute. They were potentially going to come and compete here, and they didn't. How good have you seen those guys fitting into the mix here?
Well, all 3 of those guys just had results on the World Tour level. So Seabass with his win at Margaret River, he should, barring a catastrophe or barring an injury, should just about qualify through the World Tour via the World Tour, even though he is on there as an injury replacement right now. Kanoa Igarashi's got some strong results as well. So I think with the hectic schedule of World Tour events, I'd like to see those guys here, especially Kanoa Igarashi, with such strong Japanese heritage. But I can't blame those guys for taking the time off. It is only a QS 6000. And when you're making heats on the WSL World Tour, I can't blame them having some time at home, time to regenerate before they head to Fiji in a couple of weeks.
Billy, the little Kiwi battler, up and riding on his backhand. Powerful backhand turn from Billy. He's got a very powerful backhand. And we can see paddle for red outside. Billy still working the inside here. Another little backhand snap. Billy Stairman looking to improve on that 4.83, and I'm pretty confident that he will. Out the back, Evan Geiselman having a bit of trouble with his wave choice in this event. And once again, that last wave Evan took off on didn't offer him much at all.
All right, so while we wait for these scores, both boys making their way to the lineup, we're just going to throw to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more action from semi-final number 2 here at the Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We're back. Scores are dropping. First of red, 4.5. Second of red, 6.67. So that was for the two-turn right-hander behind Stairman's long left. Billy Stairman's best two scores are a 5.07 and a 5.5. So situation with 16 minutes remaining. So this is the 5.5 for Stairman. A lot of money in that second backside snap. And you can see just on top of the screen there, Evan Geiselman taking off on what was his 6.67. Two strong snaps for Geiselman. 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And Billy just asking for a rotation of priority. Priority is with Geiselman in the red. He also has the heat lead. So this is the that is the 6.67 for Geiselman in the background there. Great work from Nate Dogg and the boys for bringing that one to us. So, heat wide open really, Best wave so far, just a 6.67. Good, solid building score for Geiselman. And this is Stairman looking at a little left-hander. Billy's got one of those lightning, patent backside rotations. It's not so much an air reverse, it's more of a backside blowtail. So look for him to try and find one of those shorter, steeper lefts. One big backside snap and follow it with a really fast blowtail reverse. He tends to favour his backhand, and it definitely is his strength. So I think that's why he's sitting to the north without priority. Try and find a short, steep left, two-turn combo, drop a big score with that. His best wave so far, his last right, a 5.5.
So it's interesting, we've got the two guys in this heat, Evan Geiselman and Billy Stairman. Now these are the two guys that knocked out both of our last two remaining Japanese surfers. And the heats that they surfed against the two Japanese guys was so dominant, and guys went straight to the air, came out again, went to the air again, and just raised the bar in the heat from his very first ride. Billy Stairman, on the other hand, managed to get by Rio Inaba in the last 5 to 10 seconds, right on the bell. A real buzzer beater, and he managed to get the score. So we've got the two guys that sort of dashed the Japanese hopes up against each other in this heat. And once again, as we've seen a little trend with the waves not quite cooperating at the beginnings of the heats, and then it's been full speed ahead towards the last 10 minutes or so. So we're hoping that we'll get a flurry of sets like we saw in that last heat with Gadauskas and Vivanti.
Just to interrupt there,
Yeah.
quick little paddle battle. We did see a change of priority. So Geiselman had a look at that left-hander that Billy was in position for. Even though Evan didn't take it, he did make a committed paddle for the wave. So priority has flipped to Stammen. So Geiselman is in the lead. He is looking to better a 4.5. And now it's Stammen with priority chasing a 5.68. So we saw an interesting little paddle battle down the beach. Geiselman having a look at the left that Stammen wanted a piece of. And priority has changed. See both guys on screen paddling in different directions. Billy appears to be chasing a left at that northern side of the bank. And it looks like this wave, might have a bit of value in it. Billy doesn't want a bar of that. And he's now kicking back to a big old-fashioned set on our more traditional peak towards the south. So you can see Geiselman on the right of screen in red, streaking over to a really nice-looking right-hander. Stammen has priority. Isn't going to be able to use it to block Geiselman there. Although maybe he could have. Geiselman looking to better a 4.5. And this wave bending a little bit out to sea, but Geiselman, you don't make the semi-finals if you can't grovel.
So Evan with an awesome backside array of turns there. And as you said, Billy Stammen had priority. Could have he got it? If he beelined it foot, it would have turned Geiselman off.
I honestly think that when Evan stood up, Billy couldn't have caught it. But as that wave bent out to sea and it got to where Billy was, he was in a position to have a paddle for that wave and use it as a blocking negative tactic. I don't know if where Billy could have taken that wave from could have improved his score. Interesting moment. It's these pivotal, split seconds decisions that can change the outcome of a heat really quickly. So Geiselman looking to better a 4.5, Matty. Bunch of backside snaps, nothing, overly extravagant, but I think he may better that 4.5. Early indications are that he will better that 4.5. So potentially a slip up for Billy. Had maybe a chance to block Geiselman on in that wave, and Geiselman will make him pay when this score drops. Last I've read, 7.07.
So there's a 7 under priority. Billy's got to be kicking himself right now.
Wow.
Yeah, so here goes Geiselman. Well, no, in and out of that.
That is a good old-fashioned kick in the teeth.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought, geez, if Billy had started paddling for that wave as soon as he saw it, just as a blocking move, he probably could have blocked him.
Yeah.
Would have definitely disturbed his rhythm of backhand turns, because he obviously thought, well, I'm going to have to wait a second. Is he going to get this or not? So it would have definitely disturbed the ride, even if he hadn't have caught it. And then he would have been sitting on priority anyway if Geiselman was to have continued on if he wasn't able to have caught it.
No, they've changed that rule. So if you use a paddle with priority to block a surfer, there's a new little bylaw in the WSL rulebook that says that if you use it to block, so let's just say Billy paddled and couldn't catch it, and Geiselman straightened out, even if Billy beat him back to the peak, he used priority to block red.
Yep.
So once Evan returned to the lineup, Evan would have regained priority because he had a wave. In effect, Billy blocked him. So there's a little blocking sub-clause in the priority rules because we saw that quite a lot, especially at point breaks. A guy on the shoulder would paddle with priority. Surfer surfing would hesitate. Here goes Stammen. This is a really important score for the Kiwi. Big snap out of the top. And it looks like this wave's just going to bend into oblivion. So a third turn for Billy. Probably his most dynamic combo yet. Was chasing an 8.24 on that one. And I can't help but think if that wave had an end section, Billy would have had a chance to get up into that excellent range.
You've mentioned that those turns where the surfer completely goes on the rail and changes full direction. And he did that twice, and we've seen a trend where the judges have really awarded that sort of surfing. So, yeah, I'll be very interested to see where this goes for Billy. I think it's going to improve his...
Yeah. So Stammond chasing a score, needing an excellent score, needing the best wave we've seen in quite a while now. So while we're in agreement that it may not be what he needs, it could, and by the early indications, will better his scoreline and reduce the requirement. Geiserman's not safe with that sub-14 two-wave total. And, well, Pitsy.
Score's coming in for Billy.
6.67 last of blue. So it is his best score. Stammond now needs a 7.07. And we're down to 7 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Red has priority, and Stammond is breaking once again to the north. And I think he's going to try and find one of those lefts, Pitsy, where...
And there he goes, Billy, just getting away from Geiselman, chasing him now off the arguably the best peak on the beach at the moment. But stranger things have happened. Billy's gone down the beach, looking for a left. Now will Geiselman block him with his priority? No, he doesn't. Billy, in and out, just shutting down on him. So tricky, once again, the cat and mouse has started. And tricky conditions down the beach there. So Billy might want to just get back up here, sit on the peak, and try to wait his turn for that priority opportunity.
Yeah, I'm with you, Pitsy. I think the very best waves are still out the front, about 50 metres to the south. But I can see what Stammond's trying to do, trying to break away and get that score under priority, or at least sell Evan on a pig, and then once Billy has priority, he can sit exactly where he wants, and use the remaining 6.5 minutes to get that score. I'll tell you what I'm excited about, Pitsy. Very excited about the next heat in the water. Getting kicked out of the box because I can't speak Japanese, but I'll be on the beach, and this is Stammond live, way to the north, chasing a 7.07. Snaps out of the top, and a second, and he's going to need to take to the sky to get that score. So he's a long way north, Stammond. Interesting situation there with Geiselman letting Billy take that wave. And I like that he's taking opportunities, trying to create scores. Although live action looks like Geiselman having a scratch at this right-hander. So another wave to the north where Fioravanti finished his last heat. So 2 strong snaps, and there's a third. So there's the spice in Evan Geiselman serving that has carried him, done him so well in this event.
And the little reform cooperating.
Look how he's almost ridden that wave to the northernmost breakwall, which is, it's quite a long walk back if he was to walk.
You'd almost want to jump out, run back up and jump into the rip, and he'd be straight back up into position here. 5 minutes and 20 seconds, but I think Evan Geiselman has really going to make things difficult for Billy now with that last wave. I think it's probably going to come in slightly better than Billy's, and it's going to be a tough gig for Billy. I mean, I'll take that back. I think Billy's probably going to get one of his better scores too. There was a lot of speed now that you think back to it.
Yeah. Looking back at one of Thomas Woods' waves, 5.9 for 2 jabs on his forehand.
Yep.
Billy did a couple of those as well. So whether it's the 7.07, time will tell. Early indications say no. But next heat in the water, I'm a closet huge fan of Japanese women's surfing. Reika Noro in the red. Natsuki Suda will be white. My little girl, Ren Hashimoto.
Yep.
Sorry. Natsuki Suda will be in blue. Ren Hashimoto in white. And Shino Matsuda will be in blue. And I've got a big interest in Japanese female surfing. My travel partner on the QS is Connor O'Leary, and he holds a Japanese passport. His mum, Akimi, is a former superstar of Japanese women's professional surfing. And I spent a lot of time at Connor's house, and Akimi billets out the Japanese girls. So they'll come over, do a summer in Australia. Akimi will take him to all the events and help him with the language and the food and look after girls like Reika, Ran. We've also had, Minori Kawai in there. Nagisa has been there. So big fan of the Japanese girls. a hilarious bunch to share a house with. Watching Ren and Reika and Nagisa talk and just talk and talk and laugh and laugh and laugh, even though I don't understand it. You can't help but laugh yourself. So next for heat in the water is the QS 1000 final of the women's. So we see a short one from Gosman on screen. So last to Stammen, 5.43. Doesn't change anything. Last of red, Gosman 6.67. So matches his low score. So the situation has remained the same after those two waves. 3 minutes and change on the clock. Stammen in blue with priority needs 7.08. 3 minutes. Stammen has moved back to the southern peak, where we've seen a lot of the big scores so far today.
I tell you what, it's still very doable for Billy with priority back on the peak where those bigger, thicker rights have been coming through. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, probably still quite enough time to see one more set come through. We haven't seen Billy go to the air yet in this heat. Now, will that be the requirement for him to get that score to beat Evan Geisman, who has arguably, once again, another one of the awesome standout surfers in this event from Florida. No doubt, very tuned into this sort of surf that we've got here. Amazing air game himself. We haven't seen him go to his air either because there's been a shortage of left-handers in this heat.
Yeah, Geisman, New Smyrna Beach. Brother Eric, known for his backflips, genuinely has one of the best air games in the business. Both guys can grovel. And as you said, Evan, one of the standouts of this event so far. Billy Stammen sort of worked his way under the radar, ticked boxes through this event. 1 minute 40 seconds, eyes on the water. This is Stammen chasing a 7.08. If he can get a big air reverse and sticks it clean, Stammen is going to try and milk the udder of this cow through to the inside. And no end section for Stammen.
So there you go, Billy going to the air.
Wasn't the best air we've seen all event, was it? But it wasn't the worst either. And we're only talking about a lead with Geisman under 14. He's 13.74 two-wave total. It's not safe. Stammen needs a 7-0. We're seeing 5s and 6s for strong, but not incredibly outlandish surfing. This is a nice looking air reverse from Stammen. Heaps of speed, projects up, out, and down to the flats. Lands backwards, and you can see him looking for an inside connection. Stammen needed 7.08 on that wave. Pitsy, 40 seconds remaining. Priority is with Geiselman. A few bumps on the way. Not sure whether we'll see more waves ridden or not. And I just love the suspense. I love the theatre of it, Matty.
Everyone's, as I said, surfing has been amazing. Billy has just ticked every box as far as viewers' pleasure. He did what everyone wanted to see, and that was to go to the air. The wave may not have offered enough opportunity to get that score, but he did everything possible as a competitor to get that score from what the wave provided and for what we were wanting to see him do. So regardless of what happens, Billy Stammen has been an unbelievable standout through this event. A Kiwi guy taking down all the Aussies.
Sounds like you're reading his eulogy picture.
Yeah, but it's great to see.
The heat is over, semi-final number 2. That wave of Stammen needing a 7.08 came through at a 6.03. So we have an official final matchup. Geiselman Fioravanti, the QS 6000 final here at the Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We are moving into the final of the women. And we're going to see Reika Noro in red, Natsuki Suda in blue, Ren Hashimoto will be white, and Shino Matsuda will be yellow. 30-minute final here for the girls. And, well, with my Japanese being horrid at best, we're going to rotate through the commercial box, the commentary box, and we'll be back right away with more action after this break.
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but it wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
さあウィメンファイナル決勝が始まりました。1ヒート30分で行われています。レッドに野呂玲香選手、ブルーに須田夏樹選手、ホワイトに橋本蓮選手、そしてイエローに松田詩野選手というこの4名の戦いとなっています。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします、小野さん。この4名の選手なんですけれども、ちょっと紹介をしたいと思うんですけど、
はい、どうぞ。
野呂玲香選手は、昨年度からカリフォルニアのハンティントンに拠点を移しまして、サーフィン留学というかしています。そして、須田夏樹選手、鹿児島県種子島在住の選手なんですけれども、非常にいい波になればなるほど実力を出してくる選手ですね。
早速乗りましたね、この人は。
さあこれが松田詩野選手、14歳なんですよ、彼女は。はい、
じゃあまだ中学生、ね、
そうですね。神奈川、茅ヶ崎在住ということで、普段はパークですか？
パーク。
はい
はい、茅ヶ崎湘南のパークですね。はい、
そこがホームみたいですね。さあそしてホワイトの橋本蓮選手、これはショートライです。
蓮ちゃんは、まあ蓮ちゃんって言ってるのかな。
蓮ちゃん、はい。
橋本選手、彼女はオーストラリアに留学している。
そうですね。今ゴールドコーストの空欄があったまさにスーパーバンクのところに住んでいるようですね。17歳です、橋本選手。
ファームビーチハイスクールかな。
そう、カランビの学校行ってたんですけど、今もうそこを辞めて、もう本当にサーフィンのツアーだけに集中するために、どうしてもオーストラリアの学校っていうのは学校を休めないすごいストリクトな難しいそうなので、
そうでしょうね。
はい、
学問と、ね、
そうなんですよ。
スポーツと両方やらなきゃいけない国ですから。はい、
さあその橋本選手、これが2本目の演技となります。もう毎年毎年見るたびに実力が上がっているというか、他の選手もそうなんですけれども、女子のレベルが上がってますよね。
僕もそう思います。
はい。
香織さんもともとプロで日本のジャパンのチャンピオンだったと思うんですけど、僕も覚えてますけど、その時代からしばらく僕から見ると、ウメンズの選手がインターナショナルの方に出ていくのは少しちょっと停滞してたというか、野呂玲香さんとか、大村奈緒さん、ちょうどリプレイで出てますけど、彼女たちの今が橋本蓮さん、彼女たちの時代がいよいよ来たということで今僕こんなこと言うんですけど、その間しばらく外国に出てる選手ってすごく人数が少なかったと思うんですよ。
少なかったですね。一度途切れた感じがあって、寂しかったんですけれども、寂しいなと思ってたところですごくたくさんの、ガールズサーファーが育ってきて、今、熱い感じですよね。
実はジャパンツアーがずっとやってきた過去10年近く育んできたジュニアの中で、実はこの今、カットバックしている選手も含めてですけど、グロメット、並びにカデットというのは僕ら育ててきたわけですけど、いよいよその世代の子たちがこの QS に出てくる。
そうですね。
時が来たという感じかな。
はい。そのグロメットとカデットなんですけど、年齢の分け方っていうのは、
もともとジュニアが20歳以下の時代に、その下の16歳以下をカデット、そしてその下の12歳以下ですね。それをグロメットという形でやってきました。
はい。さあそれでは先ほどの、ヒートウィナーのインタビューの方に行ってみましょう。
メンズのセミファイナルですね。はい。
Here with the winner of our semi-final, number 2 from New Zealand, Billy Sherman.
How's it?
So that was a heated heat, man. It was like you were a little bit behind for a little while there, and we had Tom Whitaker, your buddy director, just stressing in the scores, and then a little. What he considered a little flub up in priority for a second there, and so everyone was a little bit worried about your outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I gave Evan 7, and I'm stoked to make the semis, and I'm stoked for Evan to make the final, and I've been having a good time here, and it's been enjoyable with Tommy. Tommy's been looking after us all week, so looking forward to getting home and having a few beers.
Yeah, so we're gonna have finish off this 30-minute women's final, and you guys are right back out in the water. Conditions are getting way better with that tide getting out. Wouldn't you consider?
For sure, there's better waves out there. I'm just cruising now, and I'm going to relax. I think Evan won that heat.
That's very nice of you. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the water in probably just about 25 minutes.
Sweet. Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers, bro.
Thank you, guys.
I think Evan did heat.
You're kidding me.
No.
さあそれでは、今のビリー・ステルマン選手、先ほどの準決勝で第2位で、残念ながら決勝には残れなかったんですけれども、はい、インタビューの方してくれてましたね。
はい、ということでしたか。
はい。
今のね、前のヒート、
はい。
赤の選手が勝ったように見えたんで、どうなのかなと思ったんですけど。
はい。さあ現在行われているのは、ウィーメン決勝の方が進んでいます、
はい、
1ヒート30分なんですけれども、
はい、
残り時間の方が現在23分、まだまだ時間の方余裕がありますね。
なるほど、
はい、
どうですか、この30分、ウィメンのクラス4人なんだけど、30分で戦うっていうことは、香織さん、どうでしょう。
30分、ヒート海の中に入ってヒートをやっていると、時間が長く感じるってことはなかなかなくて、あっという間なんですけれども、今日で言いますと、波数もありますし、これ、ブルーの選手が右奥で乗っています。はい、このポジションは、志田でいうとメインピークになるところなんですけれども、須田夏樹選手、ブルーのみ右のポジショニングを取っています。そして他の3名は、先ほどメンズたちがやっていたポジショニング、志田のちょうど真ん中あたりのバンクを使って波待ちをしているという状況ですね。
なるほどですね。普段志田はあまりこの左側には砂溜まってないんだけど、今現在は非常にいいサンドバンクのようで、昨日からね引くと砂があそこ沖合まで出てくるぐらい浅い状態ですよね。
そのバンクに沿って波がきれいにレフト、ライトとともにブレイクしているところなんですけれども、先ほど大原弘人君に聞いたところによると、これからどんどん潮が引いてくるので、今この3名の選手が待っているバンク、レギュラー方向が良くなるんじゃないかななんて予想をしてましたけれども、
この後ね、潮がもう少し引きに向かっていくと、面白いですね。
さあ現在第1位のポジションにホワイト、橋本選手、ベスト2スコアが 6.17、そして 4.17、これ乗るのは松田選手です。この選手非常にボトムターンが綺麗で、なんていうのかスムーズなレフトハンダー特有のグーフィーフッター特有のこのなんていう才能があるサーフィンを見せてくれるんですよね。
なるほど、いいですね。確か彼女はね、去年の南房総ジュニアでデビューしてきたと思うんですけど、
そうなんですね。
今までに見たことないタイプのグーフィーフッターで、面白いサーフィンするなと僕も少し気にしてました。リプレイですね。
グッと膝と上半身入れながら、うまくトップに上がってくるんですよね。
なるほど。
まだ14歳、今年14歳ということですね。
中学2年生ですね。じゃあこれから肩の動かし方とか頭のね角度とかを誰かコーチングしていったらいいですね。
さあそしてこれはゼッケンレッドノロ選手、若干今テイクオフのボトムで詰まったんですけど、さあこのファーストターンいいですよ。ノートリムでセカンド。どうですか今のファーストのリッピング。
よく持ちこたまずテイクオフからねよく持ちこたえてボトムから踏ん張って、ターンに持ち込んだら良かったと思います。
そうですね。彼女もレッドの彼女もかなりね陸でのトレーニングも頑張ってますし、さあそしてこれはブルー須田選手、種子島出身の選手です。昨日この夏木選手なんですけど、救急車で運ばれた聞きました。で昨日の夕方の練習中に、海に入っている途中に急に胃が痛くなったらしく、呼吸喋れないぐらいになった。ここですね、レイカ選手。持ちこたえましたよね、ここで。でこのリッピング、
あそこからよく持ってきました。
そうなんですよ。板をしっかり蹴り込んでいるので、スプレーも綺麗に扇形に出てましたね。ということでそのブルーの夏木選手、40分ぐらい離れたところの病院救急車まで運ばれて、そうなんですか。さあその夏木選手、これリプレイですね。ただ緊急な手術とかっていうのはなかったようなんで、お医者さんにはこのさあここでレン選手が
カットバックちょっと途中からですが、
そうなんですよ。かなりスピードに乗った動きをしてきました、橋本選手です。
リプレイもう一回見たいですね。
見たいですね。リプレイ出てきますでしょうかね。さあ現在、先ほどのレッドの2本目のスコアが 7.93、さあその現在第1のノロ選手、これが3本目の演技です。これも2マニューバーコンビネーション入れてきます。やはり先ほどの、レッドの 7.93 なんですけど、2マニューバーでこれだけの点数が出るということは、やっぱりファーストのリッピング トップターンが評価されたということなんでしょうかね。
そうでしょうね。よく僕が言ってしまう最近、マネーターンなんですけど、
マネーターン、はい、
時計の針で12時に向かって上がっていくターン、あそこをジャッジはよく見ているので、さっきの野呂さんのファーストターンはかなりそれに近い11時ぐらいのあたりに当てて込んでた。で当然スプレーも飛んでたし、そのスプレー、飛んでる飛ばないというよりもそのスプレーによってターンの鋭さをジャッジは判断しているので、そこが評価された。この今の2本目も3本目ですね。
今のが3本目ですね。リプレイがかなり良かったんじゃないでしょうか。
グッドレンジの点数出てくると思います。
はい、ボードもしっかりコントロールして抑えてますし、なぜかそのフローですか、ジャッジも、スピードに乗ったこう流れ伴ったライディングということで、さあ出ましたね。 6.33、 現在第1のポジションにレッド、ベスト2スコアが 7.93、そして 6.33、
2本きっちり決めてきましたね。
残り時間18分というところですでにトータルスコア 14.26
ですね。
はい、そして、第2のポジションに橋本選手、ベスト2スコアが 6.17、 そして 4.90、橋本選手が第1位に上がるためには 8.09 が必要です。
そうですね。
はい、そしてブルーの夏木選手、まだベスト2スコアそこまで伸びてないんですけれども、現在第1位のポジションに上がるために必要なスコアは 9.66 です。そしてホワイトの松田選手、第1位のポジションに上がるためには 9.59 ポイントということで、
はい、ともに時間の方17分以上あるので、各選手ですね、冷静にここは一つプライオリティを使ってコンビネーションで点数を変えていく方が有効的だと思いますね。
さあ現在第3位のポジションの須田選手、丁寧に乗りつないできますね。最近のこのレディースサーファーの傾向を見ると、本当に膝を上手に使える選手が増えてきたと思うんですよね。
大事なことですね。膝と、足首と膝と腰の連携ですよね。
そうですね。
最後は肩の向きと頭の位置ですよね。
そうですね。
すべてがバランス。彼女バックサイドうまいですね。
はい。これは3マニューバー決めてきました。
これが
松田選手です。
14歳の松田詩野選手。
現在第4位のポジションなんですけれども、
今のターンは良かったですね。
ちょっとこう鳥肌が出るぐらいのライディングでした。確実にベスト2スコアの、ハイエストに入ってきますね。
来るでしょうね。まさにこの 9.57 必要なところ、コンビネーションで崩していくためにはまず1本
いいんじゃないですか。さあそして、今このイエローの、松田選手波を取るときに、実はレッドの選手が奥のポジショニングにいて、波に乗りたいこうアピールアプローチをしてたんですけれども、イエローの松田選手が高いプライオリティを持っていたため、そうなんですよ。手前にいるにもかかわらず松田選手に優先権が与えられたということで、すかさず波に乗ってきましたね。
見事に4番プライオリティのプライオリティを使って
素晴らしかったです。4マンプライオリティ、今回QS6000 はもうこれから必ず出てくるんですよね。
そうですね。日本国内で使用されたのも今回の大会が初めて
なんですね。さあ先ほどの松田選手 9.33
出ましたね。
出ましたね。
エクセレントスコアですね。
はい。3マニューバー、スピードを伴ったマニューバーは、確実にもうエクセレントですよね。
ファーストターンのところでのスピードとその、バリエーション、さっき香織さん言った通りのその、フローですよね。すべてが整ってた。
整ってましたね。3マニューバー入れたんですけど、ちょっとずつその3つのターンもこう違いを出しながら、ちょっとカービングっぽいターンも入れつつ、縦に上がるねターンも入れながらということで、その辺のあたりが評価されたんじゃないでしょうかね。
ぜひ彼女はもっとハイポテンシャルなサーフィンを磨くために誰かコーチングを
実は彼女ね、もうコーチングをつけてまして、今回誰かっていうのは、ちょっと私言っていいのかわからないので言わないんですけれども、ビデオ撮りでフリーサーフィンも一緒にコーチと一緒にやってましたし、今も誰かしらこう岸から合図というか指示を出していると思います。
それは素晴らしいことです。
なかなかこう日本人の選手って今までそのコーチングシステムが浸透してなかったので、各選手が、ね、独自で頑張っている部分もあったんですけれども、オーストラリアとか海外の選手たちっていうのはコーチングつけてますよね。
そうですね。もうこれは当たり前の世界で、世界の常識、日本のまだ
追いついてないところですね。
そうですね。
さあホワイト乗ってきますが、 ここのレフトのポジショニングがちょっとこうフェースが張ってこなくなるんですよね。
そうですね、インサイドまでねうまくつなげればなんだけども、彼女うまく
つなげてきましたけど、はい、
橋本さん常に落ち着いたこうなんていうんですか、リラックスしてトリミングができるサーファーですよね。
波全体を見れてますよね、彼女。さあ現在第1のポジションにレッドです。第2のポジションにイエロー、イエロー先ほどね 9.33 マークしたので、
セカンドベストウェーブを塗り替えれば、
そうなんですよ。
1位もまだ射程距離内入ってますね。
第1のポジションになるためにはわずか 4.93 ですから、まだね13分以上残ってるので、松田選手イエロー失礼しました 4.93 で第1位のポジションに上がってこれることができます。
それぞれ皆さん冷静に崩してきてるから、
そうですね、
9. 点いくつの差があったので 8.9 まで 8.43 まで戻してきてるから、この辺はまだまだ13分見どころたくさんじゃないですか。
徐々にこう、ベスト2スコアを上げてくる。
プライオリティを持ってる須田選手、今ちょっとパドルしたな。
そうですね。
ジャッジがどう判断するか。
プライオリティを持っている選手がこう波に対して乗るよっていうアピール、それをジャッジが判断するんですけど、
乗るってアピールというか、そこでも漕ぎ出したんだけど乗れなかったとか、乗ってやめてしまうとか、それは完全に優先権を失ってしまう条件の一つですよね。
そうですね。ただ微妙なラインあるじゃないですか。こうボードも波に乗っていく方向に向けたけれども乗らないっていう、その微妙なラインで、微妙
なラインはもう選手とプライオリティジャッジの判断、駆け引きというか、もう騙し合いです。
なるほど。はい。いや、フォーマンプライオリティ、本当にね、選手の皆さんにももう本当試合出てる人たちにはとことん研究する必要があると思うんですよね。
2020年のオリンピックゲームに向けて必ずフォーマンプライオリティは採用されるルールですし、これ出来上がってからまだ2年3年目かな、新しいルールなので、もう世界的にもワールドツアーのヘッドジャッジ、悩みにプライオリティジャッジたちもこのルールに関してはまだまだ研究しつつ、そしてワールドサーフリーグのコミッショナーオフィスと、それから選手たちが組んでいるサーファーズレプレゼンティブですね、サーファー選手会ですよね、その中でもう常にこのルールに関してはどうしようああしようと、研究してますから、向こう4年の間に完全なものに確立してくると思います。
ということですね。やはりまだ出ていない、そのフォーマンプライオリティで出ていないシチュエーションだとか、こうなった場合こうなるっていう事例がまだすべて出てない部分もあるので、まだこれからこうルールも
大きくは変わらないですけど、マイナーチェンジを少しずつしながら確実なこの4万ルールが出来上がってくると思います。
さあ現在第1のポジションにレッド、第2位のポジションにイエロー第1位になるためには 4.93 ポイントが必要です、そして第3位のポジションにホワイト橋本選手、第1位のポジションになるためには 8.09 ポイントが必要です。ブルーの須田選手は、第1位になるためには 8.43 ポイント。はい、
OK、 じゃあちょっと CM 入れてください。
はい、それではここで、ブレイク入ります。
Welcome back to 一宮千葉オープン2016。
戻ってきました。
はい、どうでしょう、その間は何か
そうですね、まだ大きなシチュエーションのチェンジというのはないんですけれども、現在プライオリティ、ファーストプライオリティを持っているのはブルーです。セカンドプライオリティがイエロー、サードプライオリティがレッド、そしてフォースプライオリティにホワイトです。各4名の選手 だいぶポジショニングが近い感じですね。
なるほど、
はい、
ここはちょっとこの後の須田選手、彼女のプライオリティの使い方か、
はい、
彼女がプライオリティを持っている間に、はい、ゼッケンイエローとゼッケンレッドのこれは実はセカンドとサードプライオリティのやり取りが起きるのかな。ここは今どういうプライオリティなんだろう。1がブルーで、
そうですね。さあそして奥からレッドが乗ります。現在第1のポジションレッドです。さあここでプライオリティが、若干入れ替わりますね。
で2番目にプライオリティイエローが持ってるんで、
はい、
ここは何か仕掛けてくる可能性がありますね。
そうですね。セカンドプライオリティを持っているとかことは割とねいい状況、はい、だと思います。そしてイエロー。
そして3つ目、レッドが今プライオリティを乗ったんですね。波に
乗りました。乗って失い。
なので今4番目にゼロな状態ですね。
今ゼロの状態ですね。さあ現在ウィーメンの決勝が行われています。残り時間8分を切ったところで、ノロ選手がトータルスコア 14.26 ポイントでリードしていますが、イエロー、はい、この選手が 4.93 以上出すと逆転してきます。さあこれはワンマニューバーですがかなり鋭い、一発だったと思います。
そうですね。4.93、
はい。今日日曜日ということもあってビーチはもう本当人で溢れてるんですけれども、嬉しいですね。はい。で子供たちがたくさんいるっていうのがとても嬉しいんですよね。私。
子供たちねパンフレットを持って、
はい、
マジックペン持ってプロサーファーにサインを求めに、はい、これはもう世界共通の
どこでも一緒ですね。はい。
こういう文化がねどんどんこれから流行っていくといいですね。
そうですね。はい、やっぱりこうプロサーファーを見てかっこいいなとかこう夢のあるね、スポーツになっていってもらいたいと思います。現在志田の、志田下ポイント真ん中ちょうどこの真ん中のエリアを使って選手たちが波待ちポジショニングをしている状況です。
はい。でプライオリティが動いてイエローが4つに戻ったのか。
さあファーストプライオリティを持っているブルーがこの波を乗ってきますね。おっとこれはかなりブレイクが早そうだったんで、キックアウトしたというところなんですが、ここでブルー、ファーストプライオリティを失い、現在ファーストプライオリティがホワイト、セカンドプライオリティがレッド、サードプライオリティにイエローです。
はい。橋本選手に回ってきましたね、プライオリティが。
はい。そうですね。ここでホワイトの橋本選手が逆転に必要なスコア 8.09。プライオリティファーストプライオリティ持っています。さあそして現在アプローチかけたのはこれビーチすごい人じゃないですか。画面上、出てるんですけどちょうどここには映ってないんですけど防波堤堤防堤ですか、左にずっと出てるんですよね。
栗浜に向かってね、ある防波堤の上にはもうたくさんもう満席ですよね。
はい、もう空いてませんでした。私さっき見に行ったんですけど、はい、あそこがちょうど座りやすくてね見やすいんですけど、もう空いてる隙間がありませんでした。
今日はね本当暑くもなく、寒くもなくてで一番いいこの梅雨前のね、
そうですね、
一番いい気候ですね。よかった。
はい、この1週間ですか、もう試合がスタートして、8日目ですよね。確か
7日、ごめん失礼、月曜日から7日目、今日は7日目。
日曜日が日本人のトライアルでしたね。
あ、そうかそうか。
はい。ずっと波ありますよね。
その通りです。
そうなんですよね。
はい。
そして1日だけおとついですか、嵐で若干こう試合の方が止まったんですけど、
大雨で大変なことになったんですけど、それもなかったことのように、何もなかったように。
ただ嵐のおかげで波が上がり、ちょっとオンショアコンディションだったんですけれども、選手たちの素晴らしい演技が見れました。
その通りです。ちょうど今のシーズンは低気圧が行ったり動いたり高気圧とのこのやり取りがあってね、この海岸に波が押し寄せるシーズンだったんでよかったですよ。
もう本当にこの志田下の波のクオリティは私見せつけられた感じがしますね。もうバンクもありますし、潮が引いても満ちてもいい波、ちゃんとこうシェイプされた波が入ってくるっていうところで、もう実際選手たち高得点エクセレントたくさんもう出してきてるんで。本当見応えがある試合ですよね。
実は今回の大会10ポイントライドをすると、大塚商会の方から、50万円のキャッシュが用意されているんですね。
キャッシュですか？
はい。でラストチャンスは、今このヒートもまだ4分 残ってるんですけど、
はい
このヒートで9点惜しかったですね。松田詩野選手ひょっとしたら来たかもしれない。
そうですね。
9.33、ただこの次の、ファイナルで10ポイントが出れば、50ポイント
50万円
50万円
キャッシュ
もらえる可能性がまだ残っている、
さあそして次のメンズ決勝では、レオナルド・フラビアンテ選手イタリア、そして、イーヴァン・ガイゼルマン選手、アメリカ、この2名の対決が
アメリ
見れます。
カ対イタリアですか。
はい、
重いですね。
レオナルド選手の、なんていうんですか、陸で歩いてる時のオーラもかっこいいんですよね、すごく。はい。
香織さん、初日のインタビューでレオ様って言ってませんでしたか？
はい、浅香さんがね、もうレオ様を浸透させようって言って、
なるほど、
はい。さあこれは現在第1ポジションレッドがプライオリティを使いながら、
いいターンですね。
はい、
当て込み。
そうですね。ファーストマニューバーだったんですけれども、
波がねちょっと単調になってきてるんで選手もポジショニングうまいことしないと、レンさんいいよ。
いいんじゃないですか。
橋本選手いい波です。はい。
カービングターン入れながら、
いいターン、セカンドターンもしっかり来てます。
先ほどのレッドのノロ選手のライディングは、多分ベスト2スコアには入ってこないので、トータルスコアは変わらずですね。はい、シチュエーションは変わらないと思います。
残り時間があと3分切ったところで。
3分切りましたね。やはり早いですよね。
本当に4人いてもね。まあでもこのヒート4人ともしっかり波に乗ってきてすごい忙しいヒートでしたね。でも中でもねエクセレントスコアが2本1本出たのか。グッドレンジが1、2、3、4、
出てますね。
5本も出てるんで、野呂さんまた乗ってます。
さあ後ろからもこのセットはブルーがアプローチをかけています。さあブルー、種子島の選手です。
いいターンです。
いいですね。まるでメンズのようなサーフィン。はい。本当膝のこのなんていうんですか、ためをためながら、さあここからまだフェイスが出てきます。
いいな。
いいですね。さあビーチでは歓声が拍手が起こっています。
はい、
さあ
これは間違いなく彼女のベストスコアになると思います。
入ってきそうですね。はい、確実に 4.60 以上は、メイクしてくると思います。さあ現在ファーストプライオリティは、第2位のポジションイエロー松田選手が持っています。そしてこれはホワイトの橋本選手、バックハンドアプローチしています。波的には、ミドルウェーブなんですが、高さはそんななかったんですが、どうでしょう。
ね、ちょっとあそこのインサイドでさっきの須田さんの乗った波はつないだんだけど、今橋本選手の乗った波に関してはちょっとインサイドまでつながって
きませんでしたね。さあこれです。この夏木選手のファーストのアプローチ良かったですよね。ここからまだまだこう膝を使いながら、この夏木選手の目線がねしっかりもう次の行く方向を見てるんですよね。さあ夏木選手のコーチングにはお父様がついていらっしゃいます。はい。そしてはい、この須田選手、橋本選手、野呂選手なんですけど、次の6月3日からのメキシコの WSL の試合にも行くそうです。
もうじゃあこの後すぐオンザツアーなわけですね。
そうですね。その後のエルサルバドルも夏木選手と野呂選手は行くって言ってましたね。
なるほど。
はい。
今年10月にホワイトバッファローという冠でですね、ウーメンズの3000が日本にやってきます。その時彼女たちの活躍とともに世界のトップのウーメンズが来るというの、
楽しみですね。はい。さあ残り時間20秒を切っています。現在ファーストプライオリティイエロー持ってるんですが、ここで野呂選手がどうマークといいますか、この残り時間10秒です。
そうですね。ここで乗り切らないと。
若干波は入ってきたないでしょうか。さあウィーメン決勝が終わりました。さあこれはどうやらレッドの野呂玲香選手が
見事
素晴らしいです。トータルスコア 14.26、ベスト2スコアが 7.93、そして 6.33 をマークしています。このヒートのこの決勝ハイエストはでもこのイエローの松田選手の 9.33、
これはみんな覚えておいてもらいたいですね。
いやもうみんなのね刻まれ、玲香選手嬉しそうですね。
おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。でこのガールズたち皆さんねこう戦ってますけど、陸では本当みんなニコニコして、そうなんですよ。
いいことです。
はい。
本当に
とても大事なことだと思います。
ピースオフザフィールドですよね。
はい、やっぱそこがねこうサーファーのなんかね一番大切な部分だと思うんですよね。
はい、
もちろんね戦い合うねライバル同士だとは思うんですけれども、
まあこの先ね何年もこの組み合わせで、
はい、
このもう一つ前の、準決勝セミファイナルでまあ負けてしまった選手もいるんですけど、はい、まあ大体その辺のグループがこれから日本のウィメンズのサーフィンを支えていくメンバーだと思います。
はい、はい、さあこの後はいよいよメンのファイナル、
ファイナルですね。
はい、
10ポイント出るか、それとも、はい、
もし出ないとどうなるんでしょうかね、その
その後にですね、実はエキシビジョンマッチ、決勝の後に構えてまして、エクストラヒートですね。
スーパーセッションみたいな感じでしょうかね。
そこで一番目立った選手に、20万円のキャッシュがいく。はい。それから、残ったというわけじゃないですけど、その他のお金はですね、福祉団体の方にですね、そちらの方に寄付されるということで、
スポーツの福祉の団体ということですね。さあ野呂選手が担がれて、弟の海里君がボードを持っています。嬉しそうですね。もう麗華選手っていうとなんかこうなんていうんですか、可愛らしいこう自分のアピールがすごい上手なんですけど、すっごく努力家で今、カリフォルニアの生活では学校も行きながら朝一サーフィンして、今コーチングもして陸のジムのトレーニングもしながら、これ中村、中村じゃないですね、安井匠君かな、誰が担いでるんですかね、ちょっとわかんないですけど。
大丈夫かな、男の方がなんか華奢だなちょっと。
はいはい
ね。
さあそれでは次はいよいよメンズのファイナルヒートの方がスタートしていきます。
はい。かおりさんどうですか、この、1週間、ずっと見てきて、最後に勝ち上がってきたのは、レオ様、レ
オナルド・フィオラバンティイタリア、対イーバン・ゲーゼルマン選手。
じゃあこの決勝の前に、ちょっとコマーシャルで、
コマーシャルの
じゃあ皆さんまたよろしくお願いします。
We're back. This is the men's final, the QS 6000, the ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. We just had an incredible women's final with Reika Noro taking that one out. And hopefully we can keep that enthusiasm and hype going, Maddie, because this is the men's final. We've got Leonardo Fioravanti in the red, Evan Geiserman in the blue. 26.5 minutes remaining of this 30-minute heat. No waves have been ridden. So we've got a clean slate for both these boys. And, well, Maddie, sorry, you were on the beach for that women's final. How are you feeling? You wanted to calm down a little bit.
Well, you know, the girls get you excited because they're all out there really trying to step up the ladder as far as pro surfing and their careers go. And there's a lot of girls that are travelling the world and doing their best to get, you know, all the experience to get up into that, you know, WCT qualifying position as far as the women's go. And you saw Reika Noro, who's now living in Huntington Beach. She led that heat for most of it. Then you've got Natsuki Suda, who's also travelling, trying to clock up scores and get a top world ranking, sitting in fourth right throughout that final. And the last throw of the dice, she needed, it was like an 8.4, and she ended up getting like an 8.23 or something. It was very close. She came very, very close to that 8-point score that she needed, that got me and the whole beach excited. And one other standout from that final was a little girl in yellow who's only 14 years old. And I'm pretty sure she posted the highest score of the heat on a backhand combination of awesome surfing. For 14 years old, to give it to the best of surfing talent here in Japan. Under the pressure of a final situation with the beach packed, live webcast, beach announce all going on, it was an awesome and a very mature performance from a 14-year-old Japanese girl. So the future's bright as far as women's surfing goes in Japan.
And that's what this event, especially the QS 1000 for the women, that's what it's all about. You know, this Japanese surfing is so strong, and for, you know, historically has had a series of World Tour events and really highly rated WSL qualifying series events. It's been quite a few years. So to get not only the QS 6000 back here for the men, but also the QS 1000 event for the women's, it's a really positive step forward. And that 1000, seeing that the young girl, Matsuda, I think it was, teeing off on such an elite stage at a young age, you can't measure the confidence and the amount of growth she'll have just from that one moment. So moving forward with Japanese women's surfing in particular, while we're talking about the women's final, I think that's events like this are really important, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the next sort of 3 to 5 years play out for Japanese surfing. And while we're on the topic, we're going to throw down with the winner of the QS 1000, Reika Noro.
はい、それでは見事ウィーメン、優勝された野呂玲香選手です。本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
どうですか、今の気持ちを率直に。
本当すごい嬉しいです。
これまで、かなりねたくさん努力してきて、拠点もねカリフォルニア移されたということで、とてもみんながね私たちが知らないところで努力されてたと思うんですけど、いかがですか？
そうですね、去年ちょうど1年になるんですけど、カリフォルニアに拠点を移して、トレーニングとサーフィンを毎日頑張ってきて、この結果が結ばれたと思います。
ヒート中どうでした？イエローの選手が 9.33 でかなり高得点マークしてきたんですけど。
そうですね、松田選手、はい、松田選手もすごいサーファーで、あともう一本の点数も出されると思ったので、すごいちょっとドキドキしたのですけど、よかったです。
なるほど。30分いかがですか？あっという間でした？
そうですね、思ってたよりあっという間でした。
サーフィンの調子的にはいかがですか？
サーフィンはずっと調子良かったんで、その調子でファイナルも行けてよかったと思います。
なるほど。それでは最後に、英語でメッセージを、はい、できると思うので、Please give us any message to the audience.
Thank you so much for watching, and I'm blessed to be here, and everyone was sleeping, and yeah, I'm so happy right now. Thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。
Reika Nora, winner of the QS 1000s of the women, and she's stoked. You know, I think it could be her. I'm going to throw it out there and say it's her first big win on the QS stage, and she has been traveling the world doing the QS 6000s for the women's for the last few years, and that hopefully for Reika is the breakthrough result she needed to give her that confidence to go up against the world's best women. And we're about to embark on a long leg of women's QS events. So I hope with a bit of luck, and well, with the country of Japan riding on her shoulders now, Reika Noro, hopefully she can continue this momentum into the women's QS 6000 series. Because unfortunately, you know, a QS 1000, if we're talking about qualifying, 1,000 points for winning, it's not really a keeper on the women's side of things. They have a series of 6,000 events, and well, you win a 6,000, you get 6,000 points. That's how it works. So it won't really be a keeper in terms of qualifying, but it's the big picture that we're focusing on with that result from Reika.
The stepping stone to getting herself a consistent seed into those events.
Well, she's in regardless.
Okay, cool.
She's got a good enough seed.
Yep.
The seeds aren't as cutthroat on the women's side as the men's. And yeah, so Reika, $1,000 in the pocket, and she's going to head back to Huntington Beach, her current home, and get prepared for the next leg of QSs for the women.
Yeah, there's one little girl in there, Ren Hashimoto, that we haven't spoken about much, who was fairly quiet through that, but I think she potentially turned a wave that didn't offer much at all into a very high score.
Yeah.
And she is a very high-quality surfer here that we didn't see too much in that final, but another name to really watch out for is Ren Hashimoto on the international women's surfing scene.
She was my pick, to be honest, and I'd actually been roped in. I was actually, if Ren had won, myself and Connor O'Leary were going to have to chair her up the beach. So here we go. This is a live restart. You can hear the hooter in the background. So 30-minute final. Clock will be reset from 20 minutes back to 30. So no waves ridden, no opportunities in the first 10 minutes of the men. And it's given us an opportunity to talk about the women's a bit more. But yeah, Ren Hashimoto was my pick for the women's final. And she's a bundle of laughs.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to describe Ren.
Yeah, she trains in the same gym that I go to. It's run by a Brazilian fella called Rodrigo on the Gold Coast, and it's one of these holistic Brazilian style of training gyms. A lot of top names in the men frequent there when the Quicksilver Pro's on, and she's been putting in a lot of time learning all these different exercises, core strength training, which is the whole basis of the training. And she's really been applying herself to strength, competing, everything. She's, getting out there and making sure that she's definitely going to create a surfing career for herself. And she's a real hard little worker. She's got a great handle on the English language too, which is very important, especially with your, post-heat interviews, sponsor presentation, all the rest of it. So she's doing a great job, and she surfs very well. And it's great to see all these Japanese women getting out around the world, building their confidence, and becoming, a full-time presence within the world surfing scene.
Yeah, I think this is a turning point hopefully a turning point for Japanese women surfing. You can see the talents there, and the depth is there. So there's girls like Minori Kawai who aren't even making the final, and she's only 14, and we're talking about her on this, putting her on the pedestal of the Reiki Noro Ren Hashimoto's as well. So the talent is there, and hopefully the girls can put together enough strong heats on the QS to make that top 10. Top 7 women do qualify. Hi, I'm Kale Bell Warren. I'm joined by my buddy here, Matt Pitts, Japanese professional surfer, wave pool guy. That's not a nice way to put it, is it?
Oh man, I'll take the Rick Kane status for Japan.
Pool.
No problem at all.
Man, I would love to do the same. Here we go. Outside, first paddle of the final. Both boys out of position. And interestingly, they're in the middle of the peak of that. A left and a right, sort of reeled off. Neither way, neither direction. Having the benefit of using my own eyes to see that. Had a whole lot to offer. It was just a big, thick peak with no wall on either side. So this is the men's final. QS 6000, the third QS 6000 for the year. The third final Leonardo Fioravanti has made at a QS 6000 this year. And it looks like Leo's having a look at this one. And he's up. So the Italian Leonardo Fioravanti, first wave of the final. Strong 2-turn combo from Leo. Behind him is also Evan Geiselman. You can see the whip in Geiselman's backside snap. And 2 turns and kicks out.
And here we go. Here's that paddle battle back for priority. So Leo opening up 2 to 3, high flying speed, precision, mixed with a bit of power as his opening ride. And then we saw Evan Geiselman, big backhand snap, spray flying off the top on the first turn. Maybe 1 or 2 bumps too many to link up that second turn. Here's Leonardo, high flying frontside floater, big snap, and just a little foam glide at the end. But it was a nice smooth finish to the ride. Coming up behind that, Evan Geiselman. First turn, big money turn for Evan.
Yeah. So coming into this event, Geiselman was rated 55th on the QS this year. There hasn't been a whole lot of events, to be completely honest. So our 55th rated in the world right now, Geiselman on this wave. And he is going to cartwheel up the ratings. He finished last year, 2015's QS ratings in 32nd position. So when we're talking about the top 10 qualifying for the elite men's world tour, Geiselman was in range. A big result at the final event at Sunset Beach. could have seen him qualify for the World Tour. He's had a few funny years. He actually had a near-death experience. He was revived and resuscitated on the beach at Pipeline.
That was him.
This previous Hawaiian winter,
Wow.
December. So Geiselman's gone from near death, and he right now, just months later, having been resuscitated on the beach, he is in the final of the ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open.
And just throwing down a 7.0 for his first ride, comparing that with Leo, a 5.83. So, first time I think we've seen the first wave exchange go to Leo's opponent, Evan Geiselman, with a 7.0 here in this final, throwing down the gauntlet for Leonardo Favanti to now get to work, because that's a real good mental advantage now that Evan has got over that first wave exchange.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Leonardo reacts with this. You're right, Pitsy. He has opened each exchange in each heat with the highest score, and more often than not, it's been a counting score for him as well. So Fioravanti, the young fella, he's a touchy, maybe a couple years younger than Evan. He's coming off 2 seconds in QS 6000s. So I wonder if, the wave wasn't there. It's not like he made any mistakes on that ride. But here goes Evan, his second ride with priority. And this is going to be the first time we've seen Fioravanti have to chase, Matty.
Yeah, it's great. And there we saw Evan take off on another wave, similar to his first, maybe a little bit more green wall on it. First, strong turn. Second, maybe just a hint of unbalance in there. But would expect a fairly similar score to go into what his first wave was. And there we've got the pink board spray really lighting up the blue-green backdrop and the blue sky we've got going on here. So Evan Geiselman with a pretty positive package so far here in this final.
Loving the little pink hit on his board.
Yeah.
We've spoken about spray colour a little bit in the past. Not as important today with this sun shining and the water looking that greeny blue. But there was a couple of days where we had some grey overcast skies, some grey water, a bit of rain about, and we talked about how a dark, flat colour like a green. We saw Heitor Alves with a green spray, almost looked like he had no surfboard. So second saw for Geiselman, not going to be as good as his first, but he'll take it, I dare say, at this stage of the final. 23 minutes remaining, and Geiselman will have the 2 best scores so far. 6.23 for last of blue. So 6.23 for last of blue. Geiselman maintains the heat lead. First wave for Fioravanti, just a 5.83. Right now, Fioravanti needs a 7.4 to go to the lead. He does have priority, and I dare say, look, to be honest, I hope that the 6 of Evan is gone. Even the 7 from Evan is gone come final hooter. Because with these dropping tides, we're seeing a lot more sets on the outside. And while it's a good start for Evan, I don't think the work is done. Just knowing and having seen the consistency and the high scoring consistency that Leo has. Here's a question for you, Pitty.
Yep.
Where would you be sitting right now?
I think Leo's in the spot. I think we've seen the 3 waves so far in this heat ridden from where Leo is right now. We've seen most of our better scores coming through from that position. And, I'm thinking, I know Evan's down the beach now just hoping for a little lucky roll of the dice to pop up a left down there. And I'm sure when the priority changes, you'll see him move back up to where Leo is. But it seems to me that he's sort of lured Leo down that way a bit more. A little bit off the peak.
Yeah, so Fioravanti is, he's one part of him's thinking, okay, I want to stick somewhat close to Evan. If a good wave comes, I want to be on it, not Evan. But on the other side of the coin, he's going, I need to sit where the best waves are. I need scores. I don't want to have a 5.83 at the end of this heat. And off, the screen's on Mike Crookhead and your luscious hair. Off screen, you can see the surface. So you can see Fioravanti on the right in red, and Geiselman down the beach in the blue. I'd love to see Leo come back. If you're going to be that far from Evan, you may as well be a long way away from Evan and on the true peak of this lineup. But hey, here I am saying this. I lost first heat. needing a 4.8, and Leo's in the final, so he knows better than us. And this is Geiselman live, underneath priority. Just do up and down for Blue, won't change anything. And hopefully Leo can prove me wrong. It's easy to sit in the box, Matty, and throw stones, saying they should be sitting somewhere else. We're not out there. We're not leading the QS ratings. So Fioravanti knows the drill, and there's a lot of time left. Matty, this 30-minute final, we did see a restart. Weather, chill isn't going to be an issue. Sun's shining, water's warmed up again. Now we've got rid of that south current.
Yeah, Evans come off an interesting positional heat earlier in today where he had Victor Bernardo leave him, paddle way up the beach to a right-hander, maybe 200 metres between them. It would have thrown the whole doubt and should I follow him, should I stay where I am equation into that heat. He sat solid on the spot where he thought the best waves would come. It came down to his last blast. He progressed through that heat, but once again, there was that, do I follow him? Do I stay where I am? And Evan stuck solid to his game plan and ended up winning the heat. But now we're seeing Leo slowly luring, slowly moving down, and he's sort of been, lured off his game plan. It's possible. I don't know what's going through his head, so I don't know what his game plan is, but you could say that if Evan was to paddle back up to the main peak, I'm sure Leo would be sitting there as well.
Yeah, this is a strange one. The wild thing about that heat with Evan and Victor Bernardo was that both guys were tied at one point. And normally we separated tie to best one wave. They both had a 6. Then we separated, we go the next best wave. They both had a 5.67. So we had to count back to third wave with 3 minutes to go in Geiselman's quarterfinal. And he eventually got a 7.4, put the heat to bed. But it was an absolute trip knowing that second place needed a 3.8, despite already having 2 scores greater than that. So fortunately for everyone involved, Evan put it to bed. And right now he's leading this final, Pitsy, and you can't see it on screen, but there is an absolute nugget of a right-hander reeling through untouched. You'll just see it go through the line up there. That's the end of the right. From the top of that peak. And I do love Leonardo Fioravanti. He's a great bloke. But I can't help but think this is the first time we've seen him follow rather than dictate the path of the heat.
So we've had a restart to this heat. We've got just under 18 minutes left of a 30-minute final. And we do have the cat and mouse has started with only 3 waves on the board. And arguably the instigator of the cat and mouse is the surfer needing the scores.
Yeah, so Leo with priority can sit wherever he wants, can take whatever wave he wants, regardless of where Evan is. You can see both boys chasing a lump to the south, and that's a bit of a hoax lump. We saw Evan's semi-final against Billy Stammond. Billy chased a hoax lump just like that down to the north, and Geiselman got a score under priority by simply being in the right spot, by sitting on that southern peak just to the right of where the boys are now. And I spoke to Stammond after that heat, and he was gutted because he had priority and he could have actually caught that wave to block Geiselman for a reason that he couldn't explain. He didn't take that wave with priority. Geiselman dropped a 7.4 and eliminated Stammond. So tactics in these small conditions are essential to a win, and you can't afford to make a mistake, as Stammond unfortunately did. And we're seeing his opponent who reaped the rewards of that mistake, Geiselman, in this heat with a somewhat strong lead, 13.23 two-wave total for Geiselman. Low score, 6.23. Just the one wave in for Fioravanti, the man in red, current QS ratings leader. Fioravanti has priority, needs a 7.4 underneath Pitsy. Geiselman, it's got incredible ability to go vertical, but keep down the line momentum.
I'm interested, one other interesting thing about Evan Geiselman is not so long ago he has changed to Lee Stacey shapes, and the boards seem to be working really well for him. And the change of shapers can really affect the way you're surfing mentally and also lifts. And I think that Evan is looking forward to a pretty good year this year, and the boards that he's riding look like they're doing the job for him. And out
So-
the back, Leo.
Leo on a bomb. The wave before actually looked pretty good. He's taken this one. Fioravanti, big frontside air reverse. Crowd erupts. And, well, that was really interesting, Matty. Leo paddled for the first wave. The whistles from the beach went up. And I dare say, I don't know who threw the whistle, but Leo opted to not take the first wave, a little bumpier, smaller wave than that one. And he waited for the bigger, more critical wave. And he went into the sky. So Fioravanti, previous heats, we've seen him get 2 sevens and then take to the air. And this heat, it's the final, Matty. There's no time to build. He's just gone straight for the jugular. And, well, the wave didn't really offer a whole lot else. And here it is. Front side, air reverse. Doesn't quite get the full rotation. Lands backwards and spins in the wash. Exciting, critical maneuver. Japanese fans on the beach loved it.
This is, once again, this is exactly what we want to see in a final. And the other amazing thing about Leonardo's surfing is he has the rail game, as we saw, and he has this amazing air game which will win him finals all day long. So now he's got an 8.50 and moved into the lead. So now Evan looking for a 7.34. So that's going to be, Evan is now going to have to get a better score than what he's previously got in this final. But 14 minutes left. As we've seen right throughout this event, the level and of intensity with the ridings and the manoeuvres that the surfers are going for have lifted in that last 10 minutes. And once again, it's going to be called upon here in this final if Evan is going to want to win it.
8-5 for Fioravanti for that air reverse. And here we are sitting, he's on the back foot. How will he play this? Fioravanti, just go, screw you guys. What do you know in the box? I'm going to lead one wave later.
Well, I know one thing we know in the box, and that was for him to come back on the original peak where he got that wave.
Yeah. So, yeah, we did see Geiserman drop a 5.33 underneath. But that one wave, that one manoeuvre from Fioravanti, 8.5, that forehand air reverse. And there's not a whole lot of lefts. And I know that Evan's strength in his aerials is in his forehand. On the backhand, he's going to have to, do those strong vertical manoeuvres and maybe throw a fin blow and kick the fins out a little bit to add that extra emphasis. But I think on an air game on these rights, purely head-to-head, as we see Fioravanti have a look. Geiserman had priority on that one. And that wave had absolutely no shoulder. So neither boy's taking it. So head-to-head air game on the rights. I think Leo might have the upper hand, purely off the fact that the front side full rotation air reverse is potentially easier. And even just a stock front side air reverse is, generically, and I don't know, I'm not a known aerialist myself, an easier maneuver, a more high percentage maneuver than the backside air reverse, especially if you're looking for the full rotation that Evan may need to drop a big score. So 12 minutes remaining. Single best score sits with the Italian Fioravanti, 8.5. There's a lot of time left here, Pitsy. A lot of time.
A lot of time, and Evan now in with priority. I think it's going to be a fantastic finish. We will see a flurry of sets, and we're going to see a couple more great rides before this final's done. But after the final, they're running a super session here. There was $5,000 up for grabs for a surfer.
Still is
There is still $5,000 up for grabs for any surfer who can throw down a 10-point ride throughout this event, which has not eventuated. So rather than the sponsor getting a week of publicity and not costing him anything, they've said, wait a second, bring that $5,000 back because we're going to have an expression session for about 15 of the guys from this event, and the money will be split up between first, second, and third of that expression session. And we've got Takumi Yasui, Ohara Hiroto, Ohashi Kaito, Takumi Nakamura, Inaba Rio, Nakajima Flavio, Bino Lopez, Heitor Alves, Hizanomi Botero, Kono Leary, David Silva, Ian Gavea, Rafael Taxiera, Thiago Guimarães, Victor Bernardo and Marco Fernandez. So we got a massive lineup of surfers that are going to hit the water after this final for a split of the $5,000 for the 10-point ride. But what happens if the 10-point ride goes down in the last 10 minutes of this heat? These guys can all get out there for free surf.
Yeah, so that'll be just a short hit of entertainment between the conclusion of this men's final and the presentation. And have you seen the trophy, Matty?
I have.
How the hell is someone going to win that thing and get it into their own country? It is. I don't know how to explain it. I had someone explain to me what the meaning of the trophy was.
Yep.
Back to live action. Geiselman, second position, needs 7, 3, 4. 2 big critical backside snaps and a third. He's got such a beautiful backside and gives it the tall man treatment on the end.
Now, one thing, as he took off on that wave, I saw him climbing back on his board with his back foot. He knew he was going to have to go straight up, hard and high, and I saw him pivot that foot twice and then set it and bang, up into his first turn.
So I don't know if the 500,000 yen will go off with a perfect score for that wave, but Evan Geiselman answers back to the high-flying Leo Fioravanti. And, well, Geiselman needs a 7.34. His best wave is a 7, and here it is. So you see that big vertical re-entry. It's got this incredible ability to go vertical and maintain down the line speed. So great wave selection with priority. Gives it the tall man, all body flex. Little look at the panel and just say, hey boys, what do you think about that?
And that was damn good. And Evan Geiselman, the subtle weight adjustments that he did throughout that wave was awesome to see.
Wow. Last score of blue, 9.17. 9.17 for Evan Geiselman. A new heat situation. So Fioravanti bumped down to second. And here's Geiselman just sniffing on an inside one. Quick up and out there for blue. So with that last of blue, 9.17. Evan Geiselman is our new heat leader. Fioravanti now has priority. 8.5 minutes on the clock, and the Italian needs a 7.68. So, wow, Geiselman in the lead, looking to better a low score of a 7. Anything above that will increase the requirement for Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo needs a 7.68, and I think the way these boys are surfing, I think it's going to be a matter of if the sets come or not, because both guys have looked so strong on their feet. We saw Leo, a single manoeuvre, 8.5, about 10 minutes ago. So he's well and truly got the 7.68 he needs in his surfing. It's just going to come down to a bit of priority, a bit of cat and mouse. And the ocean here at Shirasta in the Chiba Prefecture, just 2 hours from Tokyo.
So I've noticed now Leo, with priority, has parked up on the main peak. He's not going to get lured into any old cat and mouse paddle position games here. He sat down, he knows where he's going to get his score, and I'm sure inside his head he knows exactly what he's going to do to get that score. So, as you said, just a matter of the sets coming through, and then Leo will go to town and hunt down that required 7.68.
Wow.
So you see Evans, second priority, just sitting 50, 60 metres away from Leo and probably just sort of mentally taunting him, saying, hey man, just come down here,
look at all
might
these
get a bomb.
Look at all these magic lefts that aren't actually breaking up here, trying to draw Leo off the peak. But we spoke about it earlier, Matty. The premium position in the lineup is where Fioravanti is right now. It's where Fioravanti got his 8.5. It's where Geiselman got his last, the 9.17. So Fioravanti with priority, plenty of time, 6.5 minutes remaining. And the ocean is coming to life here at Shirasta. The crowd has thickened immensely. There's all sorts of activations going on in the car park. And this set, you can see the swell lines on the camera. It's just pushed away from the top of the peak. This one's going to fill up and close out. So Fioravanti, second position, current QS ratings heat leader. And look for Geiselman to do one really big aerial on this one. Chooses not to that wave, just running out a bit quickly. So back to the trophy. It is, I'm told, it is a Japanese. It looks like a temple, but blokes carry it up the beach at a certain time of year here to celebrate something.
God lives in it for the time that it's carried around.
Okay. So it's the time where God leaves the ocean, comes onto land, and the local community carry this giant temple-looking thing on their shoulders. And the trophy is a scaled-down replica of the one they use here at Chiba, at Shedasta.
Yep.
And it's in a glass box. That's the trophy right there. That is really big. That's probably, 12 to 18 inches tall. Fioravanti wants that trophy. Big snap out of the top for the Italian. Kicks the fins and this wave behind. We saw Geisman have a look and not go.
So Leo coming unstuck on that second manoeuvre.
I think he knew that wave was going a bit funny. Wasn't going to be the 7.68. Didn't allow him that big critical section.
5 minutes left.
So my question here, will Fioravanti head down to these Misto host lefts that aren't even there? Or will he stick to his guns, come back to the peak, try and sell Geisman on a burger and get priority at the premier peak of this beach? So the winner will take home that trophy. It's got to be 2 feet tall. I reckon I got my previous estimates wrong. The detail in that thing, I was talking to Oimi Toshi later, the WSL Japan director, and he said that the detail and it's a fragile looking piece, would be without a doubt one of the greater trophies you could have on your wall as a pure art piece. And Fioravanti, just a quick up and down there for red.
So here we go. Now the cat and mouse has started. Forget the positioning, forget the bombs. It's now he's going to defend that 4-minute lead that he has over Fioravanti. He has priority, and now he's down there. He's going to hunt Leo down. He will not leave any stone left unturned as far as his campaign to win this final. Evan Geisman is going to pull all of his experience, every tactic. He's already used his surfing ability. Now it's going to come down to the tactics in that last 3 minutes and 45 seconds. That little thing is actually called a mikoshi, they call it. And it happens towards the festival goes down around about October, late through summer. And it's never allowed to touch the ground. So it's never allowed to be put down. So the whole town will continue to swap positions underneath it and march it right through the town and all the way back down to here. And you probably go through 1,000 people as they change positions underneath the mikoshi. It's actually very heavy. It all sits on their shoulders, and at the end of Japan's summer you see everyone sitting around with red raw shoulders because these similar festivals go on in the towns all around Japan.
It is sick. It's an art piece. It is you'd pay a lot of money just to have that thing on your wall as an ornament, let alone with the history and the cultural significance it holds. And it also brings with it the memories of having won a QS 6000 here at the Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. So quick wave for Fioravanti. The boys are back on the premium peak. 2.5 minutes remaining. Geiselman has the lead. A 9.17 and a 7 is his 2-wave total. Fioravanti has an 8.5 as his best. Needs a 7.68. So Geiselman has to be careful here. Another one of these big, steep closeout comes. We know that Fioravanti can get the score in one turn.
2 minutes on the clock. Can Evan hang on? They're now back up on the peak, so Evans had to follow him back up to the main peak where we've seen the big rides, big scores go down. Evan Geiselman, this will be a huge, huge win and confidence boost if he can take down Leonardo Fioravanti, the Italian stallion surfing superstar in this final. Evan Geiselman, arguably a surfer that should have made the WCT by now. The talent's there, everything's there. It's just the points.
Yeah, 32nd on the QS was Geiselman last year. Top 10 qualifier for the World Tour. And, well, I like that the boys are back on the peak. If you're going to get sat on, you may as well be getting sit on where the good waves are. There's a greater chance for Leo to make Evan use his priority. And there's also a great opportunity for Leo to find one of those big one-turn wonders that can net him the score.
1 minute left on the clock.
1 minute. Evan Geiselman from America, the east coast of America in Florida, is our heat leader. Leading the final, QS 6000, Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. And second is Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo doesn't hold priority. 45 seconds remaining.
And a lump is coming.
There's multiple lumps here, Pitsy.
Carl Bell Warren, our week of commentary has all come down to this last 30 seconds on the clock.
So Geiserman uses priority. That wave sucked.
Oh
30
my God.
seconds remaining. Is that a mistake from Geiserman?
No way.
20 seconds.
Will we see a Billy Stairman done in the last 10-second heroics from Leonardo? The ocean is not providing.
Let's take a deep breath here, Pitsy. 10 seconds. Fioravanti with priority needs 7.68. I'm going to let you count this one down, Pitsy.
3, 2, 1. And there you have it.
Evan Geiserman, the champion of the ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. Beach goes mad, and Geiserman somewhat overwhelmed with emotion, and you can't help but feel for Leonardo Fioravanti, his third consecutive runner-up finish.
Wow.
In the QS 6000s this year. So, incredible result for Fioravanti to make the final, but you've got a feel for him. 3 consecutive second-place finishes.
Here's the victory lap from Evan Geiserman. Wow, so yeah, we saw Leo splashing the water with frustration, and there is Evan Geiserman coming in, splashing the water with joy. 2 contrasts with our splashes, and here comes our winner.
So he takes home $25,000 US, less 20% tax if you're an international traveller. And also the valuable 6,000 WQS points. This is the first win at a huge QS event, a QS 6000. You see the boys down there at the water's edge. The boys are shaking up the Asahi cans. And looks like Pat Gadauskas is carrying the board. I'm not 100% sure who else is on the lift. Looks like Noah Schweitzer, maybe Parker Coffin down there. See Griffin Colapinto at the water's edge as well. So there it is. Evan Geiserman, the champion of the QS 6000 ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro. And he is going to be absolutely mobbed by this 1,000-strong Japanese crowd. And awesome. This has been such a good week of professional WQS surfing here in Japan. It's incredible to have the QS 6000 events back here. And wow, Geiserman getting mobbed.
The crowd loving it. Look at this. We haven't seen this many people on the beach here in Japan for years and years and years. And WQS, WSL qualifying big events are back here in Japan. The international stage has been set. And here we have an awesome winner, Evan Geiserman.
One thing I do want to touch on, we have an international winner, but we also had Ryo Inaba and Takumi Nakamura, 2 Japanese surfers, get their career best WQS results.
Takumi taken out by Evan in this heat. So some earlier in the event, and sometimes you like to see the guy that takes you out going to win it so you don't feel as bad.
So not only do we have Geiserman crowned the champion, we also have huge results for the local Japanese surfers. So this event is a win on all kinds of levels. We saw Reika Noro win the QS 1000s event for the women. And it has been an incredible week of action here at Shidasta, Chiba, Japan. And while we wait for the presentation on the main stage with Geiserman and Noro, we're going to have a super session. There's about 20 QS elite surfers in this one. And we had an award, 500,000 yen, for the first 10-point ride of the event. The event has the 500,000 yen didn't go off, and it's going to be distributed amongst this super session list. I need a breath. We need a breather, so we will be throwing to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the super session and the main stage presentation here at the ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, presented and powered by GoPro.
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
So I Like we were in the middle of nowhere, like in the ocean, like singing as loud as we can because like we know no one's there. Not having expectations on anything. Go with what you feel is right.
I'm enjoying more of the traveling aspect of it now, being overseas and cultures, and I've had Korea for the last week and a half.
It's a perfect aqua blue wave. It's like a barreling aquarium out there. I live for that. I didn't know it till now, but
the search is going surfing with your mates and finding fun waves, whether it be finding a bank down the beach where you live or travelling to the other side of the world to surf.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the grand champion of this WQS 6000 ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, Evan Geiselman. You did actually win, right?
Yeah, I got that one. I love Japan. Thank you guys. You guys have been amazing.
So you know that I strategically planned not interviewing the right winner of that one, just so you'd be stoked out that you got to surf again. It's just a joke.
Yeah, that's kind of, I wanted to have this interview anyway, so it's all good.
So you guys were back-to-back at it, and you got Tom Whitaker kind of pushing you and Billy Stearman, and everybody's just like completely supporting you from the beach. And man, so many people. We had the hugest gallery, and everyone was just so stoked to see whoever made it. But you did such a great job. You were acting so fast. Your board looks like it's working insane. You got a little Lee Stacy.
Yeah, it's Lee Stacy. Yeah, Tommy, golf geek coach. But he's epic. I had Mitch Cruz, I had Kurt Jacobs, and then I've been staying with one of my best friends from home, Noah Schweitzer, and his family. So it's just been amazing. It's been a really good week, and that was just it was insane. Leo's been kind of the guy to beat too. He's been dropping really high scores. So yeah, I knew I was gonna have a hard time in that final, but I'm so stoked.
So just behind us, we've just got a small gift that you can fit into your carry-on luggage here.
Oh yeah, that'll be easy to get home, huh?
So this is what we call in Japan a mikoshi, which is represents the temple, and it's the god of that temple. And here, this is Ichinomiya. We have a Tamasaki Jinja, which is our main temple. Every summer we have a Matsuri festival where they bring the mikoshi down here, walk it almost like 20 kilometers to the beach barefoot. Well, not barefoot, but they walk it all the way here, clean it in the ocean, and take it all the way back, and it's a huge thing. And so this is an actual replica of the original mikoshi from here, and so that's going to bring you a lot of power, and it should give you a really good year of competition, I think.
Oh, I hope so. I hope it gives me 4 more good events. But that's an honor. It's my second time to Japan. It's just amazing to win here, and the surf fans here have been absolutely amazing. I got to thank Reef, Dragon, The Kind, Lee Stacy, my dad too shapes a lot of boards for me as well, and Red Dog Surf Shop, my hometown surf shop. So yeah, everyone, thank you guys.
Excellent, congratulations. And so we'll be back for our awards ceremony, but actually out on the water right now, we've got a huge expression session, high flying action with 16 top competitors. So みんなちょっとビーチに戻りましょう。結構いいアクションあります。Thank you guys, we'll be right back. Thank you.
Start スタートしていきます。さあ今からスーパーセッションの方がスタートしていきます。選手のリストなんですけれども、日本から安井匠、 大原宏斗、大橋海人、稲葉レオ、そして、海外の選手では、フラビオ中際選手ですね、そしてビーノ・ロペス、ヘイター・アルビス、イズノメ・ベトロ、コナー・オラリー、デイビッド・シルバー、イアン・ゴー・ウェイヤ、ラファエル・テキシェイラ、ティアゴ・グエマラス、ビクター・ベルナード、マルコ・テルナンデス、そして、ターナー・ヘンドリック、ビリー・ステイマン、以上の選手の、スーパーセッションとなります。さあこのセッションなんですけれども、ジャッジが採点スコアリングします。先ほどまでのコンテストの、採点と若干基準が変わりまして、いかに大きなエアのマニューバー、一つのマニューバーでも大丈夫なんです。大きく派手なマニューバーをした選手にハイスコアがつきます。さあこれはコナー選手と、乗っていましたね。現在このシダのポイントをフルに使ってスーパーセッションの方が行われています。16名の選手ですね。大きな技をかけても着地で失敗してしまうとスコアの方には入りません。日本からは安井匠、大原宏斗、大橋海人、稲葉レオ、この4名が出ています。さあ先ほどメンズではこれイエロー今ね大きな技を決めたんですけれども、ちょっと画面には映ってなかったですかね。かなり大きな、グーフィーレフトハンドの方でエアリバースを決めた選手がいました。さあ現在、ビーチマーシャルの方では、先ほど優勝そして第2位の2名の選手たちがね戻ってきているところなんですけれども、第2位のレオナルド・フィオラベンテ選手、かなり海の中で悔しそうにしてましたね。水を叩いてましたけれども、これまでずっと調子良かっただけにとても残念だったんですけれども、対するイーバン選手の、やはり切れた鋭いリップ、そして、彼の持ち味の、エアリアル、本当いろんなバージョン見せてもらいました。楽しかったです。さあ現在行われているのはスーパーセッションです。このスーパーセッションで、ハイエストのスコアをメイクした選手には20万円の賞金、20万円の賞金が用意されています。キャッシュで用意されています。さあこれはイエローの選手がフロント、レフト方向に若干潮が引いてきたので、かなりフェイスのある波っていうのが少なくなってきたんですけれども、それでもこの辺りの、QS 選手になってくるとね、そんなものはものともしないような感じで、さあスピードをつけて各選手がアプローチしてきます。さあこのレッドは後ろ、これ大橋選手ですかね。ちょっともう16名の選手が一斉に乗るので、ちょっと私も名前とその乗ってる人物が一致しないんですけれども、申し訳ないですけれども、さあこのヒートは25分で行われています。スーパーセッション。さあこれはブラジルの選手でしょうかね。ブラジル、日本、そして今飛んだのがビリー・ステイマン、ニュージーランドの選手です。そしてターナー・ヘンドリック、ハワイからも出場し、出ています。この一宮千葉オープン QS6000 なんですけれども、この6000試合賞金総額がなんと15万ドル、すごいですね。約270名の選手たちが参加しました。特別協賛では GoPro、そして協賛ではリップカールジャパン株式会社、株式会社大塚商会、株式会社紫スポーツ、株式会社ピートガチャ、株式会社ライズシステムビーチコーミング、株式会社内藤ハウス、英和貿易株式会社マックス、そしてコアフォーム、有限会社ハーレージャパン株式会社ブルーエコシステム、協力としてアサヒ飲料株式会社波伝説 JPSA、以上の協賛協力を得てこの大きな QS6000 が開催されました。現在行われているのはスーパーヒートです。16名の選手で行われています。いかに大きなエアリアルを決めれるかで得点の方が変わってきます。1位の選手にはキャッシュで20万円が用意されています。さあこれ大橋海人選手ですね。 そして現在ビーチの方にもたくさんの方たちが見に来てくれています。このスーパーセッションが終わった後はもちろんこの選手たちの、規制もなくなりますので皆さんフリーサーフィンできます。各国の選手の人たちとね同じラインナップでぜひ楽しんでみてください。さあこのスーパーセッションが終わりますとこの後、表彰式の方が行われます。ウィーメンのファイナリストそしてメンの、ファイナリスト選手たち、表彰されますのでそちらの方も引き続きライブキャストの方でお送りしていきます。ライブ配信の方引き続きお楽しみください。さあしだしたこの海に現在16名の、世界各国から集まったサーファーたちが大技を披露してくれています。日本からは安井匠、そして大原宏斗、大橋海人、稲葉レオ、ハワイからターナー・ヘンドリック、そしてニュージーランドからビリー・ステイマンド、その他ブラジル、そしてこれはモロッコ、オーストラリア。さあこれ素晴らしい。これはレッド。おっとこれはい残ります。ちゃんとコンプリートしてきますね。さあ何点つくんでしょうね。楽しみです。さあフロントサイドエアリバースを決めてきたゼッケンレッド、ブラジルの選手でしょうかね。さあ後ろからデイビッド・シルバですね。先ほどのフロントサイド、エアリバース決めてきたのは、ブラジルのデイビッド・シルバです。さああと残り時間が23分です。残り時間23分となっています。さあこの、スーパーセッション全体今までの中で見てみると先ほどのデイビッド・シルバーさんのエアリバースが一番大きくて高さもあったんじゃないかなというふうに見受けられます。このしだ下のポイントフルに左から右までフルに使って選手たちが今、波待ちをしています。残り時間22分です。さあそしてこれをメイクできない。でいかに大きな技を仕掛けても着地で失敗しますと、得点の方にはつながりません。さあこれフロントハイド方向に、さあこれは早めにプルアウト。QS6000 一宮千葉オープンパワードバイ GoPro。ビーチの会場の方では GoPro の大きな、ブースが出ているんですがそちらでレジストレーションをしていただくと名前の方を登録していただくとなんと GoPro が当たるという企画が昨日そして今日も行われています。そして紫スポーツのブースでは、ビーチタオルですとか、ハンドタオルなどステッカーなども配っているようです。さあこれを決めてきたのは誰でしょう。レッド。ちょっと後で名前が分かったらお知らせしますね。さあこちらバックハンド方向いいですね。いやビーチで目の前でこの彼らのサーフィンを見れるっていうのは本当エキサイティングですね。現在行われているのは、スーパーセッションのヒートです。このスーパーセッションのヒートなんですが出ている16名、どのようなメンバーが出ているかって言いますと実はこれ早い者勝ちでエントリーを受け付けてました。なので会場にいなかったオージーの選手たちやカリフォルニアの選手たちがエントリーできなかったというハプニングがあったんですけれども、その中でもハワイのターナー・ヘンドリクソンそしてニュージーランドのビリー・ステイマン選手がそしてオーストラリアのコナ・オラリ選手ですね。お母様日本人です。明美さんです。コナ・オラリも出ています。先ほど行われましたウィーメン QS1000 の方では 第1位が野呂玲香、そして2位松田詩野選手、第3位は須田夏樹選手、そして第4位が橋本蓮選手という結果でした。そして面の方では、優勝は先ほど出てましたね、エヴァン・ゲイゼルマン、そして2位がレオナルド・フィオラバンティ、3位が2名いるんですが、ビリー・ステアマンド、そしてターナー・ガダスカス、この2名となっています。優勝したイーバン選手には、QS ランキング6000ポイントが与えられます。第2位のレオナルド・フィオラバンティ選手には4500ポイント。彼は現在 QS の、ランキング第1位のポジションにいますので、これでまた他の選手とね差をつけて来年の CT クオリファイングに近づいたかと思います。QS6000 第3位の選手たちには、3500ポイント、3550ポイントが与えられます。賞金は5500ドルと、日本円でいうといくらぐらいですかね、55万円、単純計算に100円で計算しますと55万円なんですけれども、さあこれはフロントサイド乗ってきます。スピードつけて膝を使いながら、いや軽々とメイクしてきますね。さあ本日、最終ヒートとなりましたこの QS 面、6000なんですけれども、この次日本では7月の11日から18日紫湘南オープンが行われます。こちらは QS 面1500、QS メンズ、1500、この紫湘南オープンが7月11日から18日で開催される予定です。そちらの方も楽しみにしたいと思いますね。で現在、世界各国からこのシダ下ポイントに選手が集まっているんですけれども、来月の6月3日から、メキシコで、引き続きこのツアーのシリーズ行われる予定です。メキシコの次は、確かですね、メキシコの次はちょっとお待ちくださいね、エルサルボドルで引き続き試合の方があるみたいですね。さあこれは大橋選手でしょうか。そして7月ではねカリフォルニアオーシャンサイドでまたかなり大きな QS のグレードの試合も開催される予定です。現在行われているのはスーパーセッション。さあこれは稲葉レオ選手です。さあ稲葉選手、残念ながらねマンオンマンヒートで負けてしまったんですけれども、稲葉選手が負けた相手が、そうですねかなり強かったですよね。さあ後ろの方で波を追いかけています。これは誰でしょうか。ゼッケンレッド、さあレッドがスピードをつけて大きな技を、これは安井匠君かな。さあこの、スーパーセッション、日本人では安井匠、そして大原宏斗、大橋海人、そして稲葉レオ、この4名が参加しています。さあそしてこれはこれビリーターナー・ヘドリックさんですかね。大きな技を、どうでしょうか。これも今までの中でかなり目立つマニューバーを見せてきてくれましたね。さあイエロー乗ってます。スピードをつけてどうでしょう。スコアの方が私の方には入ってきていないので、誰が今ハイエストを持ってるかっていうのはちょっとわからないんですけれども、このスーパーセッションで、ハイスコアをメイクするとキャッシュで20万円がもらえるということです。さあこれはどうなんでしょう。残り時間も後半戦に入ってきたというところでしょうか。マシューさんお帰りなさい、待ってました。
そうですね。So he's one of the Brazilian surfers。スピードをかけて in and out。それね、このプライズマニーどうやって分けてるのかな。
これは実は QS の方で、10ポイントを出した選手に50万円のキャッシュが用意されてたんですが、 残念ながらその10ポイントが試合中出なかったので、そのうちの20万円をこのスーパーセッションに、スーパーセッションの優勝者に与えられるという。そして残りの30万円は、スポーツの、施設の方に寄付されるということですね。
じゃあこのスーパーセッション、勝った人が、
20万円です。
20万
キャッシュで。
それに残ったの30万は、
ドネーションです。スポーツの、施設。
すごいいいですね。
はい、とてもいいと思います。
とってもいいで、今週、
はい、
ほらずっと日本で大きなイベントがなかったでしょう。そしてメンズ6000とウィメンズ1000イベントがあって、でもう6、7年ぐらいはずっと大きなイベントがなかったからで、今週また復活したって感じで、千葉でこの大きなイベントをやって、
すごい盛り上がってますよね。
で、かおりちゃんももともと日本のレディーズサーフィン代表で、そのなんていう印象とかインスピレーションはどうなってると思いますか？
いやかなり良かったんじゃないですか。今日のビーチを見ても人もたくさん集まってますし、やっぱりお客さんがたくさん来るっていうことは選手たちも盛り上がりますし、もっといい演技サーフィンしようってなると思います。この選手うまいんですよね。
で、あと匠と、リオさんね、稲葉
レオ、
今回すごいいい成績が残ってるんですね。
はい
で、2人ともはワールド WQS ツアー回ってますね。
回ってますね。
そしてその2人の地元、ローカルサーファーという簡単に言う日本人ですごいいいポイントを取ったでしょうね。
この6戦で。
そうだから、もっともっとね6戦とか大きな試合が日本でやるとどんどん
いいですよね。
すごいと思います。で、今までワールドクォリファイングシリーズのイベント、もちろんヒロと新井が優勝したね、アメリカ。
去年の US オープン。
そうで、その成績と以外の6戦みたいな大きなポイントが、残っているの成績あるかな、匠とか。
これからなんじゃないですかね、彼ら、世界回って、やはり日本のツアーも回りながら世界も回って、どんどんこうエクスペリエンスを積んで、経験積んで、まだ若いですからね、みんな。
若いでもほら、ファヴァンティ選手を見ると若くないね。ファヴァンティも18歳ぐらい、
19歳ですね。
19歳で、そして今年は3回目の6000の決勝戦に残って、そしてクォーターファイナルの WCT もあったんですね、ウェストオーストラリアで。だからまだ若いっていうの言い訳はでき
ないですね。
できないと思います。みんなもう頑張るしかないと思います。
さあこれはレオ君と安井匠君かな。いいですね、レオ君。このスーパーセッションの、採点なんですけど、一番大きくて目立ったエアリアルの人に20万円の賞金ということなのかなっていうことですね。
そうだね。
はい。点数一応ねジャッジしてますよね、上で。マッシュさん、1週間どうでしたか？
最高だと思います。
はい、ずっと波ありましたね。
そうだね。で、今オーストラリアの季節はちょうど冬だったんですよ。そんなに寒くはないんだけど、気持ち的にはちょっと寂しいね。で、こっち来てちょうど夏の前、で、今週ずっと天気が良くて、波もあって、みんなの気分がどんどんなんか結構上がってますと思うよ。だからそのシチュエーションに入ると、自分もすごいなんか楽しそうだった、今週。
そうですよね。
本当にありがとうね。今回は WSL ジャパンがインバイトしてくれて、で今週ずっと試合で MC をやってくださいと言われたんですよ。すごい楽しかった。
来てくれてよかったです。
そしてオリンピックね向かって、どんどん日本のサーフィングコミュニティと、サーフィングビジネス
もね、
ずっと沖縄から北海道まで、みんな頑張りましょう。
盛り上げていきましょう。そしてマシューさん、この今映像ライブ見てる人たちは、 外国の方たちも日本以外の国の方たちも見てるので、ぜひ英語でもこの一宮の千葉の良さと日本の良さをアピールしてください。
Okay.
はい。
So we've got this expression session happening at the moment. This will go on until they've prepared the presentation for Leonardo Favanti and Evan Geiselman. So we've got all our international competitors who've hung around out in the water vying for a $2,000 prize money for the best manoeuvre.
Yes.
Earlier in the week, there was a $5,000 bounty set up for any surfer who could score a 10-point ride. We didn't see a 10 go down, so $2,000 is going to the winner of this expression session, and $3,000 is going to be a donation to a sports
community, like foundation.
Yeah, a sporting foundation to help develop sports in Japan. So once again, we were discussing that in Japan we haven't had a big event for 6 or 7 years now.
7 years.
So now to have the WSL put down a 6,000 event here has been a huge boost for the morale, for surfing business community as well as Japanese pro surfers, providing that stepping stone chance of the big points in their own backyard for their World Tour campaign. So just for that alone, this event has been fantastic for Japan. But also looking ahead at the possibilities of the 2020 Olympic Games being in Japan, this has been a great early presentation of what you can expect by having a surfing event of that stature back here in Japan, in Chiba, which is a very convenient positioning to Tokyo as well as to Narita Airport. So the infrastructure is all there set up for Olympic surfing right here at Chiba. And that was one of the reasons that we needed to trial run another big event back here in Japan so that we can show the dignitaries who are involved with the setting up of that sort of a situation how possible that it actually is. And the waves that have been provided here.
Oh, this is Leo Inaba.
He's the local boy, Inaba Rio, in and out of that one. So the waves and the convenience of this beach, Shidashita Beach, which is the most hotly surfed beach in Japan as far as pro surfing goes. And if you're a pro surfer and you live in the countryside, most of them will move to this Chiba area to surf this particular beach every day. So it is a real, it's a training ground, and it has been a developing ground for Japanese surfing for years and years in the past. So we're hoping to continue that trend and maybe get the Olympic Games to be presented for the first time with surfing here at Shidashita Beach in Japan. So it's been a very big week, and the weather has been provided.
Very great, yes.
The waves have been very good as well. When you consider a whole week of waves, it's very difficult to have one particular break produce waves every single day so an event can run smoothly. So it's been really good and a very positive step forward for surfing to come back to Japan in a very big way.
そうなんですよね。この1週間ずっと波がありましたよね。
で今日も
はい
朝がちっちゃかったでしょ。
はい
でみんなうわー心配してる、うわフラットじゃないか。でもどんどん潮が引いてセットが入ってきましてね。
はい、朝はまだ潮が満ちていたので、うねりのライン、スウェルのラインはとても綺麗だったんですけれども、若干こうスローな、海全体がこうゆっくりなメローな感じでの、スタートだったんですけれども、ラウンドがね進む、ヒートが始まるにつれて、もうどんどん波数も出てきましたし、エクセレントなスコアも出てましたよね。
シダマジックじゃない
シダマジック
かな。
ね、道場って言われてますからね。
そうだね、サーフィン道場。
はい。
いいね、
道場って英語でなんていうのかな。お、This is corner early。
道場はジム、トレーニングジムかな。
トレーニングジム。
Yeah, gym.
So this is up and riding. おい、どう
I think that was Tanner Hendrickson from Hawaii.
Yes, from Maui.
Yeah.
Yeah. そうだね。ターナー・ヘンドリクソン、ハワイの選手です。 さあ大きなフロントサイドエアリバース見せてきましたね、ターナーさん。
でこのヒートは何分でしょうか。
30分で行われていて、
5 minutes left。
はい、5分です。残り時間5分です。面白いね。16 surfers
just having a free surf。
Yeah。 うまいみんな。これは大原ひろとくんかな。で最近みんな日本人の男の子たち、グロメツとか、ジュニアの選手たちと喋ってると本当みんな英語が上手になってきたと思いますね。昔全然みんな喋らなかったのに勉強してます、みんなたくさん。
そうだね、
はい、
オーストラリア、僕の地元のスナッパーロックスで、すごい若いやつ、毎年来たり帰ったりで練習とかトレーニングしたり、で結構英語は上手ですね。
上手ですよね。
だからそれをまだ必要で、なぜ英語必要っていうはね、このイベントみたいなヒート勝ったらね、ヒートウィナーのインタビューはありますよ。でそのヒートウィナーのインタビューはやっぱり英語でですね。
そうなんですよね。
そして WSL のWSL はアメリカというは、今の WSL ワールドツアーのインターナショナルランゲージは今英語で、そしてスポンサーに対しても綺麗な英語のウィナーズインタビューができたらね、
アピールになるもんね。す
ごいアピールあります。だから日本人だけ英語を覚えてくださいじゃなくて、ブラジリアン人でしょ。で今イタリアのファヴァンティ選手とか、だからいろいろな国たちがみんな英語を覚えて、そしてインターナショナルステージのインタビューとか、アピールを十分できます。
ね、重要ですね。英語をしゃべるっていうのは。さあこれ乗っているのはブラジルの選手ですかね。
すごい綺麗なローテーション。
なんか簡単にポーンってメイクしてる感じがするんですけど。
ね、ヘイト・アルベーズ。
ヘイト・アルベス。
彼はもともとワールドツアー WCT 選手です。
入ってましたね、ワールドツアーの方に。名前をよく聞いてました。さあこれはどうでしょう。
これはね、
なんか今ボールドショーツで履いてなかった？
履いてた。寒い。
寒いよね絶対。
ね。
さあこれは大橋海人君、スピードをつけて見せてくるか。ちょっと多分ロータイでこう潮が引いてきたのもあって、波の高さっていう部分でもうちょっと下がったかもしれないんですけど、でもセクションがこういっぱい出てきてますよね。そしてビーチにはたくさんの人たちが、サーフィンを見に来てくれています。オーストラリアのすごくいいところは、どこの海に行ってもビーチでシャワーがある、トラッシュキャンもある、ゴミ箱もある、そしてバーベキュー台がある、すごいですよね、この環境が。
そうだね。
はい。それは国が払ってるの、それともガバメントが作ってるの？あれは。
僕たちは、
オーストラリア
税金払ってるじゃん、給料で、その税金のお金で国はきれいにする。でみんなは自分の国で住んでるじゃん、公園に行きたいでしょ、ビーチ行って遊びたいでしょ、だからみんなの税金のお金で国をきれいにします。そして芝生は増えるとか、木がつけるとか、トイレ、バーベキュー、いろいろな。
本当いいよね。オーストラリアの海はどこに行ってもきれいに整備されていて、子どもたちも安全に安心して遊べる環境が整っていると思うんですよね。
そうですね。だからそうだね、いろいろな、景色、を大事にしてるって感じですね。
もうより元のままのこの自然な形を保ちつつ、キープしつつ、サーフィンっていうね環境、サーフィンっていうものが、日本にも広がってほしいと思います。
そう、オーストラリアはどこに行ってもね、草刈りとか、全部もう綺麗に
やってますよね。
やってますよ。だからそこら辺で虫が少なくなるし、夏の間蚊がそんなにないだし、だからいろいろな意味で草切って、国をきれいにしたらすごいいいと思います。
さあ残り時間25秒です。もう終わりですね、スーパーセッションヒート。
でもよかったね。誰が勝ったでしょうか。
誰かな。デイビッド・シルバのフロントハイのエアリバースも良かったし、 さっきのターナー・ヘンドリックスのあれも良かったよね。
ヘンドリックスね。
はい。さあこれは大橋海人君、イエロー。海人君も本当いい子で、ナイスなサーファーなんですよね。
そしてこのヒートが終わって、そしてウィナーズ表彰式ですね。
アワーズあります。表彰式あります。この後。
かおりちゃんは出るんですか？
私は出ないです。ここで、ライブカメラを守っときます。はい。表彰式の方はベンさんの司会で、そして浅香さんが通訳で入るかと思うんですけれども、はい、そちらの方も楽しみにしたいと思いますね。さあそして表彰式、終わりましたら各ブースで GoPro の、抽選会ですとか、選手たちのサイン会、オーログラフセッションとかたくさんあるので、そちらの方も皆さん楽しみに、ぜひいらしてください。
じゃあこれからエクスプレッションセッションの表彰式と、
ウィメンズ、
ウィメンズとメンズ
決勝に
ワールドクワリファイングシリーズ6000 event powered by GoPro here in Chiba、ICHINOMIYA Japan。 いいですね。じゃあ本当に今週はね楽しかった、また来年ぜひぜひ。
サンキューベン、ありがとう。さあ、それではね、引き続き、表彰式の方に移りたいと思いますので、皆様こちらメインステージの方にお集まりください。そしてまず最初に女子の表彰式をやりたいので、女子の決勝に残った選手お集まりください。野呂玲香選手、須田夏樹選手、橋本蓮選手、松田詩野選手、この後すぐね表彰式に移りたいと思いますので、壇上にお集まりください。
Massa, can you hear us? No. Nope. You cannot hear? No, I guess you can't hear. Does he really need you? No. That's for, okay. I don't know why you can't hear.
Leonardo Fioravanti. Leonardo Fioravanti, please gather by the back of our contest area. We're going to have our awards ceremony in just a moment.
皆さん本当に1週間にわたりまして、この一宮町、シダシダポイントを使わせていただきましてありがとうございました、無事に本当に決勝戦そしてスーパーセッションまで、終了することができました。本当に皆さんの、応援とご協力のおかげだと思っております。まもなく表彰式、始めたいと思いますのでね、もう少々お待ちください、もう間もなく表彰式の方をスタートします。はい、麗華選手お集まりください。はい、皆様お待たせしました、ワールドサーフリーグ QS6 戦、一宮千葉オープンパワードバイ GoPro、表彰式の方を始めたいと思います。まず、はじめにですね、一宮町町長馬淵、正也様からご挨拶いただきたいと思います。馬淵様よろしくお願いします。
これをおはようございますというかこんにちは、一宮町長の馬淵正也です。今日は大変天気も良くてですね素晴らしい日ですね。波もなんかまあまあいいというお話で素晴らしかったです。ここの、8日間にわたっての、今回の WSL の QS6 戦6000のトーナメント成功裏に終わったということで何よりだと思います。これも、なんといっても WSL の皆様のお力、そしてスポンサーの皆様、そして、プレイヤーの皆様ですね、そしてあとギャラリーのこちらにお越しになっている皆様のお力添えの賜物です。一宮の町を代表して心より御礼申し上げます。どうもありがとうございました。で来年もですね、一宮の町、今皆さんもご存知の通り、オリンピックに、その招待種目でサーフィンが選ばれるという流れがあります。そしてその場所としてね、この一宮といすみ、この海岸がどうもメインの会場になるんじゃないかと そういう流れが今あります。でこれを控えて今回のQS6000 の大会はホップステップジャンプのですね、ホップに当たるんです。で来年以降もこういったハイレベルのハイグレードのトーナメントを怠っていきたいと思います。これにはオリンピックが2020年なんですけど、それまでずんずんと上がって、このハイレベルでいきたいと思いますので、引き続いて皆様のどうぞお力添えをよろしくお願いいたします。And at last, I would like to send my message in English for foreigners from all around the world. Thank you, the dear staffers from all around the world. Thank you for coming to ICHINOMIYA to participate in the QS 6000 tournament. And your excellent surfing plays really made us excited. And we can never forget your amazing surfing techniques, high-level techniques, amazing techniques. As the mayor of Ichinomiya town and as one of the hosts of the tournament, I eagerly hope that all of you can gather here next year once again to take part in the same high-level surfing tournament which will be held here. Thank you. どうもありがとうございました。
馬淵様ありがとうございました。続きまして、表彰式の方にね、移っていきたいと思います。こちら表彰式、まず女子、ウィメンズ、メンズ、そして、大塚商会スーパーセッション賞という方で進んでいきます。まず、このプレゼンテーターに、一宮町サーフィン業組合組合一長、そして、一宮町、町議会議員宇沢清久様に、やっていただきますので、宇沢様よろしくお願いします。そして、通訳ベンちゃん上に上がってください。
もう4年目、ウェイです。ちょっと。
はい、すみません。
Just kidding.
Okay.
ありがとうございます。
はい。さあ、それではまず女子の表彰式に移りたいと思います。それでは4名の選手、壇上にお上がりください。それでは、まず第4位からいきましょうか。第4位ゼッケン、ホワイト橋本蓮選手。続きまして、第3位ゼッケンブルーの須田夏樹選手。そして第2位ですゼッケンイエロー松田志乃選手。そして見事、2位から、GoPro のヒーロー4シルバーがプレゼントされます。そして、ワールドサーフリーグ一宮千葉オープン QS1000 ウィメンズ優勝です。ゼッケンレッドノロレイカ選手。ウィナーズパネルとそして、優勝の盾と同じく GoPro、あとはあれですよね、3位4位の選手にもじゃあ優勝のインタビューベイさんお願いします。
カノロおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
このレベルの大会もうここでシレでやってもうすごく良かったと思う。そしたらもういろんな応援してた方とかなんか一言ありますか？
応援してくれた方、ありがとうございます。そして私のスポンサーさんとあと家族とここに応援に駆けつけてくれた友達の皆さん本当にありがとうございます。
Arigatou gozaimashita. Excellent. That was Reika Noto. So everyone, our women's champion of this event, WQS 6000 Ichinomiya Open.
もう一度ね、選手に盛大な拍手お願いします。
So a big round of applause for all of these competitors, everyone. They put on a great heat. Thank you very much.
あとはね、写真があるんです。
あ、はい。
みんなね、目線くださいとみんなやるから、いいですか、もう。あ、いいです。はい。司会進行は山本さんになってます。犬じゃないんだから弁動かないとかやめてくださいの。ベンちゃん OK？ ステイヒア。どうですか、もういいですか。はい、それではもう一度女子の選手盛大な拍手お願いします。ありがとうございます。続きまして、メンズ QS6000 の表彰式に移りたいと思います。プレゼンテーター引き続き、宇沢様の方でよろしくお願いいたします。それでは選手の方全員、3位2名と、1位2位2人。
Okay, we're going to bring up our men's competitors from 4th place. Good job, Ben. All right, everyone come on up, Leonardo Fioravanti. All right, so these are our men's finalists. They put up a great fight. It's been a long competition. We had some great surfing. Everyone, please, big round of applause for these competitors. Okinaku onegai shimasu.
「今ちょっとこの嫌な間がありますけれども、すいません、私ゼッケン忘れてましてですね、今山本さんの写真撮影用に今ゼッケンを持ってきますので、皆さん少々お待ちください。本当に申し訳ございません。
They forgot your jerseys. We'll get that all sorted.
じゃあベンちゃん、リスタートもう一回やりましょう。
Written in 10 minutes, so we're doing a restart of this award ceremony.
それはさっきの話でしょ。ちゃんとやってください、真面目に。
All right, so here we are. These are our men's finalists. This has been a great competition. It's the first time in a long time that we've had a 6,000 here at Shida, and we had some waves the whole time. We were pretty much lucky with weather, except for the one hurricane day that came through and blew us out. But it's been a great competition. Everyone, get your pictures. Big round of applause for these 4 competitors. Sorry, gentlemen, but we just got to get that out of the way, the WSL logo. And we got Murasaki Sports here. Okay, here we go. Now we're doing good. All right, so.
さすがだね。
So from 4th place, Billy Stearman. We have your award coming. So Billy Stearman, there's your 4th place award. Good job. Oh, and a GoPro Hero 4 session. Everyone's a winner in this game. All right, and 3rd place, Hanagadaskas, here is your... There's your trophy. And you got a new Hero 4 session. Go out and get some clips for us. All right, second place, Leonardo Fioravanti. Trophy, and for second place, we have a GoPro Hero 4 Silver. This is the one with the screen on the back. It's a pretty nice one. Congratulations. And so here we go. Evan Geiselman, our grand champion of this WQS 6000 Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Here is your big check for the cash. $25,000 US. And for the winner, we have a GoPro Hero 4 Black Edition. And there is our first place champion, Omikoshi. Minasan, Okinakshu, big round of applause for these contestants. Pretty good champagne. All right. So now our interview. We'll get a quick picture, and then we're going to get our interview with the champion of this event. Save some of that for me, Leo. All right, so Evan Geiselman, it's been a great day of competition. A lot of shockers for a lot of people, but we've had waves the whole time. And considering you're planning to go to Japan, I think a lot of people have the image that, oh, we go to Japan, there's no waves. But as we've seen, we've got tons of surf. This is one of the best spots that we have here. And this town is such a huge surfing town, and they're so supportive of surfing. It's probably one of this place and Shonan are some of the surfing capitals of Japan. And so to the city, to all the supporters, to everybody who's made this possible, GoPro, let's hear your words, as well as all your fans and friends and family that are watching at home.
Yeah, I got to thank the Schweitzers. They took me in last minute. I was like, is this thing on? Hello? Okay, yeah. The Schweitzers, yeah, they took me in last minute, and I'm with Noah, one of my best friends from back home. I grew up with them, so I just got to thank them. And then my parents watching, my girlfriend, my brother, yeah, all of them. But Japan, you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for the hospitality and the best surf fans for sure I've ever came across. So thank you guys, and GoPro and everyone for making this event possible. It's been awesome. And then these guys too. It's a good result, and yeah, the year's just getting started, so it's gonna be fun.
All right, and we're hoping to do the same level event next year. Can we expect you to return and be back for next year's event?
I love Japan. Hopefully, I don't have to come back, but I hope I'm on the CT, but we'll see. I love Japan. I'll be back 100% though.
じゃあ来年このイベントに戻る聞いてて、本当は WCT になりたい。WCT になったらこの WQS もう出ないけど、それなかったらまた戻る来年。また来年もよろしく。Okay, we hope to see you next year. We hope to see you on the CT, but if we don't, we hope to see you here.
I'll definitely be doing another event in Japan, just to clear that up. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now picture
さあ
time.
皆さんもう一度盛大な拍手お願いします。じゃあ写真ですね。Super Session competitors, Victor Bernard and Tanner Hendrickson. Could you please come in this stage?
All right, so we need Victor Bernardo and Tanner Hendrickson. Please show up to the back. We're going to announce our Super Session winners in just a moment. Victor Bernardo and Tanner Hendrickson, please come to the main stage.
さあ QS6000 のね、メンズ最後表彰式が終わりました。続きまして大塚商会プレゼンツの、スーパーセッション表彰式に移りたいと思います。
Have our big cash winner, Victor Bernardo. We need Tanner Hendrickson. All right, one more time, Tanner Hendrickson. We got some cash money for you.
さあまもなくこの後、大塚商会スーパーセッションエアリアル賞のね、表彰に移りますけど、これずっとちょっとシークレットでやってたので、2位に入ったタナ・ヘンデリクソンがまだ来てないのでもう少々お待ちください。本来この大塚商会10ポイント賞ということで今回 QS6000、一宮千葉オープンで用意されていたんですけども、今回残念ながら10点満点が誰も出なかったということで急遽スーパーセッションで、この50万円を分け合うということで、選手には20万円ということですね。残りの30万円は、寄付ということになっております。
Tanner Hendrickson, if you are around the contest area, we've got a check for you. All right. So we're going to come up and announce our Super Session winner here. Victor Bernardo, please take the stage. 大きな拍手をお願いします。Okay, so it looks like
lucky
you're gonna get the first and second place money. That's what happens. You don't leave the event early when you got checks waiting for you.
本当は1番と2番の選手で15万円と5万円だったんですけど、タナー・ヘンドリクソン来なかったんでビクターが一人勝ちっていうことでね、本来大塚商会さんから50万円10ポイントライドで、賞が与えられたんですけど、今回残念ながら10ポイントが出なくて急遽スーパーセッションを行いました。そこで、見事優勝しましたビクター・バーナード選手に20万円30万円が、寄付ということになりますんで、じゃあ
All right, so Victor Bernardo, here you go. You got a little extra spending cash to enjoy the rest of your time here in Japan. And so a lot of people supporting. How was your experience this time?
Dude, Japan is an amazing place, and the people here is like so nice and so welcoming. They are really nice, and yeah, I want to say a special thanks to Ryo Inaba for all the help here. And yeah, happy to win another extra money.
Okay, じゃあみんな日本すごい素晴らしくて、もう皆さんもすごい優しくてすごくフレンドリーで本当にもう素晴らしかった。それでレオイナバがもうずっとホストしてて、もうレオイナバにありがとう言ってた。じゃあ Are you gonna come back next year?
For sure. ありがとうございます。
Hey, Victor!
So that is our Super Session winner. 大きな拍手お願いします。Victor Bernardo from Brazil.
そして GoPro。
And he gets the GoPro Silver with the back screen. This is so you can see what's going on when you take it. This is a good one, man. You're lucky. All right, so picture time.
はい、それではね、これで表彰式の方は一旦終わりになります。宇沢様ありがとうございました。ベンチャーサンキュー。ビクターコングラチュレーション。よかったね。You lucky boy。さあ、続きまして、イベントスペシャルアワードとしまして、ワールドサーフリーグの方からですね、一宮町役場まちづくり推進課山口博之様に、イベントスペシャルアワードということで贈呈したいと思います。プレゼンテーターはワールドサーフリーグジャパンレジョンの近江俊也から贈呈したいと思います。
皆さんどうもこの時間まで、素晴らしいこれだけの多くの人たちがですねこの大会を見てくれてどうもありがとうございます。今回のこの QS6000 を、成功するためにですね多大なご尽力を尽くしていただいた一宮町の、役場職員の方全員に感謝しております。ありがとうございます。本当にこのサポートなかったらこの6000はできなかったと思います。はい、山口さんありがとうございます。じゃあWSL から感謝のトロフィーを渡します。はい、中村さんもありがとうございます。もうここへ来るまで毎日メールでやり取りでも本当にありがとうございます。
写真
すいません裏方の仕事のしてる我々にまでこんな素敵な場所と盾をいただきまして本当にありがとうございます。サーフィン本当最高だと思います。これからも一宮町は、サーフィンとこの海と自然と、ずっとリスペクトしていきたいと思います。どうも本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
はい、山口様中村様ありがとうございました。これでね最後表彰式の最後になりますけどベン次のイベント WSL ジャパンツアー
じゃあ皆さん本当ありがとうございました。ここの QS6000 ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro Hi, so we've just finished our WQS 6000 Chiba Open here with powered by GoPro, and this is one more kick in the bum for surfing in the Olympics in 2020. We've had a big event here, some of the top pros. It's been one of the biggest scale events that we've had in a while, and everything went great. We had surf the whole time. I want to thank all of you guys, and the next event, we're going to see you on July 11th. At the Murasaki Sports Shonan Open. We're going to have a WQS 1500 and the QS Women's 1000. That will be July 11th through 18th. So the next time we see you, we will be in ICHINOMIYA Shonan. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much.
これで、全てね、表彰式の終わりになりたいと思います。皆さん本当に1週間ありがとうございました。この後まだですね大会の方は終わるんですけども、ビーチイベントのまだ引き続き盛り上がっていきたいので、この後ビーチイベントのちょっとねやっていきましょうか。はい、まあいいや、もういいですよねテレビはね。じゃあ朝霞ワールドでいいですか。ここからは さあ、それでは皆様大変長らくお待たせいたしましたビーチイベントのスタートです。今日も GoPro がもらえるのでいいのかな？もうやりますか？ GoPro じゃあもうこのノリでいっちゃいましょうか。それでは今日 GoPro の、エントリーしてる下は
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
Like we were in the middle of nowhere, like in the ocean, like singing as loud as we can because like we know no one's there. Not having expectations on anything. Go with what you feel is right.
I'm enjoying more of the traveling aspect of it now, being overseas and cultures, and I've had Korea for the last week and a half.
It's a perfect aqua blue wave. It's like a barreling aquarium out there. I live for that. I didn't know it till now, but
The search is going surfing with your mates and finding fun waves, whether it be finding a bank down the beach where you live or travelling to the other side of the world to surf a wave that you've never surfed before.
This is the search. I'm glad we came. Looking for the waves. We didn't have internet. We came and tried. We got it. Sick. Thank you guys.
The search is whatever you want it to be. For me, it's the anticipation of seeing what's around the corner and just seeing if the stories or the maps that you checked all come together and seeing if you get the waves of your life.
The search for me is to search for amazing waves and, you know, have the best time possible with your friends and in Mother Nature in the ocean.
For me, the search is like a feeling. I feel like having your board under your arm with your towel and wetsuit thrown over it, walking through the bush. Sometimes it doesn't really matter where you are, as long as you get that feeling like you're exploring.
Yeah, I guess being really patient and being open to trying new things. Yeah, and then when you do score perfect waves, that's true searching.
I think the search means searching with friends and finding waves, finding new places, and just enjoying the whole experience itself. and not being worried about where you're actually going, but just that you're going somewhere. Just feel like it's real like nature.
Paddled over the shark-infested reef path. There it was, 4 to 5 foot left with not a soul in sight. I nearly cried.
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but it wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
Like we were in the middle of nowhere, like in the ocean, like singing as loud as we can because like we know no one's there. Not having expectations on anything. Go with what you feel is right.
I'm enjoying more of the traveling aspect of it now, being overseas and cultures, and I've had Korea for the last week and a half.
It's a perfect aqua blue wave. It's like a barreling aquarium out there. I live for that. I didn't know it till now, but
The search is going surfing with your mates and finding fun waves, whether it be finding a bank down the beach where you live or travelling to the other side of the world to surf a wave that you've never surfed before.
This is the search. I'm glad we came. Looking for the waves. We didn't have internet. We came and tried. We got it. Sick. Thank you guys.
The search is whatever you want it to be. For me, it's the anticipation of seeing what's around the corner and just seeing if the stories or the maps that you checked all come together and seeing if you get the waves of your life.
The search for me is to search for amazing waves and, you know, have the best time possible with your friends and in Mother Nature in the ocean.
For me, the search is like a feeling. I feel like having your board under your arm with your towel and wetsuit thrown over it, walking through the bush. Sometimes it doesn't really matter where you are, as long as you get that feeling like you're exploring.
Yeah, I guess being really patient and being open to trying new things. Yeah, and then when you do score perfect waves, that's true searching.
I think the search means searching with friends and finding waves, finding new places, and just enjoying the whole experience itself. And not being worried about where you're actually going, but just that you're going somewhere. Just feel like it's real, like nature.
Paddled over the shark-infested reef path. There it was, 4 to 5 foot left with not a soul in sight. I nearly cried.
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
Like we were in the middle of nowhere, like in the ocean, like singing as loud as we can because like we know no one's there. Not having expectations on anything. Go with what you feel is right.
I'm enjoying more of the traveling aspect of it now, being overseas and cultures, and I've had Korea for the last week and a half.
It's a perfect aqua blue wave. It's like a barreling aquarium out there. I live for that. I didn't know it till now, but
The search is going surfing with your mates and finding fun and fun waves, whether it be finding a bank down the beach where you live or travelling to the other side of the world to surf a wave that you've never surfed before.
This is the search. I'm glad we came. Looking for the waves. We didn't have internet. We came and tried. We got it. Sick. Thank you guys.
The search is whatever you want it to be. For me, it's the anticipation of seeing what's around the corner and just seeing if the stories or the maps that you checked all come together and seeing if you get the waves of your life.
The search for me is to search for amazing waves and, you know, have the best time possible with your friends and in Mother Nature in the ocean.
For me, the search is like a feeling. feel like having your board under your arm with your towel and wetsuit thrown over it, walking through the bush. Sometimes it doesn't really matter where you are, as long as you get that feeling like you're exploring.
Yeah, I guess being really patient and being open to trying new things. Yeah, and then when you do score perfect waves, that's true searching.
I think the search means searching with friends and finding waves, finding new places, and just enjoying the whole experience itself and not being worried about where you're actually going, but just that you're going somewhere. I just feel like it's real like nature.
Paddled over the shark-infested reef path. There it was, 4 to 5 foot left with not a soul in sight. I nearly cried.
My dream is to be a world champion. Last year was really close, but it wasn't enough. It made me stronger to come back this year.
Like we were in the middle of nowhere, like in the ocean, like singing as loud as we can because like we know no one's there. Not having expectations on anything. Go with what you feel is right.
I'm enjoying more of the traveling aspect of it now, being overseas and cultures, and I've had Korea for the last week and a half.
It's a perfect aqua blue wave. It's like a barreling aquarium out there. I live for that. I didn't know it till now, but
The search is going surfing with your mates and finding fun and fun waves, whether it be finding a bank down the beach where you live or travelling to the other side of the world to surf a wave that you've never surfed before.